Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. This is Mtembei TV and your favorite show, Open Forum Political Discussion. I'm happy that you are out there following the discussion. Well, today, a beehive of activities on our political front. Finally, Kalonzo Musyoka declares Raila Tosha. He says for the third time. Well, things are happening as President Uhuru Kenyatta leads the Azimio La Umoja rally in Jacaranda today in Nairobi. DP Ruto finally also wins the UDA ticket as a presidential candidate against his purported competitors. And then he heads to Meru, of course, for the Kenya Kwanza Alliance campaigns. And it looks like now everything is going UDA. Kenya Kwanza is beginning to be to take the second the second position. We don't know what's cooking within that particular arrangement, but finally, Raila Odinga is now the official candidate for the Azimio la Umoja coalition. What does this mean to Kenya, and what does this mean as far as our elections that we are anticipating on the 9th of August 2022 is concerned? Welcome, everyone. We salute all of you. Thank you so much for choosing our show and continuing to support the same. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. I want to salute all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Salome Mbone, thank you so much. Lero ni lero. Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Nashukuru sana kwa kila mmoja. Kalonzo Akondani, asante sana. Nicholas Otinda, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. You are right there with me. Kicheni Ndeti. Hey! Kichweni Ndeti. Hilo ni jina refu kweli, lakini karibu Jared Jorama Wangira. Leta link, nishaleta mara moja. Ajanga Alex, already tuned in from Kayole. Thank you so much. Jaber Naseme, you're tuned in. Asante sana. Linda Lee, firstborn Wamagi. Asante sana. Baba the Fifth, Alum, Dan Deal, Sasa Bernard, Nico Fiti. Asante kabisa. Karibu kwa show. It's exciting. We thank God for the developments and signing of coalitions. We believe this is that time. Kuna John James, karibu kwa show. Kuna Rajab Abdallah, karibu kwa show. It is awesome. Jeremiah 29:11. Oh, thank you. That is the name of a channel. Asante sana. Nashukuru kwa kila moja. Kuna Gilbert Bate, asante. George Ogol, we thank God for you. Thank you. Eric Robert, asante sana. Victor Mogeni, oh, it's awesome. John Kochok, asante sana. Moses Opado, you're welcome. Frederick Ochieng, thank you so much. More Walter, karibu kwa show. Stanoa Bungoma, tuko pamoja. Asante sana. Ibrahim Mkala, you are most welcome in the show today. I want to appreciate all of you for making time to join us. Today is hot. Too much has happened, and we believe things are falling in place as they fall apart for others. But we trust our nation is headed in the right direction. Let us all gang up and make a difference today, even in shaping the opinion of this great nation, in ensuring that every Kenyan will make an informed decision on who becomes the leader or their leader come the next 5 years after the general election. Asante sana kwa kila moja. Nashukuru wote kwa kujumuika nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Mama Selina, vipi?
Hey, poa.
Yes.
That is the sound of a mother.
Asante.
Wow, Penat. Jana nilisema mtoto anasaliwa. Thank you so much. Mama hakuua mtoto, ametoka akiwa bouncing boy. Tunashukuru His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. Our beloved President Uhuru Kenyatta, watu walimutaut, walisema ajapeleka baba mahali. It was a big story in Kenya, but Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ameonyesha Kenyans that he is a leader, is a principled person. He believe in his words. Tunaambia raisi, tunakuombea mema wakati unapostahafu na kuchunga Kenya. Don't go away. Be around. We need this country. We like it. Kwa hiyo ingine, nataka kushukuru Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Na nimeona celebration utatupatia matungu. Nimeona a very big celebration ya bodaboda na watu ya matungu ikiongozwa na MP Wakamba, kumbe walikuwa na shida. So now celebrations in Ugambani, uwezi amini, wacha hiyo ya Jacaranda. Na sisi yote hapo ndio tulikuwa tunangoja. Hii ingine sasa, hii ingine unaleta watu wawili. You know, why can somebody say I go unopposed? Unajua Penat, hapana enda lete mama mboga na kijana ya paskeli atu mnakuja shindana na hawa. Tungetaka real, Mudavadi angekuwa hapo, Watangula angekuwa hapo, tungeamini. Ama mtu kutoka Nyeri kama huyo Krati Kashakwa, but kukuja kutuambia sijui wengine wakuweza. Vile walilete msichana kutoka Eldoret kusema ana own 100 acres of land, they are still conning us. But nina hakika sasa serikali simama. Kalonzo amerudi nyumbani, amesema baba tosha. Hatutaki kusema mambo mengi. Ukitongoza msichana anakataa, saa ile umeingiza kwa nyumba, hakuna haja kuongea, ni kungojea tu hiyo mimba mtoto ingine asaliwe. Hiyo ndiyo furaha yangu. Mimi nataka kusema asante. Hii watu wamekuwa Meru leo. Hata hiyo hakuna kitu unafananisha naye. The yellow t-shirt, where is my Alex? Sijui hiyo biashara yake ya t-shirt ilikuwa imepotea, inarudi. So I think Alex is making a lot of money. Wacha tuendelee kuona, but at least Kenya imeenda vizuri. Kalonzo Musyoka, Gideon Moi. Gideon asante, umejua kama si Gideon, I don't think kama hii mambo ingewezekana. Pia tumwambie Gideon asante kwa sababu aliweza kukaa na Kalonzo mpaka amekuja na yeye. Mnakumbuka watu wa KANU wakimwambia Gideon twende, na Gideon akasema tunawachia nani wengine. To my friend Mother Karua, oh my dear, I don't know what to say, but I hope ukuingia mkutano ya leo, but come to the winning side. Tumekaa nje sana tangu 2012 na tumekaa kwa baridi. Kucha mam, hata hii watu wakupatia Attorney General, you are a strong person in Kenya. Tunataka Kenya ya, na ukipotea na wamechukua one Kenya, one people, that is our symbol na Kenya. So I don't know symbol yetu inachukuliwa na wewe ukiwa hapi. Tafadhali muniwachie ni console Mother Karua, nimwambie uwezi saa mtoto na unaua. Ukipotea, where do you live? One Kenya, one people. That message is for my sister Mother Karua. And please, wacha kukaa kwa baridi. Tumekaa ya kutosha na tutaki kutoroka. As me, sitaki, I'm so low today kusema I'm a na Kenya, but I'm a na Kenya in Azimio. Mimi niko na baba as your supporter of na Kenya, but mimi niko kwa Azimio. Maybe Penat, mkiunda serikali na mimi nimekuwa mama ya nguvu, nafikiria nitakuja nikilia nikipika makoti munipeleke tuite Matakarua aruti nyumbani. Wacha nipatie watu wengine waongee, but today women we are happy. Asante kwa baba, alirecognize Singilu na akakumbuka wamama wote. That is what we want as women. Na shukuru tena the crowd because of the cry of na mchunge hii kijana yetu ya Mombasa, kijana ya baba Ali Hassan Joe, pongezi kwako. Dunia walikutambua na baba akasema this is my son, huyu ni kijana yangu, tunataka kupatia eko na pongezi. Asante sana mama ya nguvu ya Mombasa, Mishi Mboko. You are seconding the proposal of baba. Ulituwakilisha kwa Kiswahili kwa kirefu. We want to say thank you so much. Nashukuru watu wote wa Kenya. Sasa wacha tuanze kazi in 3 months. Tulikubaliana jana wenye walianza kazi saa 12 na wale walikuja saa 11. We are all equals. Tufanye kazi. Na asante Kalonzo, umesema utalead campaign ya baba. We thank you so much. Tulikuwa na kupenda ndiye sababu ilikuwa inatusumbua. As for today, I don't think there is anybody who can say anything. Ours to say thank you. Thank you, Kenya. We need peace. Tunataka uchaguzi bora. Asante.
Okay, thank you Selina. Mama Selina, tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako, wasia wako na shukrani. Na tunafurahi kama Wakenya kwa sababu inji inaendelea in the right direction. Kuna huyu anasema tuweke wimbo ya lero lero ni lelo. Tutacheza hiyo wimbo leo lazima. Leo lazima. Kwa hivyo relax, tegea hapo, acha tumlete nani kwanza.
Nataka kuomba ruhusa. Huku kidogo stima kidogo inaleta shida, inamalizika hii simu. Sasa sijui kama nitaenda kuomba ruhusa alafu nipotee.
Sasa ruhusa hii unaomba vizuri. Mbona umeanza kuomba ruhusa kama Kalonzo? Omba ruhusa vizuri. Unataka kuongea kwanza ama unataka
mambo mawili tu? Niongo tu mambo mawili.
Omba ruhusa. Okay, endelea tafadhali.
Naomba ruhusa kwa mheshimiwa.
Endelea Bwana Omar.
Okay, ya kwanza sitaki kuchelewesha wenzangu. Ya kwanza nimeshukuru sana, ile mambo nilikuwa nasema kila mara. Kalonzo ni muhimu sana kwetu na Mwenyezi Mungu amesikia maombi yangu, amekuja. Hiyo imekuwa ni block. Hiyo nini voter. Nasa imerudi vile vile. Alafu kuhusu upande ya Kenya kuisha, kumewaka upande ya Musalia. Unasikia Malala vile anasema kama watapatiwa uvice wanajitoa. Hiyo inaonyesha wanataka kurudi kwa baba. Hii itakuwa ni big blow kwa Ruto. Na unajua uchaguzi ni interest. Kama una interest hapo ndani, Kalonzo ameona interest yake kutrust kila kitu, ameona anaweza kumtrust Raila. Raila wametoana mbali, hata yeye mwenyewe Kalonzo anasema Raila wametoana mbali sana. Anaweza kumtrust okay, mara kwanza binadamu atakuwa hivi, lakini Kalonzo ameona njia. Na ya tatu kumalizia, nashukuru sana Uhuru Kenyatta kuacha mabodaboda wafanye kazi zao, kwa sababu hiyo ni kazi walikuwa wanategemea. Na leo ilikuwa ni sherehe, hata mimi ningesherekea leo, lakini ni vile tu stima hapa inaleta shida. Na leo nitalala vizuri na nashukuru Uhuru Kenyatta kufanya kazi nzuri kuhusu upande ya bodaboda na upande ya kushikamana, yani kuleta Kalonzo na Raila kuwashikilia, yani kuwakalisha chini warudiane. Kenya, at least Kenya tunataka ikue kwa njia iliyo sawa. Hatutaki uongozi ya italeta hatari Kenya. Tunataka uongozi ya baba na Kalonzo ndio wanaweza kuokoa hii nchi. Hiyo tu Bernard kwa sasa.
Okay, asante bwana Omar, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele sasa, turudi kwa Kenya, alafu ndio tulete dada mmoja ndio tuendelee mbele. Karibu bwana Kenya, namna gani?
Mzuri sana Bernard. Leo niko on time.
Ninaona leo umewahi kabisa, umebribe Safaricom.
I was almost the first to start the show before even you come around. Vile sikuwa na keys za kufungua ofisi. Thank you so much. Let me just say hi to everyone, like Mama Selina, Wangira, Katwe, Marim, then Shiko. It's been long time. Respect and Romeo, something like that. I'm really grateful about today, and me myself from the mountain. There is the first thing I'm going to tell the mountain people. It's when you call someone for a wedding, we are going to come and celebrate, eat, and drink. But once you guys get married, it's not our part to know how you run your marriage. And that one goes between Ruto and Uhuru. They called us for a wedding and we attended. But from there, we cannot get into their matrimonial bed and panga them there. No, they do themselves. If they disagree, none of our business. Tulishawaenda harusi na wakaoana. So hiyo watu wa mountain wanafaa wa understand vizuri sana. So let me just now go to the topic of today. Raila Tosha, I saw it coming, and we have, especially me myself, I'm very much happy, Mr. Bernard. I'm very much happy, and everything is going as it was planned. Kalonzo took time. He was looking forward to someone he can trust. And you know, Kalonzo couldn't want to be in a group that is in issues now and then. Kalonzo want to remain clean, and Kalonzo is a leader. So for that purpose, Kalonzo did the right thing. And to say Baba Tosha, it shows the unity that those people have been with. And the Kenya now, I think you saw, everyone saw that in that thing, the face of Kenya was there. Every county was represented on the podium, every county, every community. So for that purpose, we are very grateful, and hiyo iko sawa. Let me just go about the Ruto, the UDA people for nomination papers. You know, it's so ironic for someone like Deputy President and the small girl, 22 years old, they are going to submit their papers. You know, that was a big joke. It was a PR. You can tell the presidency, a girl, 22 years, and another man, they couldn't have even afford 1 million to pay for that, for nomination. Then you see them there. That was a planned thing just to put to fool us, we youth, to show us that he is with us. And nowhere, Kenya Kwanza is not with any youth. Hiyo ilikuwa PR, because hiyo ni kitu kila mtu anaona. Hiyo ni kitu kila mtu anaona. Mtoto wa 21 years old anataka kusimama president, anaenda kubishana na Ruto. Mimi mwenyewe siwezi. Mtoto wa 21 ati anaenda kupeleka nomination papers na kijana wa 20 something years. That was a big joke, and DP Ruto, I think they are playing comedies. Let me say that. Bado haja qualify kuwa national leader. Bado ako tu chini huku tu. So I think that was so ironic for him, and nimewadharau sana juu ya hiyo what they tried to do. And about the Uhuru leads the Jacaranda, you know, I've been keeping on saying here, and I'll direct this to the mountain people. The leader, every leader is respected And I said before, I was arguing with Sam here, that President Kenyatta is our leader, we mountain. Tupende, tusipende. Wenye wanapenda, wenye wanakataa, he is our leader. And Uhuru has got followers very well in mountain. Na ni kiongozi wetu na tunamsikianga. And I think today everyone saw what happened. Na bado ajavaa nguo ya siasa, bado ajaivaa. I think most of Kenya Kwanza people, they will start crying very soon. And Kenya Kwanza inaenda kuisha officially. Just wait and see. Haiendi mahali. So watu wakuwa wanajua, hata wenye wanakuja Mount Kenya, wenye wanatusi leader wetu huko, hata we from mountain, the people who are insulting the leader, I think their days are numbered. And Uhuru have shown them. You can see in KICC how many people from Mount Kenya were there. In Jacaranda, you couldn't even say this is a ODM, this is a Jubilee. And we were one Kenya. Tulikuwa kitu moja huko. So for that purpose, Mr. President amefanya kazi mzuri. Na hatuwezi ngoja tuonyeshwe njia na mtu mwenye si kiongozi. A leader will always show directions. Siwezi toka hapa niende nikaambie Uhuru ati tuende left. He's the one who is leading us, and he knows the 10 years plan in government. He knows. Me, I don't know, but he knows the 10 years plan in government. 10 years to come in government. So he's the one we should listen to. And to me, I took that chance to listen to Mr. Kenyatta. And that's the direction I will be following until the day we are going to be given another leader to listen to. So I'm so grateful. At least leo nimekuja mapema sana. Leo niko na time mzuri. My internet today is very nice. KK ni Meru kwetu. I think Bernard, just a little bit. KK wamekuwa kwetu Tharaka Nithi leo. And yesterday I said, it's only Tharaka Nithi is confused. Even in group I told them like that. It's only we Tharaka Nithi. We are a little bit confused. Because if we joke, we are going to remain in opposition and we want to be the government. Because from where I stand, the former governor want to be a senator, and whatever he did, the first governor, it was so embarrassing. And now people are celebrating him because he want to be a senator and because he's associated with Ruto in UDA. I think the Tharaka Nithi people will have to think big. Otherwise our vote zitapotea tu. Hatutasikika, tutaishinja serikali na tuko wadogo sana. Thank you so much. And Amia mpaka late night.
Asante bwana Kenywa, leo tunafunga sesheni na wewe. Kwa hivyo tulia hapo hapo. Let's get this is this the one? One moment. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo kutoka Jacaranda Live. Naomba sasa tumlete dada yetu atoe mchango wake kabla tuende kwa Mr. Wangira. Shiko vipi? Shiko uko wapi?
Pena tu kutuambia tusimame tuimbe, ikukwa imbe peke yake.
Wimbo tutacheza tena midnight, ndio sasa kila mtu ata wala wajui kutingiza mabega, shauri yenu, waanze kujifunza sahi. Shiko
Bernard,
vipi?
yes. How are you?
Poa sana.
Mi ningeomba mwingine aongee then niongee next cause kuna kitu nafanya, niko hapa but niko tu hapa.
Okay, sawa sawa. Alafu kuna complain the screen is dark.
Salimia Mama Serina na Kenywa na Katwe. Nitaongea mtu aongee then niongee after.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Bernard.
Yes.
How are you? How are you?
Well, I'm very happy today.
It was a long day. It was a long day. You remember, watu wengine unakumbuka Mandago akisema kwamba tusiweke siasa kwenye roho, tuweke kwenye lung. Lakini to some of us, bwana, this politics is in our hearts. So today was a very anxious day for most of us, especially after that 5 hours long wait that turned to be like eternity. You remember we were all glued to our televisions wanting to know what was actually happening, because we had been promised that the signing was going to take place at around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. But up to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everybody was now worried, and people were thinking that perhaps Kalonzo Musyoka has played one again on us. But luckily, it started well and it went well, and that's all that I want to say, and I want to thank Kalonzo Musyoka for. As I continue, I want to look at some highlights on what particularly happened on this day. You saw what was in Jacaranda, Bernard. I told you, I think last week, that there is some favor or some political favor or anointing that Raila Odinga enjoys that no other Kenyan politician has. And you felt it in Jacaranda today. Anybody who was in Jacaranda or who watched Jacaranda today, he could watch that, he could feel that political spirit. It was in the air in Jacaranda today. It was in Jacaranda today. To Uhuru Kenyatta, there is this style that was introduced today, and I hope that it's the same style that is going to be used as we now continue with the Azimio campaigns, where it will be President Uhuru Kenyatta now speaking first before he introduces Raila Odinga, and before now Raila Odinga introduces other speakers. You know, it will give Raila Odinga some mileage, especially when they go to Central Kenya. Imagine Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta going to Central Kenya, and Uhuru Kenyatta introducing Raila first and then welcoming him to speak to the people. That one will work magic for Raila Odinga. Martha Karua. Yesterday I told you about Martha Karua, that I had issues with Martha Karua, and I said it yesterday. And I even told you people that I'll be surprised if I see her attending today's event. And just as I had predicted, Martha Karua was nowhere to be seen today. And when she was asked on Twitter where she was, in fact, she replied by saying that she was just relaxing at home, which means that she did not give the today Azimio ceremony the seriousness that it deserved. To what Raila Odinga said today, at least Raila Odinga has now promised to form an inclusive government. That's what every Kenyan has been yelling for. And he has also promised that he'll continue with every good program that Uhuru Kenyatta had started. Kalonzo Musyoka, the man of the day today, this man who made us wait for 5 hours. You know, 5 hours is a long time. 5 hours is like Nairobi and Kericho. We're just waiting for one man to come. I liked where before he said Raila Tosha, he revisited their journey from 2002 and said how they have worked with Raila Odinga since 2002 up to now. And even reminded Raila Odinga how much tear gas they have eaten together. And that just showed you that however difficult it was going to be, eventually Kalonzo Musyoka was going to be part and parcel to Raila Odinga. Part and parcel to Raila Odinga. To Uhuru Kenyatta says that many people never took him serious when he handshaked with Raila Odinga. But today he was telling them 4 years later, wenye macho waone na wenye masikio wasikie, which means their handshake meant business. And now we are seeing that business, and that business is going to make Raila Odinga become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. To our brother in Tanga, they have now become, they are shocked. They have never thought that such an event, was going to occur in the Republic of Kenya. Majority of them are shocked. If you read their comments all over social media, you could see a worried lot. And now they have gone back to motivational speakers. And I'm not a fan of motivational speakers myself. In fact, I don't give motivational speakers my time for my personal reasons. And you see, majority of them now have gone back to motivational speakers, and now they are saying that the political battle between Raila Odinga and William Ruto is between Goliath and David, and they are now labeling William Ruto to be the David and Raila Odinga to be the Goliath. Finally, just as I wind up, I want to finish by what Kalonzo Musyoka wrote today on his Facebook page. It's very, very important. And he said, there comes a time when the nation is more important than an individual. Such a time has come, and Kenyans have said Raila Tosha and I say Raila Tosha for the 3rd time, because I've listened to the people of Kenya. And for Kalonzo Musyoka declaration that Raila Odinga Tosha for the 3rd time, today I use Mutembei's TV here officially to lift the watermelon tag from Raila Odinga. Ensure that you don't call to lift the watermelon tag from Kalonzo Musyoka. From today, when you are Mutembei, ensure that you don't now refer to our brother Kalonzo Musyoka as watermelon. He's now a partner in this business, and you are going to give him the due respect that he deserves. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Asante Bwana Wangira, naomba sasa tumsikilize Katwe. And let's keep to the 3 minutes, please. Katwe. Katwe inaonekana na shida na net. Romians.
Yes.
Romians, you unmute. Unmute your mic.
Okay. Mnanisikiza?
Kabisa, endelea sasa. Dakika zako 3.
Asante sana wale ambao wanahusika kwa saizi, Mama Selina, Kinywa, Katwe, Frederick pamoja na wengine na wale wengine. Nataka kwanza nianze kwa kufurahi sana kwa mambo ambayo yamefanyika siku ya leo. Ilikuwa ni siku ya kuzaliwa kwa mtoto ambaye alikuwa anasubiriwa sana. Mimi kama mwana Azimio kwa damu sana, nimefurahi sana. Nataka niseme kwamba Kenya imefurahi na jinsi ambavyo tuliona rais alipoanza safari yetu, alipotuambia wakati fulani kwamba wakati atachagua yule ambaye atakuja, wakati atatoa yule ambaye atampendekeza, tutashangaa. Nadhani tayari ulimwengu umeshangaa na si Kenya pekee. Nilikuwa nadhani Uhuru ni mtu mwenye moyo wa uchoyo, lakini nimegundua kwamba kumbe ni mtu ambaye ana moyo safi, ambaye ni kiongozi anajali taifa letu kwa jumla. Kwa hivyo nataka niseme kwamba sasa Kenya tumefurahi, na tukiangalia Azimio kweli ni Azimio, manake Azimio limeunganisha kila mmoja, katika matabaka mbalimbali ya kikabila, kutoka pande ya kaskazini, kusini, magharibi, mashariki na hata kati ya Kenya. Kila mmoja amehusishwa pale, na hivyo inamaanisha kwamba tuna viongozi ambao wanajali taifa letu na ukuaji wa taifa letu. Jambo lingine la pili ambalo nataka kuzungumzia ni kuhusu Martha Karua. Upande wa Martha Karua, nadhani Martha Karua bado ana msukumo wa Moses Kuria kidogo, lakini hakika ni kwamba hivi karibuni na imani kwamba atatangaza msimamo wake, na anamkaribisha sana katika sehemu ya Azimio ili tuweze kupanga pamoja. Tunahitaji watu kama yeye katika serikali hii ili tuweze kusukuma mambo mbele, mambo yawe mazuri kule mbele. Alafu jambo jingine ambalo limenishangaza ni the other time nilisema hapa, deputy president si mtu mbaya, mtu mzuri tu, lakini anakosa wale ambao wanaitwa advisors. Wale ambao wanajaribu kumadvise ni watu ambao hawana mwelekeo, kwa sababu huwezi ukachukua mtoto wa miaka 23 alafu unasema anakuwa competitor wako, unakuja kutufanya wajinga hapa. Hapo alianguka sana. Angesema umeinvite watu kama wakina Musalia Mudavadi, wakina Weta na watu wengine, hata angesema na invite hata kina Kalonzo waende waweze kupresent paper zao, waweze kucompete pamoja. Kama hiyo Kenya Kwanza kwa jumla ingekuwa relevant. But leo tumeonyeshwa some kind of jokes. In fact, that is called BJ, the biggest joke of the year, ambayo imefanywa na mtu wa capacity yake. Kwa hivyo sioni kama ni vizuri watu wakifanywa wajinga hivyo, na hasa sisi vijana ambao tunachukuliwa kuwa wapumbavu. Kwa hivyo deputy president anajaribu kucheza. Nikirudi upande ule mwingine wa Musalia Mudavadi na Malala, I think Malala is up to something. Malala kuna mchezo anacheza ambao hatujajua, lakini tutakuja kutambua hivi karibuni. Ninaona upande wa UDA ukibaki bila chochote. Naona UDA wakibaki just an empty shell yenye watu fulani watakuwa wakilialia. Now if you want to know that UDA ni muungano wa watu ambao ni jokers, look at somebody like huyu governor kutoka Kisii. Ana change kidogo, ametoka UDA kidogo yuko ODM, kidogo yuko huku. So you see, these are just, it's a playground of children. Those people would not know what they are doing. They are just enjoying themselves for a very short period of time, then later they'll join others. You know, they are not serious. So we don't want a government that is not serious. It means that this is a government that will take us, hata wanaweza kutuuza waseme hata wasi wetu. They can decide to do anything to us. So we don't want a joking government. We want a serious government that will cater and will take care for every mwananchi kila mahali. Sisi watu wa Kakamega tuko nyuma ya Azimio, na tunaamini kwamba Azimio inatupeleka mbele, na Azimio si ya kikabila. Azimio ni muungano ambao unaunganisha kila Mkenya pamoja. Otherwise, Bernard, I'm just waiting to see us dancing that song Lero ni Lero. Tuende pamoja, tufurahi na tuendelee kutangaza hii injili ya Azimio kila mahali. In fact, we are inviting many people on this platform so that wajue kwamba Azimio ni Azimio. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wacha nishukuru Gideon Moi. Gideon Moi, I told some people, Gideon Moi, I like that person. Nampenda with passion. That person is very, very, very wise. A wise person mwenye haonyeshi ukali wake, lakini is full of wisdom, very calm, very humble as a sheep, and always very wise. And I think that guy is going to lead us is sometimes later. I like that guy, and I believe he's the one who has directed and who has led this Oka thing to happen, to join Azimio. Mali penye Gideon Moi yuko, acha nimwambie Mungu ambariki sana, nazidi kumwongezea hizo hekima na hekima. My brothers from the mountain, let's join hands together. We are no longer going to be cheated or going to be taken for granted as always. People just want to get our votes and they forget about us. So let us follow Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta is a very generous person, of the year, of all years I've ever seen. I was not expecting this to happen, but for sure, Uhuru Kenyatta has shown that he is a leader and a leader who has Kenya in his heart. Thank you sana, asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Romians. Let's hear from Shiko. Shiko, are you?
Yes, I'm here, Bernard.
Haya, karibu
wako. Umeona Kenywa habari ya masiku nyingi.
Salama sana Shiko. Karibu sana.
Asante. Nimekuwa busy so.
Utoe mask. Tukuone.
Natoa tint shortly. Goja. So, mimi ningetaka kuchangia niseme for one kuna watu wanafikiria we didn't like hatukuwa tunahitaji Kalonzo but ukweli tulikuwa tunamhitaji juu hakuna there's no leader mwenye ati akona kura moja hata Kalonzo akona followers wake and I don't see any problem kujoin Azimio. I think nilikuwa nimeshtuka sana mchana kuona hizo venye watu walikuwa wamengoja akuje but hakuwa anakuja and there was that post ilikuwa ina trend online ati ni kama amekataa, ni kama wengine wanasema ni ati Kalonzo ameenda mteja bana. So I'm happy at least ameingia Azimio. Sasa wakuje ground wafanye campaign. And also another thing I would want to say is venye Uhuru alifika Jacaranda then yeye ndiye alialika baba. So I said like now I think hiyo protocol ndio inafaa ikue from now going onwards at least juu sasa Uhuru juu ameishaingia kwa campaign yeye sasa tusikue tunaona akiingia campaign kama tu ni president. Bado heshima iko lakini sasa akiingia ground hakuna mambo ati yeye ndiye president ama yeye ni nani. Sasa ni kufanya campaign. So I'm happy Kalonzo is with us and sasa afanye campaign pia, alete kura zake, wengine pia wafanye campaign, pia mtu alete kura zenye ako nazo. I hope wameagree, si after some few days tuanze kuona press conference za Oka sijui nini. Mwingine ni Martha Karua, I knew she won't hangeenda juu sijui walifanyananga, but I think it's because she has been criticizing Uhuru Kenyatta in Central, I mean Mount Kenya. So hata angeenda sioni kama hawawezi huo sidhani wanaweza kura sahani moja ama kwa meza moja na Uhuru Kenyatta. But anyway, it's upon her whether she wants to be the Kirinyaga governor which hiyo hawezi toboa ngereshe ni shida yake sasa. Wenye wameweza kujiunga na Azimio, let's welcome them. Wacha wafanye campaign and also wacha tuendelee kuhubiri hii injili ya Azimio la umoja, at least baba akuwe na kura mingi. Wale wanasema ni project, venye tu tunasema ni people's project. Personally I'm happy. Another thing I would want ni kucomment ni hiyo ya kwa kina Kenya kwanza. Kenya sijui watu wa Tharakanithi na huko watu ni venye tunawaheshimu wanatuangusha this time. Tunasema Wameru wanavote na huwa wanavote kulingana na venye tunaenda Mount Kenya, lakini raundi hii sijui ni nini Tharakanithi. Ama sasa ni venye watu wanasema Tharakanithi ni dhuraku, sasa wanaturingia na kura zao, sijui ni nini mbaya, sielewi watu wa Meru wanatuangusha raundi, but I think wameuziwa hiyo narrative ya wheelbarrow sana. Sasa wanaona tu wapande pale Mount Kenya wateremshwe na wheelbarrow. Wameamua ni wheelbarrow. But we hope as the days goes by, at least wengi watajiunga na Azimio because tunawaheshimu sana na huko unajua kuna kura mingi sana. Sijui kama ni yule Nyakanga Rigathi. Sijui kama ni yeye alienda akaambia yule Wasugoi kura za Tharakanithi ni mingi aende atuharibie kura huko, but sisi tunajua Wameru at the end of the day watu wa voting they don't vote for you because where you ama tuseme uko party gani. Kama unaona pia John Paul alichaguliwa na independent, so tuwezi sema tumeshaanza campaign kabisa, but tuna hope huko ndio UDA huko ndio yellow fever imeenea sana, but we hope as days goes by watachange juu tunawaheshimu sana. And another thing now I would want to comment, nimeona mtu ametuma nini kwa group, kwa post ingine hapo ati watu wa Kenya Kwisha wameanza pia kusema sijui nini, wasipopewa kiti ya DP, wasipopewa nini. Tunataka kwanza wazozane kwa nyumba yao. Nimeona leo Moses Kuria pia alikuwa ameandika post akisema venye Kimani Ichung'wah alimwambia, sasa Kenya, watu wa Mount Kenya haki tunajiaibisha sana. Yeah? Hata mahali unaenda nini wanatuaibisha, tunajiaibisha sisi wenyewe bana. Tunapigana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Na hao watu wengine wote wameungana, lakini wanasiasa wetu wanapigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Moses Kuria umemuona tena wameanzana na Kimani Ichung'wah sijui nini. Sasa hata tunashangaa kama saa hizi Moses Kuria anafaa kukuwa akipiga campaign kama anauza sera za chama yake, lakini sasa si kuanza kunini na watu wa UDA. Kwani yeye mwenyewe hajiamini? Sasa sisi wenyewe tunapigana nyumbani. Na wacha nikwambie, those people who think that voting for William Samoei Ruto ni kupunish Uhuru Kenyatta, they will punish themselves. And let me tell you, Kenya, we are from Mount Kenya, and my prayer is, nataka kwanza baba aingie. Hao wote wenye wana support Ruto, unajua hawajaonja kukua kwa opposition, wajue opposition ni nini. Wakuange wakituitia press conference kila wakati, wakicriticize serikali, na hakuna wenye wakuwe hata hizo MPs hawana. Hizo ma-MP hawana nini. Sasa wakuwe sasa wako opposition, waonje hiyo kiti ya opposition. Ndio next time mgeni akikuja kwako akikwambia tufanye twende ama ukiitwa na mtu mahali mfanye kitu, unafikiri, you have to think twice. My prayer is, as I summarize what I've said, is we hope Uhuru akuje kwa ground. That's at least afanyie Jubilee campaign, ndio at least baba akuwe na some kukuwe na members of parliament wenye watakuwa kwa Azimio, pia wa Jubilee wakuwe wengi, at least kukipelekwa nini mjadala kwa bunge inaweza pita. Tusikue tuko na president but hana a good support system, like the majority of the MPs wakuwe wako kwa Azimio. So we are hoping Uhuru akuje ground, afanye campaign, watu wa nini na Jubilee. Hata nimeona wengine wakidefect, mwingine alikuwa anasimama kwetu Nyeri, sasa amedefect ameenda Jubilee. Wa defect wote waingie Jubilee na wakuje wafanye campaign vizuri, ndio at least baba akuwe na a good support system kwa parliament, ndio at least kukiletwa mjadala inaweza kupita, isikuwe kuna wale wanawapinga kwa bunge. Hata mkipitisha mjadala, it's numbers, it's not about how you submit ama venye mtaongea, ni numbers zenye zitaongea. Anyway, Bernard, wacha ni malizia hapo, nitaongea baadaye. Asante.
Okay, asante Shiko, nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako na pendekezo lako. Naamini ujumbe unafikia kila Mkenya na kila mmoja ajitahidi. Also, it is too early in the day. It's too early in the day. We have 3 months to go and organize how the country will be in terms of how many votes we get from nowhere. So nobody has Tarakanith yet. Hatujaenda huko na civic education. Kenya wako hapa bado hajafika class huko. By the time anamaliza lecture, mambo yatakuwa yamenyooka. Like Alex amependekeza tayari, we may end up having William Ruto endorsing Raila Odinga, and we have an uncontested presidential election, so everything will fall in place. Naomba tumsikilize Mr. Respect as we move on.
Hello Bernard, unanisikia?
Kabisa, vipi?
Fiti sana, habari ya huko?
Salama kabisa.
All right, I'll be very brief, and I just want to make an appeal. What kate muda kidogo, 3 minutes, keep it 3 minutes, so that everybody can have a chance, at least for the first remarks. Yeah, it's a good day, I think, in Kenya. It's a good day in the diaspora. Tumefurahi sana. Kalonzo, this is all I have to say. I don't think this is about Kalonzo. I think this is about Baba, and this is about Uhuru, It's about someone who is loyal. Nafikiri Bernard unakumbuka scripture inayosema even when we are unfaithful, he remains faithful. Na hiyo ndio ninaona character ya baba, kuwa it doesn't matter what happens, he understands the ground, he understands what is at stake, he can put childish games aside and actually concentrate on what is needed, what is important. And for him, he realizes that yes, Kalonzo may be what he is, it doesn't matter. Yeye anakuwa loyal, kuwa this person has been with me, we've fought fights, we've been together, and what is important for us is to move the country forward. If you keep going back, I'm still going to be pulling you so that we can focus on the game, we can focus on the target, we can focus on what is needed. So it's more about the character of the man that he's saying Tosha. It's not about Kalonzo himself. It's good what he has done. We have to give him kudos for that, but that should not be the main focus. The focus should be on Baba, and because he had to accept. Sio kwamba Kalonzo amejilazimisha kwake and Baba had no choice. No, he had to accept, and it's not because he didn't have anybody else. He had a lot of people who've been floated around, Peter Kenneth, Peter Munya, and all these other people. And he said, yeah, I'll go with the person that I'm more familiar with, to songe mbele. So it's about Raila's loyalty. It's not about Kalonzo. And I think to add on that, Uhuru na Raila know something that we do not know about the game, about the ground, and about what is at stake. So wao wanacheza ile game ambayo iko mbele sana, and probably what we are seeing is just the surface. We don't know what game they're playing. I have a hunch that Kalonzo anaweza kuwa DP, a one-term DP. So just to ease up things, to make sure that things are smoothened, and then vile watu wanasema kuwa Raila can be a one-term president, Kalonzo anaweza kuwa one-term DP, so that huko mbele Raila na Uhuru wanasema wacha tushikamane sahi, but huko mbele tutajua kile kitatendeka. The other thing I want to say is Uhuru has proved the naysayers wrong. Amekuwa pia ni mtu wa his word. So wale ambao wanalalamika, who are complaining, they have to ask themselves, how come this person has remained truthful to his word, na sisi tunasema ya kwamba alitupanga, sisi tunasema ya kwamba alitukosea? What has happened that he's actually decided to support someone in the opposition and he has stuck with him to the end? The last thing I want to say, nataka congratulate His Excellency Mr. Ruto, and I think he's a good student of Baba. So I think he will make a very good opposition leader, na tumuombe uko mbele atakuwa na kazi. I want him to succeed. I want him to succeed as an opposition leader, and I want him to put Baba's feet to the fire. Asimwachilie hata kidogo, so that we can have a good working government. Hayo tu ndio nitasema kwa saa hii. Let me step aside so other people can also contribute. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Thank you. With that respect, we appreciate your givings. Let's have Mwalimu, na tuchunge muda ili tusikae sana, watu waanze kurudia. Mwalimu, karibu, vipi?
Papa sana, asante. Asante kwa kunipa wakati, kwa nyote kabisa hapa studioni. Nikianza kabisa kwa hafla ya leo. Hafla ya leo ilikuwa sawa, na hiyo imeprove kabisa kwamba rais wetu ameprove wrong wale walikuwa wanasema Raila anachezwa. na kwa kauli yake ya kwanza hapo awali alisema kabisa, si kwamba nitasema hivi hapa nikienda kwingine niseme tofauti. Hivi nitakavyosema ndo ni hivyo hivyo, na hiyo ndo imedhihirika wazi. Na napongeza sana Man Stivo kwa kauli yake akisema kwa moyo safi nimeamua baba tosha. Na ilikuwa ni kazi ngumu kusema ukweli. Kama ulisikia Junet Mohamed akisema mkutano ya kina mama huisha haraka, lakini hawa baba ndio inasumbua. Na ni kazi kubwa sana imefanywa na President Uhuru Kenyatta na pia Gideon Moi. Maana tunakumbuka awali wafasi wake ama wale watu wake karibu alisema achana na Oka tuingie Azimio watatupata mbele, lakini akasema nataka tuingie pamoja, twendeni mosmos. Na nampongeza sana hapo kwa kufanya hiyo juhudi yote, na kama alivyosema baba, kama serikali yake haitaacha mtu nje, wote watakuwa ndani, na imani akishinda hii kiti atatimiza vile alivyosema. Na nikienda upande wa UDA kuna mchezo mwingi, kwa sababu katiba yenyewe inaeleza to be a president lazima uwe 35 years and above. Hiyo ni katiba imesema, sio mimi, sio Mkenya mwingine, sio nani. Iweje leo hii unatucheza akili, unachukua mtoto wa 23 years na mtu mwingine sijui 20 ngapi years unaweka hapo kama competitors wako? Yani amechukua wale watu kuweka pale atuonyeshe sisi kama youth yuko pamoja nasi, lakini hiyo sio jambo zuri aliyofanya. Yani ni hujuma kwetu, na najiuliza pia kwa sababu gani hangechukua watu wengine ama wale vinara wenza kama venye Azimio ilivyofanya kuchukua hao watu wakaongea. Kwa nini asingechukua Mudavadi ama Weta kaweka pale wakafanya hiyo kazi? Na jambo hili naona ndo limeleta mtafaruko kwenye hiyo chama, mpaka Cleophas Malala anasema lazima tupewe DP. Hiyo jambo naona ndo imeleta shida, na ikiendelea hivyo si kitambo utasikia hao watu wametoka wamerudi kwa nyumba yao, kwa sababu hiyo nyumba wameenda ni nyumba ya kukodi. Nyumba yao halisi ni kwa ODM ama Azimio, huko ndo kwao. Na pia nampongeza baba sana, kama crowd ilivyosema, ikitaja Joho, akisema Joho ni mtu wangu. Yani mimi kama mpwani nimesikia roho imegusika, maana yani si mtu atoke huku afike huko bara usikia akitajwa jina yake, huyo huwa niko na msukumo maalum. Naye baba amejibu akisema nimejua Joho ni mtoto wangu, na ninaamini siku za mbeleni Joho atakuwa rais wa Kenya, hiyo naamini. Na pia kwa utaratibu alionao Gideon Moi, ukimwangalia hivi utasema si mwanasiasa aliyekomaa, lakini kuna kitu ndani yake ambayo anafikiria, anapiga hesabu kikamilifu, kwa sababu kama angelikuwa mtu ambaye si wa kupiga mahesabu, nadhani hangemshawishi Mr. Stivo kumwambia twende huko. Angemwambia tusimame kivyetu na tuende hivyo hivyo. Lakini mimi nawapongeza sana sana wanaoka, hiyo signing ambayo imefanywa ni signing nzuri, na matumaini Azimio One Kenya Alliance itashinda huu uchaguzi. Asanteni nyote, Mungu awabariki.
Okay, asante mwalimu, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tulinde muda tuende mbio mbio. Frederick, namna gani leo?
Niko salama sana, labda wewe?
Niko fiti.
Sorry,
Maoni
Bernard.
yako moja kwa moja.
Hi, Bernard.
Asante sana.
Sorry.
Yeah, wacha
Yes. Mtu anataka kuongea?
Bernard, sorry, wacha
Shiko,
nitoke.
kuna nini?
Mtu aingie, nitaingia baadaye. Sawa.
Okay, sawa Shiko. Thank you. Fred endelea. Fredrick.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. Allow me to greet all my friends. Good evening. I can see our only mother in this group, Selena. Good evening. I just want to say thank you for what has happened today. We can say it is a miracle, unexpected miracle. And today we are very, very happy, Bernard. Na baba alisema hana hata maneno la kusema, yani alikuwa na furaha ili hawezi hata kuongea. But what I want to tell our citizens, all Kenyans, that is not enough. I can just say that's the first step of our journey. Up to now, we still don't know who will be the running mate of our father Raila Odinga, and we hope they will give us the correct person. And their calculation, I know they calculate it very well. I just want to tell our Kenyans that we should go and register for those who doesn't have the ID cards, who have not taken voting cards. Please, it is our time now to go out and register so that we can have our votes at hand. Kwa upande wa UDA sijui Kenya Kwanza. Yesterday I told you that they are very confused. And today we can confirm our statement from yesterday that they are very confused. I heard Malala talking about them quitting Kenya. I think Malala, he needs something to be added. Maybe the pocket is running. Ajaze na mfuko, ni kama pesa imeisha. Sasa ameanza kupiga kelele. Alikuwa alipata pesa, alikuwa anatusi baba kila mara, akienda wapi Raila. Na tulikuwa tunasema ukisikia umbwa anabweka sana, jua kuna mwenye umbwa. Sasa nafikiri saa hii kuna kitu anataka. Maybe mdosi wake ndiye anataka kitu na hataki kusema. Sasa amemtuma Malala aende aongee. Juu wakati walikuwa wanaenda UDA walijua vizuri huko UDA Ruto ndio president, running mate wake ilikuwa inatoka huko Central. Hiyo mpango walijua tena vizuri sana. Kama walikubali kuingia huko, hakuna haja wapige kelele. Ama wakisaona dalili ya mvua ni mawingu na kila kitu imechange, they should just come and ask for forgiveness. Our father Raila Odinga is a very forgiveness person. Hana maneno mengi, hata mkanyage mguu leo, kesho bado atakutana na wewe, atakusalamia, kama kuna kitu atakupatia. Warudi tu nyumbani. Sisi tunataka watu wa Kenya tukue pamoja, tukue kitu kimoja. To our president, I think it is a very, very easy in the whole Africa, the first president to support an opposition leader. I think this one only took place in South Africa. And huko nyuma ulisikia Murade akisema prepared for Raila's presidency. These people knew whatever they're doing. They knew where they came from, and they also know where they want to go. With us, we are very happy with the direction they are taking us to. We can just pray for them. Those are our two leaders. We can just pray for them so that we have a peaceful country. We have a developed country. I think in our country, Kenya,
we have so many resources. Kama ni chakula tunayo Kenya, kama ni minerals tunayo Kenya. Many industries are here within Kenya. Nothing we can look from outside if we have a organized leaders and organized country and organized citizen, so that all our programs na kila kitu tunafanya ikuwe na mpango, ili tusikue kama inchi yenye aina chochote. Let us just pray for our leaders. Today I don't have much to say. If maybe there's something, I'll come later. Let me give room for someone also to continue. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante Frederick, you have already said much, but it's well. You are welcome, and we look forward to interact further. Naomba hivi, who is this? Anasema put me on call so that I contribute. You click on the link we are sharing, and then you will get inside and then contribute. There are no calls here. Thank you very much, Odo, and your interest to contribute. I want us to move forward. Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day for those who went to school when school was still school. Karibu, Mr. Kamau.
Asante sana. Habari panelist wote.
Salama, karibu.
I'm happy to also be here and contribute on the events today. Those who have read the book of Daniel 5, they know these words that were, I think, spoken they were written in the wall. Mene mene tekel. You know, I am a Bible student, so I know them. The meaning of those words of the chapter is that the writing is on the wall. You have been weighed and you have been found wanting. Those were messages to Ruto. Unless I don't know what happens, his die is cast. He is the only person who propels his campaign, and 25 parties going against you, my friend, it is difficult. Because as a lone ranger, he is doing very little except going to market places. And in any case, I think now the die is cast, the writing is on the wall, and the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya is none other than Raila Odinga. In my own prediction, as I had predicted that Kalonzo is going to say at the end of the day that he's going to support Raila and says Tosha, there comes a time when the nation is more important than an individual. And that is what he said in many words. And I am saying this, that my prediction is that Baba is going to sweep over 65% of the votes cast on 8th, is it on 8th or 9th? 9th August this year. It is no doubt that he is leading in majority of the county, over 32 counties, in my estimation. And that is no joke. This is the mother of all alliances. And therefore, as one person said there, I think the only thing UDA can do now ni watembee kwa mwendo wa aste aste wa ujiunge na kikundi cha Azimio la Umoja. We need a united country. We need to be together. They don't need to the chest thump. They were in Meru abusing as their nature, Kiraito Murungi, and they think this will give them votes. Yeah, I think if there is a sober nation, I know is people of Meru. Meru will not be, when they get to the ballot, they make the decision without any influence of euphoria, and they will make a good decision when it comes to the presidency. So I'm a very happy person today, because this is the election we need. What President Uhuru Kenyatta wants, and I can see him, he is so passionate about it. It is to see that this country is united. Because I imagine of a situation if he could have supported Ruto for whatever sake. Let's say even Ruto was a very non-corrupt person. You know, he has very many issues that works against him. But let's take, for example, and do what we call the reverse way of looking at it. Let's say that he supported Ruto for presidency. we could still have be in the same problems that we had in 2017 and 2013 and 2007, whereby we find that this nation, other people are lesser than the others, that some Kenyans feel like they are more important in this country than other Kenyans. But I think what Uhuru Kenyatta is interested in is that it doesn't matter the color of your skin. It doesn't matter the religion you go to. It doesn't matter whether you are short or tall. But if you're a Kenyan and you're within the borders of this country, you have a right like any other person. And that is the message today, what I saw. Because Azimio, by and large, it has taken all the tribes. There are many Kiksis, there are Lus, there are Turkanas. And if you look at it that way, then that is a way a country can prosper. I think for many years we have been living in a life or in politics of division, and that did not propel this nation to prosperity, because we employed people depending on the name. But I think now that is going to change, because I think Raila, and I know Raila is the most equitable person you can ever see in life. I have visited his Capitol Hill office. I have even been one of his foundation in Upper Hill, and even the speech writers of Raila. You will not find the tribesmen. He does not follow tribesmen. He takes you with the merit. We have seen his lawyer. We have seen the people that actually are in a hotel. Like I go to a hotel here. I think one of his hotel in Kisumu is called Loyal Suisse. You will find the managers are from all tribes, and I think this is what we have been missing. It is an opportunity of fresh air, where we now do things differently. We love each other, and at the end of the day, Kenya prospers to the next level. I am happy that Kalonzo declared. There are people who are accusing him that he has swallowed his word, that he said he can be a fool if he supports Raila that time. But also there is a saying that goes like this: it's only a fool also who does not change his mind. You cannot stay on one thing that cannot help you. Options at Kalonzo were very few. Going alone could not have helped him. Supporting Kenya Kwisha, it is a bigger blunder. But he has always been a person who is incorruptible. He doesn't love corruption. So he knows that the group in Kenya Kwanza, that is why we are calling them Kenya Kwisha. These are hungry tigers. They are ready to devour this country into small pieces. They are going to sell even the cockroaches in State House if they have an opportunity. You can imagine. And therefore, we will not, as a people of Kenya, allow people with such appetite to be in charge of this country. We cannot. That is not going to be possible. They thought that they're going to use the border now to influence the issue, but we also, I think the group of Azimio is smarter. They thought they were going to use the border to propel and put some kuongeza mafuta kidogo. Unajua moto ilikuwa imeenda kufifia. Sasa wakapata opportunity ya kusema sasa watu wa boda wasiguzwe, wako na watoto, so that there is an euphoria coming. Watumia hiyo euphoria. Yeah. But the government also said that they have stopped the crackdown. They want mazungumuzo kwanza. Na hiyo itasaidia Azimio sana, so that at the end of the day there is no euphoria. In fact, both border people say today they thank the president and the Light Honorable Raila Odinga for stopping the issue of crackdown. We know that this has to continue, but let us also, I think it's also good in the days of campaign. You don't leave anybody behind, because right now you disenfranchised the watu wa border, then it is going to be hard. So as I finish, wadau, let us preach the gospel of peace. I usually say that. And number two, let us propel the message of Azimio la Umoja, which is bringing the country together. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate your perspective and huge contribution towards what Kenya needs to hear and know. Now, it is the turn for WG, but deliberately we are going to jump over you and go to Julia first, and then I will also leave the chairmanship with you for a while. So after Julia, you will take over, make your submission, then invite Dan and Douglas and Makambi. Kwa hiyo mkururo, but kuna nini? Ngoja. WG, after Julia is Cliff. Cliff ali drop off, ndio ukuje kwa Dan. Sawa sawa. Julia, karibu. Namna gani?
Thank you, Asante. Hi, Bernard. How are you doing?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for observing the one third gender rule. Hata kwa hii show. Nashukuru sana for everyone who is here. Thank you so much for coming to this show. I'm delighted to see you. I saw a young lady called Shiko earlier. Hope she comes back. I like to listen to her, especially when she's talking about what's happening in Mount Kenya region. Juu wengine wetu hatuna hiyo details, so when she tells us exactly what's happening, really nice to hear that. Now today's topic, Raila Tosha, Kalonzo declares. I knew Kalonzo had to do that, but from me, I think he did that shingo upande. He didn't want to say that, because if he wanted to say that, he would have done that a long time ago. And I don't think he's a wise person. There's a time I said in this show that if I had been Kalonzo, I would have been backing Raila all the way from the time he began campaigning. And I would have been like, it is time for Baba, and I'm supporting him. And I agree he deserves to be president. Reasons why Kalonzo should have done that. Now you can see people are beginning to see something. I saw that even before. If Kalonzo never saw that, I think he lacks wisdom. If you look at Raila presidency is most likely to be a one-term presidency, which means we need to groom somebody to take over him after him. But me, from my view, from the word go, I did not think that even after 5 years, the Raila's Baba's running mate is going to be prime to become president. Whether it was going to be Munya or it was going to be Peter Kenneth or whoever is going to be, was not going to be ready for presidency. In fact, I did not think that Mount Kenya region was ready for presidency after 5 years. That informed me that if Kalonzo was a wise person, he should have been backing Baba all through. And that would have given him a chance, a very big chance, because if you support someone wholeheartedly, bila kumwekea conditions like Kalonzo was doing, you win their heart. You know, you don't win people's heart by giving them conditions. It's like a woman giving the husband conditions. Kama unanipenda, nifanyie hii. Kama unanipenda, enda kwa mama yangu. Kama unanipenda, fanya hii. Eventually, the man may still marry her, or maybe may marry her because maybe she's the mother of his children, but that man will not be a happy man. And given a chance, that man can easily marry another wife. So that is the condition that Kalonzo put. And even now, they had to persuade him and really talk to him. I think they were in KICC. And I think one of the people that played a big role is Uhuru, and I think someone like Gideon Moy. And this, when I saw Uhuru today, I was very proud to be associated with Uhuru. And I was beginning to think, I think siasa yake ingekuwa inaanza saa hii. Today he looks like a nationalist. He looked so, I mean, his character came out so well that he looks like a statesman, a little statesman, a man that unites a country. I am so proud of our president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. But Uhuru and the others had go out on their way and talk to Kalonzo. And then he was saying there, like, without any condition. That's what he was saying. Bila mashati yoyote, mimi nasema Baba Tosha. But you could see his body language. He didn't mean it. He's like telling your husband, I'm loving you without any conditions. Na hata yani nikikuangalia, we can feel it. You make us feel that you had to be pushed to the wall to make up your mind. That is how Kalonzo did it to them. All the same, we appreciate he did that, and he should have seen it coming. He should have seen that he had high chances of becoming president of Raila if he was going to play his cards well. He should have seen that. I don't understand why people struggle with thinking, because I saw that. I saw that if I was in Kalonzo's shoes, I would have been the next president. So I would not have behaved the way Kalonzo behaved. I would have backed Raila all the way. I would have been supporting him. I would have been backing him. I would have been just be singing Baba from the word go. I would have marshals the whole of Kambani. I would not have allowed the likes of Ngilu, the likes of Mutua and Kibudha to say things about me. I would have been there on the front telling them we are a team and we are backing Baba. I would not have been saying that unless I'm a madman to support Baba. I would not have said such things. So the little drama he did between then and now has really given us, most of us here, develop cold feet towards him. And even if Baba is going to say Kalonzo Tosha after 5 years, it is going to be an uphill task. I can promise him that. It is going to be an uphill task for people to decide that he deserves to be president. It's going to be an uphill task. All the same, I appreciate that he backed Raila. It was the right thing to do, and I am happy with that. So with that, we can see that we expect that Raila is going to win so many votes. Like someone said here, 65%. Yeah, because now we won't need a rerun. Now, going to what I saw in Ruto, I saw Ruto doing something silly, that he was presenting his papers, and it's just like Ruto. That is why he behaves. He thinks Kenyans are stupid. He thinks we are so dumb. I think his followers should see that Ruto thinks they are dumb. Like, they have no brains. He thinks that he takes them for a ride, because for us, he cannot take us for a ride. How do you present somebody who is physically challenged? I'm not trying to say that people who are physically challenged should not vie for presidency. And another person, he says, and they announced that he came through with a boda, and they came, that is just drama. UDA belongs to Ruto. UDA is Ruto, and Ruto is UDA. So claiming other people came to vie for presidents, that was just little drama, and it didn't work. It worked negatively. In fact, I think the relatives of those people, especially that lady, should sue Ruto. I think that is psychological abuse for that lady, because they presented her there. They must have wanted to use her. They were using her for a show. So Ruto needs to be sued for that. And because she's young, if that was my daughter, I would sue Ruto for damages because of what he did, because he was trying to use those people to stage a show. That is wrong, and that is not fair. That is inhumane, because we all know that in a democracy like Kenya, presidential candidates are decided through so many methods. And I think the most democratic thing we have seen now is what the negotiations between Raila, Kalonzo, and Uhuru. That was the most democratic thing we have seen. It was in the open. We saw it coming. We knew they were speaking. We know they were talking to each other. They were trying to negotiate to decide on who next. So we know that was real. That was genuine, and that was real. But what Ruto staged, someone should just tell Ruto that we are not even school children. Maybe if he stages this in a high school, it will work, because it's a high school and those are school children, because it will look like those little plays you are watching, kama Kilio cha Haki, ama Kijeketile, ama Things for Apart. It will work, because it will be like a literature play being staged in a high school. That will work. But staging this and telling Kenyans that I presented my papers and there were, I don't know how many opponents, and these were the opponents, he should even have said, it is me, Musalia Mudavadi, and maybe bringing someone else, like even Rigathi Gachagua. That would have made sense. That would have made real sense, that me and Musalia, we presented our papers, and after deliberations, UDA decided that I am the best presidential candidate. It would have been better. It would have made sense. So Ruto should just learn, we are not idiots. Kenyans are not idiots. And I think he should find a country where people are idiots to play such games. Now, KK is back in Meru. I think they are trying to undo what happened between Kiraito and Peter Munya. It is going to be an uphill task for them to do that. And to conclude now, as we go forward, now these campaigns are very easy for Baba. And I want to tell you, GDA supporters who are here, it is either you're in the camp of the corrupt or you are not. In Kenya, there are only two things. Some of us have never voted for Baba. All those times he has vied for presidency. But we have made a resolution that Baba is the best candidate for Kenya now, for many reasons. One, he's uniting us. Secondly, we trust him to fight corruption. So it is either you're in the camp of the corrupt or you are not. So if you decide in August 9th to go ahead and vote for Ruto, then we know where you belong. We know where, even if you say that Ruto has been accused and the accusations have not been proved, you are telling us to trust our lives and our country in the hands of those who have been accused? No. I will repeat again, like I think I said this yesterday. We are afraid. We are very much afraid. We are afraid of what will happen to our treasury. We are afraid of the future of our children. We are afraid of the future of our industries. We are afraid that even the dams we want to construct will not take off. We are very much afraid. So we cannot have Ruto for president. So either you are in the camp of the corrupt or you are not. The choice is yours. Let Kenyans decide. But for us, we have decided. We have nothing to do with people who are suspects of corruption, leave alone other crimes. Thank you, WG.
Asante sana mama. Thank you very much, Julia, for your contribution. In fact, I wish many people, especially those who haven't made their decisions, could hear what you just said. We invite everyone, people who think and wish well this country where it's moving, that they can get things clear the way you've put them. Asante sana. Cliff has dropped out. He has dropped off, and I think we are having a challenge that no one can enter to the discussion or to the forum because there's no one to add them in. Bernard has gone. So we remain the five of us. So I guess I'm going to do my presentation because I was the one to follow Cliff. And by the time I finish, Bernard shall have come back or added some more people, and Douglas should now, is it Douglas or Dan? Douglas, I guess you are the one who should be waiting on the waiting list.
It's done.
It's done. Okay. Dan should now, okay. You should be on the standby. So I wish to begin by stating that, Julia, we are sharing things in common here about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Actually, on my submission, I said I wanted to tell Bernard that I wanted to dedicate like almost 75% of my contribution to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. To me, I think it's not even about Raila, it's not about Ruto. The current Kenya is about Uhuru Kenyatta because he has motivated, he has steered and contributed a lot into the direction of things that is taking place currently. The hope that Kenyans have on Raila's presidency, the one who's catapulted it, is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta through his deliberate actions. And I'm saying so because, Uhuru has been going, against the wind ever since. When it was most unlikely, he came and united with Ruto to form the current government that is passing away. Nobody expected that, especially judging from what had taken place in 2007. So he joined hands with Ruto, and they formed a very formidable, government in 2013. And he did not just stop at as such. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is one person who simplified the institution of presidency at a time when it was a medium. Actually, it was being, seen as a medium towards which people would incarnate into small gods. The institution of presidency, he made it so casual. At one point, people like this musician Bahati would even go and play around and even sit on that seat. Who would try that during the time of, Daniel Arap Moi? Who would even try that during Mwai Kibaki? He made that presidency so simple. He is a man who would get out of State House with his own car and drive in the streets. And only the police will just realize, kumbe, it's the president around. Giving, making it simple, And now with that presidency, when people were expecting that this is the people, especially people from his backyard, and the way they've been agitating for that seat for many years, and he comes up and says, this seat should go round so that every other Kenyan should enjoy its comfort. You see, so that people may feel that it belongs to everyone, the symbol of unity of this nation. That is Uhuru Kenyatta for you. So to me, this is a man, son of Jomo, has been a man of history. He's going down in history as one of the best presidents in Africa. The other thing I wanted to say is that still on his backyard, he's gone against the grain. When people wanted to preserve that seat, you can see that pain in people like Moses Kuria, people like even Maina Wanjigi himself. I heard him yesterday saying that you guys, you are saying that you are satisfied with the presidency. You want it to go. I don't know whether some of you heard it. That you are saying that it is enough now for you with that seat. But this is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and I know even those people who are supporting Baba today, they've been cudgeled around, and they've been forced by Uhuru Kenyatta to see it in that light, that unity is better than having that seat, and Kenyans still shed blood each election year and compete even when it's not necessary. So all this Uhuru Kenyatta has motivated Kenyans, and we are very appreciative. The other thing is the development, and now what we are seeing today is an indication that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in his first term was held ransom with wrong hands, which only thought that development is only, should only go to two destinations, somewhere in the Rift Valley, not even the whole of Rift Valley, and Central. But you see, like today, you look at Kenya, you observe Kenya from Turkana to the coast, and from Mandera to, Migori, you will think that it's a construction site. Everything is going on, each and every corner. And that is the effort of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta after he was released, or after he relieved himself from those hands. And because of his good character, many people had mistaken him as a weakling, Let me tell you today, if you look keenly, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has never lost any battle with anyone. He always emerged victorious. He is strategic and very humble while executing it. This is the moment that we should celebrate this man. We will only know his value once he's exited. And like you are saying, Julia, we wish Uhuru Kenyatta was just beginning his journey so that they would coordinate well with Baba in putting this nation where it belongs in the world map. I want to talk about Kalonzo Musyoka. I think judging from his body language, the way Julia puts it again, is that I don't think it was his making. It was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's push. And I don't think it ends now. If you thought that Kalonzo Musyoka, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta insisted in having Kalonzo Musyoka in Azimio, just casually, I think Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has more plans for him. That one, we will cross the bridge when it reaches there. According to me, I don't want to talk about it so much, but I think it is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's chess that is playing by insisting on having Kalonzo Musyoka playing an important role in Azimio la Umoja. It is not himself. So whether he's going to succeed with him, time will tell. Number two about Kalonzo Musyoka is that now that he's in Azimio already, all is not lost, even if he's not becoming the president now. Like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta did not come from a deputy president or a vice president into presidency. He came from a ministerial position to power. Anything can happen when you play your cards well. So I normally say that anyone, the field is open, anyone can still become the president or succeed Raila Odinga after 2027. But that is according to the way you are going to play your role as a politician. The other thing that I wanted to say is about Oka, or sorry, not Oka, not Oka, Kenya Kwisha, Kenya Kwanza Alliance. I think today it was eminent, and I was hoping that one of you would have observed that no contributor have heard talking about it. Do you realize that William Ruto, who is the deputy president, went down to collect the to go to get his ticket to become the president? But the lowly people that he insists that is empowering into something were shunned. They were sent away empty-handed. If they truly believe in bottom up, the guys from the bottom today arrived in UDA offices seeking to climb to the top. What happened to them? Should this bottom up only mean economic, not leadership? So that is one of the con game that we know that William Ruto plays so well. His heart is not even with those lowly people. He wants to climb on them towards getting into the top seat. We've been saying that to them. They don't want to listen, these UDA guys, especially our youth, some of these youths of ours. They don't want to listen. Deputy President does not have any soft spot for you people. Otherwise, if it was like that, then the game would have changed today. They should have let those youths climb to the position of leadership, being the top. But because they also believe that those kids or those youths have nothing to offer. They believe they don't have anything, you see, so they were blocked. What is 1 million? If they were really serious, they would have changad, even they would have made the money available. But there's nothing like bottom up. There is nothing. It was a trickle down today. They should actually abandon those terms now. It was a trickle down, trickling from up. Who is the deputy president? Not even Raila Odinga, who is gunning for presidency as an opposition leader. This one is gunning for presidency as a deputy president. He should have been an incumbent, you see, but he's coming down. He's trickling down to these people and stopping those people who should be climbing up from down. So what kind of bottom up have you been preaching? You know, that is a big shame. The other thing is, I think we, yes, Madividi, Musalia Mudavadi. I had people saying that, oh, Madividi should come back and, oh, I join. There's nowhere where Madividi is coming back. Let him stay with William Ruto so that they form a formidable opposition. We need a formidable opposition. Let him play that role. There's no room here. We are so full, this other side. Tafadhali Musalia, don't ever come back. You and Nani and Malala, stay with William Ruto. Hata kiatu ikikufinya kaa hapo. That is what ni yenye wewe mwenyewe ulijenga hiyo kitanda kilalie. We told you before you moved in there. So because, and therefore I also want to ask myself, what is this obsession with presidency? That every other person wants to become the president. If you can't offer me either position of presidency or DP, then there's nothing we are going to do with you. What is this obsession? Are we serving your egos, or we are expecting you to give us a better Kenya? Are you coming to serve the Kenya we want, or you are coming to serve your ego? So please, you don't have to be the president. Just play a role of the opposition leader, or contribute in that side also. That is also helping Kenya, part of helping Kenya. So stay there. So let us now sit back and watch defections happening and ground shifting from Ruto's side. That is all that we want to wait and see. Asante sana, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, WG. Where is Cliff? Cliff amedrop. Ulipatia muda?
Yeah, no. He dropped off almost immediately.
Sorry for that. Now we listen to Dan, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, Dan, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We are great.
Okay, I think most of the issues have been addressed. Maybe I could dwell on what Malala is demanding and what could be of effect to us. And I think if he pushes on and David gets the deputy president slot, it will be a better deal to both sides, because it will mean like Mount Kenya will not have a deputy president in either side. And to this, they will not vote because they are voting for their deputy president, but they are voting for individuals. Like they will vote for Raila, and they also vote for William Ruto in that case. And this will be a better deal, I think, to both teams, because we'll have a fair and more informed decision, rather than maybe some people may getting votes because of they have their own. And the other side, because Kalonzo has come, and the line of in line with Azimio, there's no better deputy president than Musalia Mudavadi in terms of politics. Kalonzo has brought more weight than anyone else. So in Azimio, we have to expect that Kalonzo is going to be the deputy president. And now we are expecting what the Kenya Kwanza will offer us as their deputy president. The people are saying that Ruto could have invited someone else for the interviews. okay, they could not have invited Wetangula or maybe Mudavadi because UDA, they are not in UDA, but maybe they could have invited someone who is in UDA in that case. And I'm not sure if the two individuals are members of UDA or not. But maybe, but the people in UDA, maybe Murade Kashagwe and Alice Wahom, they are not going for presidency, but they are going for maybe deputy president. So maybe that was the reason. I think that's all from me.
Okay, thank you. UDA and their ploys is okay. How do you? I try so hard to appreciate what happened today. It doesn't compute. It doesn't compute. Number one, these people are underage. Number two is why now? Because it has all along. One person has been competing against himself as UDA candidate. Then, as yesterday, there are now two other people. Then these two other people don't meet constitutional threshold, but are allowed to go through the process. So, who is playing who where? I think we just need to reach a place as Kenyans and get fed up with some of these games. DP needs to spare us all these things. We have endured his performance on the international platform. We are considering to forgive him. Now, why should he add salt to injury? Douglas.
Bernard, usikasirike sana. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you, Karim.
I want to start from where Bernard you've left. I want to insinuate and think that Ruto is the same person who came up with the issue of wearing same shirts, same ties, and same walking style and same dressing. Those are the PR gimmicks he's used to. And that is the same things he's playing today, hoping to fool us as Kenyans that, oh, look, I'm more democratic than the other side. That is purely PR, and those are gimmicks. They cannot see the light of the day in such an informed generation. Number two, I want to applaud what Kalonzo did. It cannot be underestimated. Personally, I've always loved Kalonzo. His diplomatic roles that he has played and all that he has done, even in the NASA, in the Accord coalition, and even the 2007 elections. And we must realize that every leader has his own flaws and problems and challenges. And then we must learn to respect leaders from that point. No leader is perfect. Even Nelson Mandela, the respected leader in the whole of Africa, had his own problems, his own flaws in South Africa. And today I don't want to speak about what happened today, but I want to specifically go to this man, Raila. Today I want to give reasons why I love this man and why I have always thought that this is the right man and this is the man that I really want to vote for. This is a man who is loved and hated in equal measure in Kenya. He's a man who has grown to become a consummate politician. He's a dependable leader, somebody who can show a guide. He's somebody who stands. You know, when Maraga was giving the ruling in 2017 in the Supreme Court, he said the world needs leaders, men and women who cannot be bought or sold, men who have a clear conscience, and men their conscience is true as the needles to the pole. And that is the same thing I find in Raila. Yes, he might have his challenges, his flaws, and political issues must be handled politically. So at times he must handle political issues politically. Like when people say that he's not diplomatic in ODM, those are political issues, and you cannot solve political issues using diplomacy or using roundtable discussions. No, you handle them politically, and they have to get solutions politically. So he's a man who has a lot of wisdom, and when he stands to speak, when he speaks, he has the interest of the Kenyan people at heart. He is always passionate about addressing his issues, and he has never gone wrong in all the issues that he addresses, right from from 2013 when he was campaigning, 2017, and now the same issues. Equity is what he stands for. Like Mr. Kamau said, in terms of balancing gender and tribe, he is somebody who wants really to see a Kenya where you will be proud to be called a Kenyan. I do not need to go to an office and hide my second name because I do not come from a tribe or a clan or a region that is recognized or a region that is in government. I go there proud of a Kenyan. Somebody who stands for democracy. That is why he brings us the 2010 constitution, something that some people have disputed again and do not want to get involved with. No, this is a man I see is a peacemaker. Look at 207. He says no. Yes, there is a dispute, but again, for the sake of the people of Kenya, we must have this handshake. The same happens in 2013, 2017. Because of the people of Kenya, we cannot continue this way, Machos Monday and Tear Gas Friday. We must have this handshake for the peace of the country to reign. And people are happy, people are doing their businesses, people are going up and down. And you can see the talk of people everywhere. People are doing business, people are enjoying life. He's a passionate transformer. Look at the all the ministries he has been. The road ministry, marvelous. The prime minister, marvelous. You see, that is why I feel that this is the person to transition this country from where we are to the next level so that we can be able to get now new leadership. When you hear people on the other side, the UDA people saying that, oh, Kalonzo this and that, they are the same people who are forgetting that Ruto used to call Akina Mudavadi and the Wetangula like babies. And he could even stand even in their own backyard and abuse them. But when they join them, now they have become saints. And the UDA people now are attacking Kalonzo for joining Azimio. You know, that kind of hypocrisy is what makes us Kenyans lose direction. And it is even what leads us to fighting our own Kenyans because of politics. You know, we need to have that honesty. We need to have that honest discussion on ideologies. What is it that your candidate will offer? Honestly, I cannot sacrifice my vote to give to a person that has been in the second in command for 10 years. The person I've seen what he has done and where he has placed my life. I cannot again sacrifice the future of my generation to give my vote to such a person. And I want to plead to all the people. In the comment section, I'm seeing a lot of people talking about things like I don't even want to mention them. But let's reason. Even in the Bible, Isaiah chapter 1 verse 18, God tells us, come, let's reason together. Now I'm calling upon like-minded Kenyans. Come, let's reason together. Let's find a situation here. Let's find a place where we want to place our future. And if we soberly, honestly, and faithfully discuss, then we will realize that we do not have another choice other than choosing the Azimio side. And Uhuru Kenyatta is a politician that knows the changes of the times. He could have decided in 2017 kusema wacha kiumane liwe liwalo. But because he wants to leave a legacy, he said we must have this handshake. And look where it has brought us to. Nobody could imagine that opposition and the government could unite one time and give us unparalleled peace. Even these people making noise, they are benefiting from that peace because they could be the people crying and saying we are not doing business because of this. So, Bernard, what I'm urging all our panelists and the people in the comment section, let's reason soberly, honestly, faithfully, logically, and debate on ideologies. And at the end of the time, when you're going to be at that ballot booth, you're going to make a decision not for just yourself, but for the future generations to impact them positively on how they are going to carry out their life. Thank you. I'm still available. We'll continue talking later. Thank you.
Alright, asante sana Douglas, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na tusonge mbele. Watu wa comments tafadhali naomba tuheshimiane. Lugha yako chunga, hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu. Msipokubaliana kisiasa, mtakubaliana vingine. Na ukiona hii platform inakusumbua sana, okay, inakukera, mazungumzo yale yanaendelea yanakukera, comments zile unasoma zinakukera, amna mtu amekufunga hapa, okay? Jifungue mwenyewe, ondoka polepole, hakuna mtu atakufuata kwako. Sawa sawa. Badala we kuwa hapa na kuanza kuita hii platform ya Wajaluo, hii platform ya nini, wewe ndio registrar wa platforms. Please, leo tunataka tuambiane ukweli. Tafadhali heshimu kila mtu, huko kwa space ambayo iko na kila mtu. Kwa hivyo chunga vile unatembea katikati ya watu, but respect one another. It is important for mature people to respect each other. You can't be here and you want to be babysat or you want, my feelings zako tafadhali weka kwako. Kutusi watu ni tabia mbaya. Asante sana. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Maggie kwanza for gender balance, alafu nataka tumalize hii mkururu ya wale watu wajaongea, tuanze second round mapema. Imekaa sana, it's now almost 2 hours, na wale watu wameongea mara ya kwanza sasa hata wamesahau kile walisema. It is important that tuharakishe. Kwa hivyo ukipewa muda, tumia within the shortest time possible. Maggie, upo?
Niko.
Haya, maoni yako moja kwa moja.
Asante sana Bernard. Habari zenu wote?
Salama, asante, karibu.
Asante. Nimefurahi sana leo by the way, kwa sababu tumepiga kelele sana kwa jina ya Kalonzo, lakini leo ametenda. I think hiyo kelele zetu ilikuwa ni tulikuwa tunataka aingie, kwa sababu yeye ni wetu, unajua. Na nimefurahi kabisa. So amefanya ile mazuri vile tunataka. Sasa tunajua Kenya inaenda mbele. So vile Kenya inaenda mbele, lazima hata sisi tusiwe ati mdomo tu, lazima tuwasaidie kufanya kazi. Whatever ile tutaweza decide, propose na nini, tunawapelekea ndio Kenya iende mbele. Wako tu hivyo ma leaders, but they really need our proposals and they really need what we see can be added for them to do the job. In which I know Azimio sasa inachukua. Sasa hakuna matatizo, because zile watu walikuwa nasema 1 million ya Kalonzo itaenda wapi? Sasa hiyo si imetuingilia mara moja. Hiyo ni yetu. So we have to help these people do their jobs. I'm still in that mood, but I'm not sikukuwa nimepata so much news in that regard, so I'm still gathering from you people. Tuendelee tu. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Maggie kwa maoni yako na kwa kifupi, asante sana. Sasa naomba wapi huyu Meshak? Meshak, you are unmute. The mic is beside your name. Meshak, wewe, the broadcast is allergic to silence. You click on the mic beside your name, then speak up. Okay, it's like you have technical issues. Let's hear from Bantu Warrior. Bantu Warrior, are you in or you are out? Okay, thank you very much. Bantu Warrior inaonekana hayuko hapa. Basi Jacinda Bay.
Asante sana Bernard. Asante sana.
Lero ni lero.
Leo ni leo. Mimi nasikia kama kutaka kulia kwa sababu ya raha tu. Furaha. Mimi nataka naanza kusema kwamba nataka kumshukuru sana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Nataka kusema kwamba ni mzalendo ambaye amethibitisha kwa Wakenya kwamba yeye ni mtu ambaye anapenda Kenya, anapenda nchi yake. Anataka nchi ambayo ina maendeleo, anataka nchi ambayo ina msingi ambao wa kudumu. Anataka umoja, anataka watu wapendane. Na hata ukimwangalia Uhuru mwenyewe, ukimwangalia hata ukiona vile yeye huzungumza, yeye ni mtu anapenda watu wakae na utulivu, watu wapendane, watu wafanye kazi pamoja. Hapendi mambo ya ukabila. Na kitu ambacho nasema Uhuru ni kiongozi kwa sababu amesimama mbele ya Wakenya akawaambia, pana, hatufanyi hivyo, tunafanya vile tumesikilizana na ndugu yangu, tumekaa chini tukazungumza. Tumerudi kule 1963, mahali gani walikosea, mahali kulikuwa na makosa. Hayo makosa lazima tuyarekebishe, na tukiyarekebisha, hiyo ndio msingi wa nchi yetu. Na mimi nimefurahi sana kwa sababu mimi nasema nashukuru Mungu sana. Nilikuwako wakati huo, wakati nchi yetu ikipata uhuru, niliona, na nilikuweko wakati huo, wakati tukipata uhuru, mambo ambayo yalikuwa yakitendeka hivyo na vile watu walivyoishi ilikuwa ni tofauti kabisa na nyakati ambazo zilipita. Na mimi naweza kusema kwamba kwa wakati huu, kama tunaweza kuwa na huo moyo na fikra za namna hiyo, nchi yetu itakuwa imepiga hatua kubwa sana. Na leo kwa mimi yale maombi nilikuwa nikiomba leo imetimia kwamba natumaini kwamba Kenya tunaweza kusema kwamba leo tuko na mwenendo mpya. Na mimi naomba president akae gangari, make sure kwamba anaangalia Kenya, hata kama atakuwa ameretire, make sure Kenya inaendelea kujengwa na wana Kenya, kama vile Mwalimu Nyerere alifanya, Kaunda alifanya. Yani anaretire, lakini anataka kuona nchi yake ikiendelea vizuri, tuseme kisiasa, yani siasa endelevu ambayo haibagui, ambao Wakenya wote wanajiona kwamba wao ni wananchi wa Kenya. Kwa hiyo Uhuru namshukuru sana, namshukuru kwa sababu ni msikilize, anapenda kusikiza, na ni mtu anaweza kukaa chini mkazungumza akasikiliza ambayo unayo. Na ilikuwa ni bahati nzuri sana wao kukaa chini, yeye na Raila, na kukaa chini na kuzungumza kwa muda wa masaa 17. Hizo ni masaa nyingi sana. Na kwa hiyo nafikiri hata sisi wa Kenya, tafadhalini, mimi nawaomba tupendane vile rais na ndugu yake wanapendana. Tupendane, sisi wote ni ndugu moja, sisi wote ni jamii moja, jamii moja wa Kenya. Tujue kwamba hata kama utaki wa Kisii, hakuna kitu utafanya. Hata kama upendi wa Kamba, hakuna kitu utawafanya. Tafuta namna ya kuishi nao, na kuishi nao ni lazima uone kwamba tumejiunga katika hii msingi ambao tumewekewa sasa. Azimio la umoja. Umoja ni nguvu. Tangu zamani umoja ni nguvu, na ndio maana Mzee Kenyatta alikuwa na ile harambee. Maana harambee ni kuvuta pamoja. Hiyo ndio jambo ambalo sisi kama Wakenya tusirudi tena kwa mambo ya ukabila. Wale viongozi ambao wana ukabila wenye ukabila, unaweza kuona kwenye uso wao wanasikia uchungu sana kwa msimamo wa president. Amesimama na Wakenya wenzake, amekataa kusikiliza mambo ya ukabila, alikataa na amekataa. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo sisi wote tunataka tufuate vile amefanya. Mimi nimefurahi sana. Kitu ambacho dosari tu moja, dosari ile yangu ni moja. Namshukuru Kalonzo kwa kujiunga, lakini nina dosari kwamba kitu ambacho amekuwa na dosari. Watu wengi, mimi ninajua watu wengi hawamwamini 100%. Watu wengi hawamwamini 100% kwa sababu yeye walienda vita na Raila, na angebaki pale wawe na Raila tangu siku zile vile walikuwa, angebaki na Raila, hakungekuwa na mfujo hizi tunaona Hata kama Raila akisema saa hii eti Kalonzo tosha, watu wengi hawatafurahi kwa sababu vile ameonyesha, kwa sababu anataka kitu ambacho inamfeva, haangalii nchi. Raila amedhulumiwa mara ngapi? Amefanyiwa nini? Amefungwa, amedhulumiwa, amekanyang'anywa kura. Anaambiwa hujashinda, na kweli watu wote wanaona ameshinda. Mara ngapi? Na hao wale wamemnyang'anya, bado anakaa nao pamoja, anasema tufanye kazi, nchi yetu ndio muhimu. Tunataka kiongozi kama huyo. Tunataka watu wote sisi kama Wakenya tuangalie nchi yetu, ndio muhimu. Tuangalie kitu ambacho kitasaidia nchi yetu kwa ujumla, sio ubinafsi. Kwa hiyo leo mimi naweza kusema nimefurahi, na najua naomba Mungu kwamba amenifanya kuona siku hii ambayo ni muhimu kabisa kwa maisha, kwa vizazi wa sasa na vijazo. Itakuwa ni jambo la muhimu sana. Kwa hiyo mimi nawahimiza watu wote wale wana azimio, tafadhalini mweneze umoja kati ya watu wote, hata wale watu wa UDA. Tafadhali tuwaelezee maana ya umoja, maanake saa nyingine hawaelewi. Tuwaelezee, tusikasirike na wao, tuwaelezee ili nao waelewe Kenya inaenda wapi, tuko wapi na tunataka kwenda wapi.
Asante, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako, maoni yako, mchango wako. Tunashukuru sana na tunasonga mbele. Naomba hivi tafadhali, kama lazima ukae nyuma ya curtain, hautaruhusiwa kukaa kwa studio, utafuata nyuma kwa nyuma. Hiyo ndio sheria ya kisasa, tafadhali. And I don't want to be repeating that. If you must stay behind the curtain, we give you priority. You make your submission and go, so that we have a clear screen for the people who are following. Kuna huyu Makambi Senior, unajaribu sana kuja na Enoch. Kuna vile ambavyo you are not letting StreamYard configure your camera and your audio. When you do that, when you come here, it becomes impossible. When we add you, if your audio is not right, you'll be dropped. If your camera is not right, you'll be dropped. It is something that is automated in the app. It has nothing to do with our control. So please ensure that you allow StreamYard, when you're logging in, allow StreamYard to configure your camera and configure your audio. If you're using your phone, if you tried the first time and it's not working, restart your phone so that the app zijipange vizuri, ndio ukiingia unaingia mara moja na utaweza kuongea. Hii ingine itakuwa tu kwenda na kurudi. Naweza fanya for the 8 hours we'll be here. It is something is out of our control, but would want to hear what you think and want us to hear from you in terms of what is going on in Kenya. Thank you very much. So naomba tumsikilize mama yetu Mama Selina kwanza, alafu ndio tumsikilize huyu bwana Ndegwa.
Thank you Penat. Tunasherekea, tunafurahi na saa ile mtoto amesaliwa, watu hata wana maneno ya kusema, but kwa Azimio, kwa Uhuru Kenyatta, ile legacy hiyo ndiye tunataka viongozi waike. Nakumbuka rais wakati alishikana na baba 2018, watu wengi walisema wanamdanganya, akasema atampeleka Central. Baba wakaenda na rais Nyanza, wakaenda Mombasa, wakaenda kila mahali, na watu wengi walikuwa nalalamika sana, na rais alitulia. Kumbe alikuwa anajua. Unajua Bernard, boma mkioana na uanze kuonyeshana siri yako mapema, kitambo unataka kulipa na una mali, watu watakutarau. Ile hekima Uhuru Kenyatta alitumia kuamini, na wakaongea na baba na akawacha mpaka the last minute, ndio imetupatia moyo, imepatia Wakenya moyo. So the timing of president was so good, na najua sasa Wakenya wamejua mwelekeo na wamejua njia, na alisema watu wachache, na hiyo watu wachache leo tumeona kila jamii. Hiyo ndio tulikuwa tunapigania, tuone Kenya ya kila mtu anachifunia kuwa Mkenya. So mimi pangu ni kufurahi, alafu tukaribishe Kalonzo, na tukumbuke hata kwa Biblia ya kwamba ule kijana wakati aliitisha mali yake, na wakati alimaliza alirudi kwa baba na akasema, kwa nini niteseke na kwa baba yangu kuna hata wafanyikazi? Aliamua kurudi nyumbani, si ati akuja akuwe kijana yake. Akasema, baba, wacha nichunge hata kondoo zako nikuwe mfanyikazi. But baba yake alijua that was his son, na akamulete, akamchinjia, mpaka wengine wakakasirika. So for today tunafurahia Kalonzo amerudi nyumbani. Si ati imeanzia sahi, hata kwa Bible inatuambia mtu anawacha 99 condos na anaenda kutafuta hiyo moja. So eko kwa Gideon, eko kwa our president, wamefanya kazi mzuri. Na pia kwa njia ingine nikirudi, msichana raisi, mwanaume hawezi toa mali vizuri. So still Kalonzo ametuonyesha she can be a good wife, she can be a good lady. Hakujipeana haraka, mwanaume hawezi kumuchezea because anajua ilikuwa mungumu kupata. So kwa haya yote, it was not too late, 5 minutes is still ahead, but tunataka kusema pongezi. Hii ingine ya KK sijui nitaanzia wapi. Nikijaribu kufikiria vile mkutano imekuwa Meru na Alex is not still here, nataka kujua ile faida. Ona mkutano ya Jacaranda, hakuna watu walifalishwa uniform ati ionekane red kununua ati kulete walindio walikuwa, lakini ile tu. Lakini hii ingine unaona wako na t-shirt, wako na kofia, wana sound hapo mbele. So kibaya kijiusa. Kibaya inasemwa nini? Mtanisaidia watu wa Kiswahili.
Kizuri cha jiuza, kibaya cha chitembeza.
Good. So tumejua nani ni kinachiusa na ni nani wanachitembeza. And then nomination, hata kama ungetaka kufanya vijana ama wafikirie mko na hawa, There are members of parliament who are very young, who are vocal, like Ichungwa, like Ndindi Nyoro, the Alex of kuna na kama wangetaka wasichana, pia kuna wamama members of parliament, hawa wangewa promote, at least vijana waone you are together with them. Kama vile ground ilitiman Babu Owino, vile ground ilitiman walitiman Ali Hassan Cho. So najua kwa KKA pia wako na vijana, kama ilikuwa ni lazima aonyesha wa Kenya that wenye wanapishana na yeye ni vijana, then angeenda kwa vijana wale young members of parliament, at least tungejua. But going kutoa watu, ndio mi nasema hata hiyo msichana ya 23 years she's capable because she's over 18 years, but uwezi enda lete mtu atujaiona kwa politics, uwezi enda lete mtu ako green kwa siasa, because how? Lakini ungeniambia Ndindi Nyoro amepigana, is young, lakini ameonyesha kifua mpaka watu wakiongea wanamsikia. Ungelete Kimani Ichungwa, yes, watu wangesema yes amejaribu. So hapo Penat, nafikiri advisors, na niliwaambia samani, advisors ya deputy president awamsaidii, sijui ni deep state ndio inaongoza huko. Unajua sometimes if you play with the government, they play with your head. Nataka kuamini ya kwamba ile watu yote wamemsurround huyu jamaa, I'm not 100% kama ni kweli wako na yeye ama watu wanakula mshahara. Nikienda mambo ya Palala, kwa sababu nimeona ametrop mambo ya KKA, anaambia watu mniambie serikali yangu, munichakue tu kama gavana yenyu. Asikia anauliza wengine kabarasi, sijui mko wengi, sijui deputy governor. Ukiona mtu alikuwa naimba Ruto mpaka anataka kuchinyonga, ametrop, anaomba yake Penat. Ukisikia mtu ametoka sitting room, ametoka bedroom akatoka sitting room, sahi amechikunjia kwa kona ya chikoni, mambo ni moto. If you are not proud, useme chama yako ile inaitwa ANC na ukaenda kuolewa kwa ile chama inaitwa UDA ama KKA, things are bad. Kiona mwanaume analia anaomba yake peke yake, basi hapo tunajua mambo ni moto. Na nakubaliana na vile nasikia Musalia anasema kama si yeye ndiye atakuwa running mate, I don't know, anataka kusema anaenda peke yake ama ana resign kwa siasa ama atapika makoti arudi nyumbani. Batu tumesema, but ukirudi mahali unarudi, ninajua hakuna kitu utataka, unasema tu munisaidie, kwa sababu celebration ile mumeona Ukambani ni kwamba wamefurahia kijana yao kurudi nyumbani, which means Kalonzo pia hakukuwa na watu. Musalia I don't know kama ana certificate, kwa sababu hata huyu gavana, deputy governor ya Kisii alikuwa UDA akakuja Azimio, amerudi UDA, hakuna kitu tumeona. So still mwenye alinunuliwa na mwenye sosa, they can sit back and think of that sosa, pila walienda bure, na waone kama wanaweza, kwa sababu ile kitu tunataka ni Kenya. But I'm so worried wanaweza kuja kusumbua baba. Wacha tu hao wawili wapaki, ninyi wa Luya, wa Kenya, watu ya Western, muwapatie viti ya chikoni huko nyumbani, because tuko na Council of Elders na tuko na ile wanaitwa nini ile watu 10 muwasaidie, kwa sababu msilete haraka sana mbele. Nyumba 10, yes, thank you. Msilete kwa sababu wanaweza sumbua watu, kwa sababu ukionyesha wewe ni mtu ya tumbo, ukikaribia mahali watu huko utasahau tena uende ununuliwa usumbue watu. So we are saying Western mtusaidie tu wasijinyonge, lakini muwachunge hapo nyumbani karibu. because they are very important sons of Western. Tunawapenda, but wacha watulie, wasikie baridi. Hiyo masuti iende kando kwanza. Wenye wanachapwa na mapipi, mama atauliza pesa iko wapi, na mambo italete moto. Tuna mambo mingi ya kusema, lakini tuko na furaha. Otherwise, nataka kushukuru panels wenzangu. As from now, Azimio tuombee baba kura. Wale wanakuja kututusi, ndio hiyo kamba mungetaka watusi, nani yetu wanatutusi na tunaendelea. Kama wewe upendi hii Mtembei TV, uko na ruhusa ya kulala, ama ufanye vile Bobby Owino anawaambia ya kwamba kuwe nyumbani kidogo kidogo. Muache wale wanataka kuchenga nchi, watu wanapoteza time. Nashukuru vijana wako hapa, najua wamama wanashangaa, what are you sitting up to now? Penat, tunaambia mama akupatie huruma. After baba amechaguliwa, sisi yote tutanunua sukari, tupatie mama ya kwako, kwa sababu hauna time na nyumbani, unakaa chini mpaka late hours na asubuhi maamuka mapema. Wewe unapenda nchi yako ya Kenya. Same to wale wa mama na wale vijana wote, batu wako na msiko. Naona hata wengine wanakaa hapa na watoto. Those are the people, we love them so much. Msifikiri mnapoteza wakati wenyu pure. Maplangeti yenyu imekuwa wasi. Na kama amungekuwa hapa, tupike kelele, tuambie wa Kenya tunataka msimamo, pengine yale imefanyika leo Kasarani haingefanyika. So tujipatie pongezi sisi wenye tuko hapa, na vijana wale batu wanataka kuongeza inji, tafadhali mufumilie 5 months hili mama asitapike akilia na ukose kuingia kwa kuambia Wakenya wapike kura. Unajua mama akiwa kwa hiyo hali, utakuwa na time, utakuwa na uoga, unataka kumwangalia. So nawaomba vijana tafadhali, naona wengi wako hapa. Baada ya baba kuingia, wacha tusae vijana wengi, wale watakuwa viongozi ya kesho. As for now, muwapende wa mama, patieni hawa askari, patia kila kitu wanataka. Na ukiona hii Mtembei TV, ukue kwa sitting room hapo kwako, usionee hoteli ile mama asikutout ati labda wewe unaenda kwa mpango ya kando. Thank you so much, Penat. God bless everybody. Tuendelee kusikia na tukuje kwa hii TV ili tuelimisha Wakenya wengine. Asanteni.
Asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru sana kwa wasia wako, mawaidha yako, mwelekeo wako. Unatujenga sana na tunashukuru kwa kuwa huko pamoja na sisi na unatusaidia. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Bwana Ndegwa. Asante kwa kuwa mvumilivu. Hii ni nchi yetu, lazima tuijenge pamoja, na hakuna mjengo ina happen. Mungu hakujenga dunia siku moja. Karibu Bwana Simon Ndegwa.
Asante sana Bwana Chair. God bless you everyone. Madam Selina, Mungu awabariki. Nimekuwa nikiwasikiza saa zingine. Well, today I will pour out my heart. As I introduced myself last week, I'm a staunch supporter of Kenya Kwanza. But truth be told, today is a sad day for me, because Azimio has really made a very big stride by convincing Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka to join the bandwagon. That means that now you have secured the numbers, in theory, what you needed. By the way, watu wa Azimio wale wanajaribu kupuuza Kalonzo had a very big effect. And you guys should thank Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta for really playing a very big role to contain Kalonzo Musyoka. I was clear last week to say that Oka was a project of Uhuru. It has worked. So for now, I was just coming into this TV to look and listen. It's not really a happy day for me. I don't want to start stamping my chest. I don't know. I don't even know the next move that we have. I'm not giving up. I know that Mount Kenya, we have like 35% of the total vote in this country. I'm sure that Baba will eat part of that. How much he'll take, I don't know. But this was a very big move by Azimio, and I have to congratulate you guys on this. But the fight still stands. I call for tolerance. I call for all of you guys to be patient with all of us. You know, if I have a different opinion with you guys, listen to me to see whether I have any reason. And we also listen to you guys. And today we have to respect you guys. It's your day. You are celebrating it. I want to counter Madam Selina on saying that tunavalisha watu uniform in Meru. I believe today's rally in Meru was a very humble rally by Ruto. They were watching, all of them were watching what is happening in Azimio, because even Mudavadi commented and said that it took 7 hours for a pact to be signed. So I'm sure as they were there, they were not even concentrating so much, but they were listening on the other side because they know the importance of what happened today. So today, what really happened was a pretty negative move for us people in Kenya Kwanza. All hope is not lost. We can consolidate our votes and get to the end of the race and see how the numbers, politics is all about numbers. Numbers will determine who becomes the next winner. Personally, right now, I am looking at it as it's like a tiebreaker. It might be a runoff. For me, that is what I see it like. But kudos to you guys. Sitaongea sana sahi, lakini bwana Chea, nitaomba nisikize, alafu utanipatia wakati ndio nitakuja sasa kucounter. I want to counter you guys. Kila kitu mnajaribu kusema mkienda sana, I try and counter you guys every time you talk. Thank you.
Bwana Ndegwa, asante sana kwa mchango wako na subra. Hii nchi imekuwa hapa almost 60 years now after independence. We have had different successive governments, and we are really out to have something in 2022, a different approach towards election, whereby not an individual wins, but the country wins. And if the country wins, I think every Kenyan is happy, other than an individual winning and a few of Kenyans who are tied to that individual enjoy while the others are crying. If I would joke your memory about what the president said, was it in 2016 or somewhere in was it in Kajiado, wherever, I said ninyi mtaendelea kumeza mate sisi tukikula nyama. Naamini wakati umefika tusonge sasa hatua mbele kama Wakenya, ili kila mtu kama ni kula nyama kila mtu anakula, kama ni kumeza mate kila mtu anameza. Hiyo inamaanisha tuvumiliane na tusherekeane kila mmoja. Mchango wa UDA na Kenya Kwanza kwa kujenga taifa unahitajika kama vile mchango wa Azimio unahitajika, but we should separate party differences with the nation. We must never marry party whatever affiliation with the country. That is one big mistake we make as Kenyans, that if Jubilee is the ruling party, now Kenya has become Jubilee. Kenya is not Jubilee. Jubilee is a different entity. Kenya is a different entity. And we can all forget about our political parties and be Kenyans and just enjoy being Kenyans. And we must get that space so that we don't get so much worked up because Jubilee did not work or ODM did not get it and UDA did not get it. Kenya has got it, and when Kenya has it, I think every Kenyan is secure. Asante sana. Mama Selina, ni mkono umeinua?
Yes, nimeinua. Simon
nusu dakika.
Yeah, nataka kumwambia Simon Ndekwa, you are welcome. Be strong. Kenya ni yetu. Tunataka inji mzuri. I know you are with us. but wacha tuombee Kenya wakuwe na viongozi wazuri. And asante kwa sababu umesema concentration today ilikuwa kuona Kasarani what was happening. Wacha nikwambie, hiyo mtoto ya 7 hours tulikuwa tunatarajia labda, unajua kuna mama akukuwa na kijana na baba, wakati mama ako kwa leba, you cannot even sit down. Unashangaa nitaletewa msichana tena ama unapatiwa ile ulikuwa nataka. So hiyo 7 hours was not easy, na niliambia hawa mama msichana rahisi ile ukimtongoza anaingia kwa mahali unataka utamheshimu, lakini mwenye anakusumbua utajua how to handle. So Simon, you are welcome. Tuendelee kutengeneza nchi yetu. All is well. Tuko na vijana wengi, hata deputy ni kijana, wacha ajifunze. Siku yake ikifika, we are here. I'm a Kalenjin. Hiyo siku ikifika, hatutakubali watu ya nje wamudanganye. Tutaita wasee kutoka nyumbani na wamama wasimame behind him. Na yeye kutoka leo ajue ya kwamba eri kusikiza wasee, usikue unajua kuenda mbele. Wewe ndiye mwenye kupiga, wewe ndiye kufungua gari, wewe ndiye kila kitu. Thank you so much, but you are most welcome.
Okay, asante Marcelina. Naomba hivi. Tukianza maneno ya exchange tutakosa delay kubwa sana. Nataka wale watu wajaongea wamalize kwanza, tukianza second round ndio maswali yaanze tafadhali. Enoch. Enoch, you unmute. The mic is beside your name. Enoch. Okay. Njiru.
Hi, how are you, everyone?
We are good. How are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you. I'm happy of what is happening. And I can say, first of all, what I can say is that Kenya is on a progressive agenda, whereby whatever is happening in Kenya, I can relate it to what happens in advanced democracies, whereby somebody can be able to make his own decision, people can differ, people are ready to join whichever the political conformation they think they can join, and still the country stand. So I see it as an evolution of moving from division to a country whereby we can be able to have a progressive agenda. And everybody who is seeing what is happening in our country is a very positive thing. This spirit, we will also be able to take it even in our ways of work. And I can assure you, even in other places where we get divided in terms of corruption, tribalism, and other things, we will be able to solve them with the same spirit. Kenyans have been able to rise to the occasion whereby every day we are minimizing tribalism and other things which separate us. And to me, that one is a very positive thing. For those people who have been long in Kenya, we always used to know that when people are vying, hawa watu wanakuanga kwa hii chama na wawezi mix na hii. If you can even date it as early as 1997, when akina Ngiru walikuwa wanasimama, ilikuanga Wakamba na watu wao, Wakikuyu na watu yao, and we couldn't mix. So you can see now we have a very progressive agenda where people can shelve their ambitions. People come into an idea that we only need one president, but that president will be able to serve each one of us. The few positions which will be there, they will be able to be shared to people in matters of quality and specialization. So it's a very good progressive agenda for our country, and no one should be. So like when you saw the coalition signing, ile ulikuwa unaona kila chama when I was seeing that thing, I was almost crying because I saw people who have potential, people who can marshal campaign machinery, but they are momentarily shelving their selfish ambition and thinking on behalf of the country. Tunaweza sema sijui wengine wamelipwa ama nini, but I can tell you that whatever happened today is the greatest inclusivity which can happen in a country. I can even tell you, even advanced countries, some of them even struggle to do what we were able to achieve today. The fact that today political parties were able to come together, they were able to understand, they were able to bring their interest, and we were able to circle around something which it's something interesting. And I would like to say that the legacy which Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta has left, let's forget about concrete and other things. The legacy of bringing the country together and people being and agreeing. Let me tell you, we can build roads, we can build skyscrapers, we can do a lot of work. But if we are not united and we are not reasoning as a country, we can bring down those things in one day. So any person who is trying to say, let a Kikuyu agree with a Kalenjin, let a Kalenjin agree with a Luo, it's somebody who should be taken with the seriousness which he deserves. And maybe to tell Mr. Ndegwa here, one thing which I fault the deputy president, it is because he has been fighting unity in Kenya. The fact that he was not ready for the handshake, and all the time he has been saying that handshake came to destroy the government. That is one thing which I fault the deputy president, because he is still in the stone age, where he thinks that Kenyans still need to be divided. We can still be united, and we share the national cake. Our country is big. We have many national resources. There is so much which we can share. And besides that, by having a good, conducive environment where somebody can be able to do his business, you can be able to work, I can tell you that is the greatest benefit our government can give us. This idea of having polarized elections every day has costed us life and fortune. And any person who is assuring us smooth transition, who is assuring us inclusivity, should be supported whichever the coalition you want to support. And I challenge the deputy president, and maybe Bwanandego, I can tell you this. I'm challenging the deputy president. Why are we not seeing him bringing people together? Why are we not seeing him even trying to bring coalition? Kenya is a multi-party democracy. We have close to over 100 parties. Mr. Raila Odinga signed around 30 coalitions today. Why can't Mr. Ruto bring the other remaining 30 also on his board, so that we can see somebody who is trying to unite people? So I want to see somebody who is trying to bring Kenyans together, because we can't be folded on one party. I can tell you, UDA cannot accommodate all Kenyans. The fact that it needs more parties so that it can be inclusive. So I want to see the deputy president having many parties coming on his board, but I don't see he has capacity to do that, because you see, like kama hii chama ya Mbas alitusi Kiraitu, and I could have even been shocked to see somebody like Kiraitu supporting the deputy president. Alimtusi, sijui alisema ni mzee gani. And the fact that the deputy president is not respecting people, he will continue winning and winning. He had started very well. He was having a lot of support from the president. And I can tell you, the president was very genuine in saying that he was to support him for 10 years. I can tell you, Mr. Uhuru was very genuine on that. He was to support him. But the deputy president continued not working as he was needed. He continued propelling his ambitions too much. And the president, together with his handlers, he had to go away. So he is the only person who killed the support of the president. So commenting on what happened today, we saw many people coming together. I even saw Mukisa Kitui. So today was history in making. Coalitions, by the way, started as early as 2002. We saw PNU coming and joining together with so many other parties. And today we have also seen the progressive agenda of building of coalitions. today gave me hope that even in Embu I can make my own political party, and I can be able to be included in national inclusivity by joining the bad work. Because let's face it, there is not any single political party in Kenya which can win an election. We are still ethnically divided. Our people still support political parties from their backyard, which is normal because we cannot lose our ethnic identity in a day. So what I would like to say, the fact that as 42 tribes we can be able to come together and agree, it is something which is very positive. To confirm, maybe what I would say is that whatever I saw today is a progressive agenda which will be able to take us in Kenya in the next step. And I expect a more improved version in 2027 and 2032. So there is a lot which we are achieving with what is happening in 2022 now. So I just expect Mr. Odinga to come and achieve his agenda. He has been willing to help us as early as 1997. His road was not successful, but I can see now he is on the right side of the history, and he has done a lot.
Time.
Okay, let me conclude. So lastly, what I would like to say is that this election has been decided and it is decisive. So I would like to disagree with those people who are saying that it is still going to the wire. I do not see a wire here. Because one thing is that politics is numbers. Politics is assembling of machinery. And frankly speaking, I can see Mr. Raila Odinga has assembled all that. Mr. Deputy President still has to show us where his numbers are. Yes, he is saying his numbers are here. You cannot win elections on theory. There must be practicality. And that practicality, I don't see it in Kenya Kwanza. Azimio has started measuring their numbers and things seem to work. August 9, they are going to win this election. I don't think I've ever supported a formation which has lost an election. And I don't think this time round we are going to win. All the way Azimio, for our young people, for our old mothers, and all the promises, and to have a progressive Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Njiru, naomba tusonge basi. Jared, njoo mbio.
Thanks the panelists, Bernard and the rest of the panelists. You can hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, on today's topic, if we start from the Kalonzo Tosha, as I've said before, we needed Kalonzo just for theatrics that we have logged to Kambani. But his Tosha, I don't see that is the Tosha of Kibaki Tosha, you know. I think, as Kalonzo said before, that we have to start by getting these people facing the reality, like the alleged agreement he was talking about. We also need to start eradicating these people who are hanging around to be so-called the principals. Let's face it, Kalonzo had a little following from articles of Mutua, Kalonzo, and Sam. But just to call himself as a principal is still mind-boggling. You know, sometimes when I look at Raila Amolo Odinga, I pity for him. You know, the man goes to Kisumu and you cannot find a space to pass. And then he's coming with somebody who has been in boardrooms to start saying that I want to be equal partner. You know, if Kalonzo goes to a place and hold a meeting and Raila hold a meeting, I will assure you that Raila would have more people than him in his own Ukamba. But as it may be, we are glad that he has come in, and my sincere hope that he will just be a supporter. I hope that he doesn't get the running mate, so that he can be just a supporter, because that's where he belongs. Coming to Jacaranda today, I think you could see we waited since early in the morning, the field was already full. That tells you that I would be surprised if this Kenya something would have anything to have in Nairobi. So even though I also agree with my friend Endeavor was saying that this thing might go down the wire because there is still a place where we hoping to get a good response is in the Mount Kenya. And this is where we will be monitoring on what will be happening going forward. Majority of the Mount Kenya parties have not come to join the Azimio because of the fear of Jubilee. They would have loved Jubilee to die so that they can have a say. And their beef actually is with Jubilee because they know that it will be not easy to compete with Jubilee in their own backyard. And I think that's why you are seeing all these parties. I saw Kinjuri now saying he will not support any place because he knows that if he supports one side, he might diminish his value in where he's standing from. But if Kalonzo Musyoka could have said that I'm also one of the principals in equal terms, and they could not convince Martha Karua to come along, it's very funny. Also, I kept seeing that this thing was Azimio la Umoja. I didn't see Oka signing. I saw individual parties signing. So sometimes I don't know why Kalonzo could not accept and let this go. He was the only one keep saying Azimio won Kenya. So I didn't know why if it is true it will be Azimio won Kenya or he keeps saying altogether there. So I mean, but things are not done yet. In this KKA, the same thing is happening there. These people who have no muscle, but they claim to be principals. The architect of Musalia Mudavadi and the Tanga, this Marara, today is demanding that these are coalition of parties, not coalition of regions, and it's demanding that the minimum reducible is for Musalia Mudavadi to be the deputy president, or the running mate for Ruto. And this is what you're gonna see. Probably they might walk out of that coalition, and you will be surprised that this will be reduced to only Rift Valley party. UDA might stand by itself because I don't know if you pick Musalia Mudavadi and you don't pick a running mate from Central. Ruto without Central is nobody. Is another regular party. It's in equal terms with the Kalonzo. So I don't see if they make a good threat that they want the running mate position for ANC. If they are not, which I don't see them being given, what will be the casualty? Will these people pulled out? Because then they will realize, because as we keep saying, as we keep going to the last day of 9th of April, people are realizing that this is a government which is being formed. What we saw today, the negotiation was about the government because they saw that Azimio is forming a government. And they are just trying to see how we're going to form this government. I am telling you, you will not be surprised that Ruto might be left by himself. That these people will rather come back to have even something small than just having nothing. If Musalia Mudavadi is not a running mate, in Kenya Kwanza, it would have zero impact in Western. Zero. Nothing, nada. Completely nothing. If he is not a running mate. If he is a running mate, some people might have hope in Western that, yes, we are closer, we are promising something closer. If he is not a running mate, forget anything from Western. And their career is done from there. So it's going to be difficult for them. When we come to Azimio, yes, also the running mate will be an issue, and but I'm hoping that Kalonzo understands where he comes from, that he is just a wiper, and then they might not get that, but they can get something else, so that we will have a running mate from Central, or even if we go to Munya, because numbers. The election is about numbers. We cannot just say that we are pleasing people, but the numbers speak. If we can easily get the 1.6 million from Mount Kenya, having a running mate rather than having Kalonzo, because they have more numbers, and we want that. If you get 30% or 40% of it, you are already past Kalonzo. But already Kalonzo was not coming with the whole 1.6, because we already have the governors from there. It's unfortunate that this guy from Makueni, Kifuta Kibwana, is going for the senatorial position. Is one person I could have loved him to be in the cabinet, but he decided to go for senatorial, which I think he will get. And then, so we already have some pockets in Eastern. So when we look at Kalonzo maybe having 600 votes, 600,000 votes, versus having a running mate from Central, which will bring some few of millions. So as days goes by, you see that the president, yes. Yes, you see the president now came out. He will be campaigning. He's a very good campaigner, and we in the coming weeks, if we see him going through, remember all of this we are talking about. He has never been to Central rather than Sagana to actually campaign. Let's see when he will go there with Baba, then what will happen. I think this thing is already home and dry. We will try to see what else we can do with the number of parliamentary seats, governors. That's where we should be working on. Thanks for the opportunity, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Jared. That's a good one, and probably on Bwana Kibwana, His Excellency the Governor. It's good for people to go to the Senate. We need some brains. I can't imagine that Senate without Orengo, they without other brains. That what will be happening there? We need some good people there, and Kibwana has been a front liner when it came when they were working on devolution. He has performed very well as a governor. So I think going to the Senate and being now the supervisor of governors will provide very good service, in my opinion. Baz, asante kwa kuwa mvumilivu. Karibu sasa.
Asante sana Bernard.
Yes.
There is a statement you made when when I just joined. Actually, I was at the backstage, and I decided to join because you made something controversial, saying that it is better for Kenya to win. Kenya will not win because one person in the name of Raila Odinga has won. We know this election is Azimio is choreographed to defeat one person. Once they have defeated William Ruto, and all dogs
Bwana Baz, hapo ndio huwa tunaanza kukosana tu mapema. Okay? You cannot say the president and all these other 22 political parties are coming together because of one person. Which person is that?
Bernard, if you are to talk to me about 22 political parties, are you counting Ubuntu? Some of the parties that there are parties that we just know they existed today.
But they are political parties from the political registers party. Not only that, my point is simple. It is wrong for anybody to weaponize any coming together of Kenyans in the name they are fighting one person. If that person volunteers to be the one being fought, then he has already declared himself the enemy of Kenya. And for that matter, he qualifies to be fought.
They are not fighting him because he's an enemy of Kenya. They are fighting an ideology whose time has come, which they don't believe in. That's why they have to come together, because they are on the other side of that ideology. The Hustler Nation is an ideology. The Hustler ideology is an ideology whose time has come. I think this election.
Baz, who is an answer according to you?
Baz, wacha kutufanya twende kuitisha school fees. Ya ile shule ulienda tafadhali. Kwa sababu wewe ni msomi, mtu mzuri, tena roho safi, akili sawa. Mbona unataka kutuhadaa?
Bernard, I have a question. I have a question to Baz. Today there were 3 candidates presenting they're going for vetting in UDA. There were 2 serious hustlers and 1 rich guy. The 2 serious hustlers were dismissed and were not even given chance to be heard. And they left 1 rich guy to continue. So whose time has come?
Okay, sir. I will answer you after my submission, but to give you something to think about, a hustler is not a rich or a poor person. A hustler is somebody who has worked from bottom to top, not somebody who is rich through privileges.
Please, on your submission, can you tell us where Ruto has worked, please, in your submission, please?
Okay, and now
let me submit.
Protect Baz. Okay, let's do this. Let him finish his submission, then we will counter. Thank you, so that there is good flow.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I think today was an Azimio day. They had a very colorful day. We have followed the signing, the 7-hour ceremony, signature after signature, until we could not tell what was being signed. We will take a lot of time to peruse and see what was being signed, if not the usual signatures that have always been done before election, only to be trashed. The rest of the materials of the day, it was colorful, it was very well funded. It was a state function, let us to be simple to say. We also saw the deputy president in Meru. He had a very good rally there, and we can see that he still commands the respect and support from Mount Kenya region. We don't expect it to change so much all the way to the election. I think the biggest issue with Azimio now is going to be the nomination of the other elective seats. They have already now concluded the presidential nomination. That is done and dusted. They already have a candidate now. The other small issue, I think, will be the running mate, which I think at this point is already agreed, only that it has not been made public. So the big issue is going to come to the nomination of other elective seats. I think that's where things will become very heated, because the agreements, what we have heard from the media, is that parties will be allowed to field candidates across other political seats. So I think that is an area that is very interesting to watch in this election, because Kenya Kwanza looks like they are going to have a single candidate. According to what we have been hearing, they are going to field, they are going to zone mark the country and field the candidates according to political party strengths. All we had hoped for a third force, which today that seems to have been killed. We are not going to have a third force. So it seems like you are going to have an election that is going to be decided in the first round. So now it is about to wait and see what unfolds from this. The next is on Tuesday, when the UDA will be unveiling William Ruto as their candidate. Then from that, we are going to move on to the running mates and the other things. So I think we are in for a very good campaign period. And all we can hope for is let the best candidates win, and let's remain peaceful. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Sasa swali kwa Baz kama iko.
Baz, wacha nikuulize swali moja haraka haraka hapa. Nataka unielezee, do you want to tell me out of the 50% of Kenyans who are not making good cash, or maybe they are staying in poverty, do you want to tell me that 50%, all of them, they belong to the Hasra movement? That is number one. Then number two, you are saying that it is one candidate who is being fought. One question which I want you to tell us: do you want to tell me that Raila Odinga entered in Kenyan politics in 1997 to come and even fight somebody who was a toddler that time, somebody who was just vying for an MP? So, and lastly, do you want to tell me that if the deputy president is being fought, what has he done? What merit is he holding for Kenyans that he is being fought and he is the best candidate according to you? Explain to us, please.
Okay, thank you. Jared?
So,
I just have one question.
I thought I'm the one talking. Who is that again?
It's Jared.
Okay.
The floor is
Okay,
for Jared. Any other person talking is requesting to go to quarantine.
Okay, thanks, Kiba. I see you. So, Bas, I'm asking you this. I know that your bottom-up ideology, which I don't know if it's an ideology, which you have probably to change the constitution so that you can be able to establish it. Can actually, as you guys have always said, that there are so many things we can do without even changing the constitution. And I can tell you, your bottom-up and Asura movement, it can be done without William Ruto being a president. You don't need to be a president to do that. All you do is just come to parliament during the budgeting and allocate money to the lowest where you need to the border borders, to Mama Bogas. So we don't need somebody to be a president, because otherwise the president has no authority. It's the parliament which has that. So if you have members of parliament who can do that, we don't need to have him as a president in order to achieve that as an Asura. Secondly, if really this is Asura's thing, the really Asura, the two people were knocked out because they could not afford to pay the fee. Okay, they are not able to afford the fee. That's what was the disqualification. How does it become an Asura's thing when they cannot be able? I thought the Asuras would have even been given free to be able to compete. Thank you.
Okay, Baz, response, please.
Let me start with the last question from Jared, and in the antithesis, let me ask you. We have a party called Orange Democratic Movement, which could not afford one of their members the democratic right to compete. They actually chased him out. Just that right to compete, leave alone paying or not paying. That is the nature of Kenyan politics.
Substantiate. Compete where?
To compete for the ticket of the party. Jimmy Wanjigi was chased away.
How?
Jimmy Wanjigi was chased away from Kasarani.
To choose a flag bearer.
Can you remind him when we had the application, the deadline, did he apply when there was an application to be done? Come on. You can't just make your own laws. The two people who were contestants, who did the application, gave up for the country because there was something bigger. So don't bring up that one. If he wanted to run, he could have done the application during the normal time.
No, let me add for you, Jared Kidogo, just something small.
Unavamia huyu jamaa sana. Ngoja mute. Please, let's not create noise. I know it is getting off. Yes, but Wekesa, you are Kuja kwanza. So, Baz, respond.
The other question I was asked is, I think the guy who asked the second question, is it Njiro? Njiro, kindly rephrase your question again.
Question was, which monopoly does Ruto have to be the only person who is owning poor Kenyans? Which monopoly does he have to be the only person owning poor Kenyans?
Wekesa. Okay.
That was my question.
Nobody owns another person.
Order. I think
My mic is hanging. Can you mute me from your end? It can't mute.
Okay, let me ask you properly now. I asked you, which monopoly does Ruto have to own houses in Kenya? Then I also asked you, does it mean that if Mr. Ruto is being fought and the person who you are saying is fighting him is Raila Odinga? Raila Odinga started vying in 1997. So when was Ruto, when did this fight start? Can you substantiate? And which record does Ruto have? What has he done for Kenyans that warrant him to be fought? What good things has he done for Kenyans that now he is being fought?
Okay, thank you very much, Njiro. I think in the onset of the handshake, because we are back players in politics. The front players in politics said, and I quote even Hassan Joe, who said, "We have been called to fight Ruto." And I think he said that in Kisii. When these guys came up together, I think the main media was running stories saying, if you don't come together, William Ruto is going to walk with this in straight. There is no one single person amongst the people who have signed the coalition agreements today who is a man enough to face William Ruto on his own. They have to be together as a team. So they have come together with one major reason, to stop William Ruto presidency. Kalonzo Musyoka has said it. My first goal is to ensure William Ruto does not rise to the presidency. So that was all about their coalition, that let's stop this one man first, then we can talk about the other things later. Today, they seem to have managed that, to come together with a single purpose. This man does not rise to the seat. As to whether when Raila started his politics in 1997, no, he did not start his politics in 1997. And every election is different. In 2007, Raila was against Mwai Kibaki. In 2013 and 2017, he was against the president. This time, he is against William Ruto.
Okay, one moment. Ndeto. Unmute ndio ulize swali lako.
Sorry, it's my first time here, but I've been here all the way. my question for him is, what is wrong with fighting someone not to get to the presidency? This is politics. What is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yes, thank you very much, Deta. I think that now answers the question, the biggest question in this election. There is nothing wrong, yes, to come together to fight a person not to win the presidency. But after you win, what next? You need to tell us why you need to win and what you will do. You don't have to tell us our aim is just to defeat this person and that is it. What will you do? You need to win an election based on policies and a manifesto. Your manifesto cannot be, let's defeat this guy.
No,
And then
Baz,
once we arrive.
Baz, my issue with you is that we have been that way before, okay? William Ruto has declared himself the enemy of the people. He said the handshake was because of him. BBI was against him. Everything that this government has ever done was against one person called William Ruto. So will you tell us, what is this William Ruto that everybody's against him?
Bernard, I think you were here. We were told that this handshake has got nothing to do with the 2022 election. I hope you can now say that this handshake had nothing to do with what happened today.
Exactly my
This
point.
was
I'm telling you
what
this.
happened on handshake.
Wacha Baz. We have been here before, and I don't want us to go back there. We've been here before, and I don't want us to go back there. Let it be this way. If the BPI or the handshake was about 2022, 2022 is finally here, okay?
Yeah.
And 2022 is an open election. It's called general election, where everybody is taking out a chance to win a political seat. From William Ruto to every other contestant, including my brother Ruben Kigame and the other people who want to run for president. There is no reserved seat for presidents for any person to claim that somebody has come to stop him. This seat is not a reserve of anybody. We are going for a competitive seat. The best man wins. So when you begin to whine and cry and complain for 4 years that somebody's trying to stop you, somebody's trying to stop you, oh, they are hindering me, they are coming together because of me, tell us why they are coming against you. Mkataa wengi ni mchawi. Waswahili walisema. So if there is any other point useme, lakini kama ni story ya kusema they have come together because of fighting one person, we don't need to fight anybody. Kenya is big enough for everybody, and whoever thinks that he's the reason why Kenyans are coming together, then he must have been the reason why Kenyans have not been together. And for now, it's about time for Kenya to come together.
Bernard, lastly, as I say, I think that's where me and you hold a different idea. I hold an idea that coming together of leaders is not coming together of the people. There is what
That's
we
wrong.
as the people that will bring us together.
Wrong, Baz, and you know it. You know it. When this country was split between two, what brought it together? What brought the harmony and the peace?
Between two, who and who?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You're pretending, okay?
No, I'm not pretending, Bernard. I have never ascribed to that idea.
What is the aftermath of the handshake? What was the aftermath of the handshake?
It was politics, nothing else. What was it?
That
you know,
is
Bernard,
it.
Ben,
It was politics.
Ben,
let's do
Bernard,
this. Let's do this. Baz,
Ben, one thing,
one
thing, please, that you have mentioned because you have brought it up. When you say this country was divided into two, you are trying to say that the followers of Raila Odinga and the followers of Uhuru Kenyatta were not together. We were very much together. I live next to a very strong supporter of Raila Odinga, and we have never differed on anything.
Baz, let's do this. You are forcing me to question the money paid for school fees in the school you went. Please stop pretending. There is a difference between you and your neighbor and a country called Kenya and its governance. Okay? Uhuru Kenyatta, after the repeat elections, which was boycotted by the majority of the Kenyans, in other words, Raila Odinga won the repeat elections without participating. He told the people not to vote, and the majority did not vote. The minority are the ones that participated. Okay? So he had legitimacy issues. He could not govern the country that way. He had to reach out. And if you are in this country, you know that at that point in time, it was bad. People are ready to remove the pictures for Uhuru from offices. They were ready to print money for the People's Republic. And you're telling me that the coming together of leaders does not mean the coming together of the country? You must be dreaming. From independence, the country was brought together by the coming together of leaders. When did the opposition stop? As early as 19 what? In the 60s, when Moi crossed from Kadu to Kano. Was it not the coming together of leaders that brought together the people? I think you UDA guys, you want to take us for a ride. Let us accept kwamba mambo yamebadilika. The country is moving on to the next level, whereby collaboration is working better than ardent confrontations. Naomba hivi. Watu wamekuwa kwa line sana na mimi nataka pia kung'atuka. Jared, umeongea sana, ngoja siwezi kupatia muda. Nataka kupatia wale ambao wajaongea kwanza. Naanza na Ndeto, alafu kuna Murunga na Kip. Hao wakimaliza niwache mwingine mkizozana. Yes, Jared, ni mimi.
Okay, let me just 1 second, please. I wanted to remind my friend Bas. Look here, my friend.
Look,
If
you're
you
giving
see
Jared
a
a lot
man,
of time. You're not giving us any time, by the way.
okay, yeah, because I'm special. So, my friend Bas and those UDAs, if you see somebody is chasing a wife away, don't run to that wife. There is a reason why they're chasing the wife away. Wewe ukiona sasa bibi amefukuzwa, wewe what I was going to tell you is this: when all of this 2007 up to 2017, people were fighting Raila Amolo Odinga. Can you tell us why they were fighting against him? You know, I know that it's tough. You are going a rough time right now. Please calm down, just sleep over it. You will get used to it. This thing is already home and dry. You will get used to it, and we welcome you back, Past. Don't be surprised with Ndewa. Please don't be worried. We are already done this thing. Okay. If the president says he doesn't want to support the deputy president,
Jared
he
is
has a
done.
reason. Remember, they
Your
have
point is
worked
made.
together. He knows more than we know. Okay? Remember that. He knows more than we know. Please run away from this. Hii ni moto wa kuotea mbali. Please. Thank you.
Sawa. Thank you. Degwa, what is it? Hey, you guys.
Bwana Bernard, Chair, thank you so much for this opportunity. By the way, I've not presented anything. I just,
Please,
when you
it
gave
is
me,
half a
I
minute.
commented.
Tunaenda kwa Ndeto.
Sawa, I want to support Bwana Baz, and I want to say that between you and Baz, there is no any collision. What you're saying is right, that when the leaders came together, there was peace. But Bwana Baz is also adamant that the leadership doesn't necessarily represent the people on the ground. That is what I want to say. That the signatures are not necessarily a representative of the will of the people. By the way, most of the MPs and the leaders at the moment will lose the elections going into the elections. So this is not really a representative of the will of the people, the coming together of these leaders. That is what Baz means. I don't want to take this time, but I would like to ask you for fairness when you're giving us time to present. I have not presented anything. I'm still waiting on the line. Thank you.
Simon, I gave you time to present. I gave you time to make your nini. You made your submission. You say you will come and make your submission later. Fairness is very relative. Okay, because there is a difference between when somebody is making submission and when somebody is rebutting. If we all left everybody to do what they want, at the end of the day, we won't have the debate nor the platform. So let everybody wait for their turn to make submission. You rebut. At times you get the opportunity to counter, another time you will not, because fairness to one person is unfairness to another. Tusamee lakini. Martin, karibu.
Bernard, how much time do I have?
At least 3 minutes, at most 5 minutes. Maximum is 5 minutes.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank you guys. I've been watching you guys on YouTube. Now we're watching every time, hata nikiwa job. And I've been fighting na shangai kitu nitaingiaje hapa niongee, because Mama Selina akiongea, mkiongea, and then I'm like, naumwa, I want to see it. Mpaka jana ndio nikalipa hiyo kitu, and then I found out how to get into it. But again, at the end of the day, acha nisiharibu muda wangu na niwashukuru sana. Thank you so much for me for the first time to be here. I hope nitajua venye ya kuingia next time. Let me go straight to the point. We have to be grown-ups and we have to really think. You see, kuna kitu baba anasemaga, and I voted for him 2007, Langata. But kuna kitu baba anasemanga every time, anaendanga anasema, tuanzie kule tulianzia. First of all, we have to realize we just got independence in 1963. In 1963, when we got our independence, first of all, there was a mistake there because it moved from white colonialism to black colonialism at the time. And we have to correct these mistakes that we did when we got them, because tulipata na tukakimbilia. And we didn't understand what we were doing because people just got there. That's why we have the land issues in Mombasa, Nini. So me, yes, I live in the US, but I'm a Kenyan and mimi ni Mkenya. Mimi nimetoka, nilizaliwa, mimi ni mtu wa Jeri, mimi ni Mkamba, by the way, nimetoka Ukambani. And the last time I was in Kenya, I walked and I went to Machakos, and people know who Kalonzo is. Now, I'm not very happy of Kalonzo being there. Well, I'm happy him bringing the numbers, which I don't think. I think Inangilu walikuwa washaleta. But hata ukiangalia leo, Uhuru alitoka hivi, Kalonzo pia akatoka ajioneshe pia ni mtu mkubwa. Kalonzo has this ego yenye hajasaidia watu Ukambani sana. We're not very happy in Ukambani about him. So we really don't really care about him so much. Wengine watatu walikuwa washaeka kila kitu. If he comes, akipewa vice president, fine. Asipopewa, mi hata simtaki akuwe vice president. Really, we don't like. And my grandmother used to be in councillor of Machakos. And she used to tell me from Keno to Koma, hiyo barabara imejengwa mara ngapi? 3 kwa vitabu. Lakini iko imejengwa saizi time ya Uru. I was in Kenya this Christmas. And nilitoka hiyo barabara, I drove 10 minutes, kitu ilikuwa inakubeba 2 hours. And nikaingia SGR. Yes, I don't like how they did the SGR. Sipendi, I feel tuligongwa kidogo because of, having lived in the first world country, and which I need our country to be a first world country. But when I was going into Mombasa, tukiingia SGR, ikikwambia unafika hii time, unafika hiyo time. Na tukafika huko tukaenda Watamu. But what I was seeing kutoka Langata, hizo barabara zinajengwa huko juu, niliziona tena huko Watamu. And at that time it changed my mind. I was not a fan of Uhuru in any way. But it changed my mind. Ikanionyesha huyu mtu anaelewa ile kitu ilifanyika. Because even me living in America, the infrastructure makes you get to work when you need to get to work. So this guy, he did the infrastructure part. The second term, Ruto, story ya Ruto na watu wa Ruto msinirukie. I've never liked that guy. Akona kiburi tu ingine haifai. Hata kwa mzazi, huwezi enda kuongelesha mzazi venye anaongeanga. Hata ukiona akiongea. It's just somebody who's so prideful of himself. And us as in the diaspora, we're looking at it. When we come in to Kenya and we see infrastructure, we see different changes. That's what makes us better, because we think, you know what, maybe I might want to move back, and all that. It just opens up, because that's what people don't actually see. Inaitwa kutembea sana, ona mengi. And guys, I don't understand where the competition is here. About this, Raila has been there since we know. Me hata hiyo I voted for Raila in 1997 Langata. Guys, you need to open up your minds. You are to a UDA. It's good to have competition. It's okay. Bado nyinyi wa Kenya, you are our friends, you are our brothers, you are everything. You're still Kenyans. We are there. But there comes a time to look at the country and see where it's going. The things that are moving on, wheelbarrow will never help you with anything. But if you have the infrastructure to go get that wheelbarrow, then you can actually get it. Countries we cannot, as Africa, be called third world countries forever because we are talking about things. Today, Raila said, everything that Uhuru has done, he will take on to it and move with it. And that's a progressive mind where you don't just trash what, you know what, nilipitia Bagathi. That was Raila's thing, yenye alieka ya cement. Kitambo. Na hiyo barabara hadi wa leo haijaitoka. It was an experiment. Hadi wa leo nilipitia kwa hiyo barabara. Huyu mtu, for now, yeah, people say Nelson Mandela time, but this is it. Now ulizi vitu mingi, just give him 5 years. Wacha tuone venye atafanya. Sasa mwingine, mimi sielewi Ruto hata nini anafanyanga. Sijielewa. He should run for the governor of maybe Nairobi. Wachane na ikitu bwana. Patieni tu Raila for 1 term. Aende. Because sisi, na tusemi ati tumeona mengi kuwaliko. Nyi mnajua Kenya kutuliko maybe. But pia sisi tumeishi huku. Today, siwezi wadanganya. Look at this infrastructure. Nimekaa hapa. And I came here for specific reason. Ile ni lake, man-made. Inakujanga inaingiza pesa huku. Kwa sababu watu wanakuja hapa na boats wanafanya nini. Kimwareli imepotea. Hata mtu hawezi peleka boat huko. Pesa zimepotea. Can we please stop with the BS? I don't want to curse. With the BS and build our Kenya and move together as brothers to move to a second world country at least. Ukraine inagongwa huku inaitisha usaidi kutoka NATO. Sisi tuko huko tunapigana sijui ati watu wa bodaboda sijui nini. What are we doing? Can we move on? And I'm so sorry, nimekuja na ubaya. Sina ubaya na watu wa, they are my brothers, watu wa UDA.
Okay, asante Neto. I think the point is made. Wekesa, you will take charge ukiletanga Murunga na Kip. Katu amesema network yake ni iko makosa, lakini mimi naomba tu nitoke kwa amani leo.
Ngoja kidogo, wait. Najua kuna kanisa lakini wait. We still have a half an hour with you.
Yaani wewe umekuwa wasia wangu mpaka unanipangia muda. Sawa tu. Yes, Kips.
Hey, Bernard.
Yes.
Sorry. Wacha tu niulize cause it's my first day kuingia kwa hii kitu.
Yes.
Nililipa jana. How do I get back inside? Kama nikitaka kesho, how do I get back?
You don't even need the payment. The membership is what I don't want to say is optional, but it's not a condition for you to join the studio. Okay, it's just a contribution to the channel. As long as you have subscribed to Mtembei TV, either on YouTube or Facebook or Nini, then you hit the notification bell. Anytime we come live, you get notification. And then in the comment section, we share the link for getting to the studio. You now click on that link, you find yourself in the studio. Every show has its unique link. So there's no permanent link. Every show has its unique link. And so every time we come live, you notice that, then you'll use that link. Aina ujanja ingine.
Asante sana. Nimeshukuru watu na I appreciate.
Yeah, so just make sure you subscribe and then follow us on Facebook. It's still Mtembei TV. both the page and then the profile. So anytime any of those social media places will notify you. And we are always live on the page, on the profile, and on YouTube. 3 places.
Wait,
So you can follow
alafu
from anywhere.
Bernard,
Yes.
Bernard, I don't want
Yes, sir.
najua the rules and everything. I don't want to be, and sorry for everybody. Muongelele Miguna ananisumbua, tunaongeaga naye ako hapa Canada, tunaongeaga naye kila siku bwana. Huyo jamaa arudishwe. Niko na namba
Yeye
yake.
ndio amejifungia. Kumbe wewe ndio unaongea na yeye. Tafadhali
Yeah, niko
mwambie.
na namba yake, tunapiganga story.
Mwambie ajiruhusu kurudi kwa sababu ni yeye amejifungia. Wewe unataka kupita Uhuru Highway. Alafu unatusi polisi wote wamesimama Uhuru Highway. Unaambia mimi nakuja, nitawaonyesha. Watakuruhusu
No,
kuja.
naelewa, lakini tunaweza kuwa na different personalities. Unajua hiyo ni personality yake, tumkubali tu venye yuko, ni mtoto wetu.
Sawa sawa, tutashughulikia hiyo. Thank you. But your point is made. Asante sana. Wekesa.
Okay.
Take it over from here.
Sawa sawa, basi ameenda. I had an issue with him, but since ameenda, I will just make it as a comment. He was talking about unity parties coming together. I think he needs to be aware of our history, and I will not go back to the history Ambali, just the immediate one. 2013, there were around how many parties that came together? Around 13 parties that formed Jubilee. At that time, they were now fighting against the one code. So I think when now the shoe is on the other leg, people feel that people are coming together to fight one person. So 2013, we will also have felt that they were coming together to fight Raila Odinga. So it's good to also compare notes before you say something. Okay, otherwise, I think that was not even my beginning point. Today is a great day in history. I think it should go down in the annals of history. And in the calendar of Baba, it's a great day. It shall be remembered that today is when we gave him officially the mandate to lead the Azimio team. We've been grappling with how to come up with the final coalition, but finally we got it. Whether people are reading it as Azimio la Umoja ama Azimio One Kenya is just semantics, whether it's in English or Kiswahili. So we may opt to mix the language, both Kiswahili. We may opt the sharing of Azimio One Kenya, which is Kiswahili and English, or we may just opt to call complete Kiswahili Azimio la Umoja. So that is not here or there, because at the end of the day, even the original Azimio la Umoja, we don't pronounce the whole of it. We normally pick the first word. So even in whether we change it to the English part, we also may just pick the first part and the rest are the details. However, we want to appreciate, I see most guys were saying that Uhuru is a chess master, and we need to give him credit for what he has done. He has really tried to massage some of our egos, are oversized. He has tried to massage our egos and bring us together on the table of negotiation. And try to pump sense to some of us that we need to walk in one direction. So what happened today was it was a give and take. I've seen people, okay, I saw even media already had concluded on what they had agreed. But having gone through it from the reliable sources, we were told the only thing that was agreed on was the flag bearer. That was the easiest thing to be agreed on first. Then these other things were this something called council of what? It's a council of it is a council of I think those parties that are coming together. It will be the governing council that will come together and then lay out the structure, how they are going to pick the running mate, and then even how they will go on sharing of the government. So Uhuru remains the chairman of that governing council of the coalition. Raila becomes the party leader in that Azimio coalition. Yeah. So so nobody was given that this is your part and this is your part. They agreed first of all to unveil the candidate, and then these other things, I don't know what they shared to Musyoka or gave him to convince him, but the deputy party position has not been settled on. So they agreed they will deliberate on that going forward. I also wanted to touch on the issue of Ukambani. I think because Kalonzo has delayed a little, quite, and pulled people. Most people were tired of him, and most people were quick to say that we can do without him. Yeah, but sometimes it is easier. For example, when you're a student, when you think you are bright, you think because you score a lot of marks, 1 or 2 marks is not important until you are told that the cut point is 70 and you are at 69. That is when you realize even 1 mark was very important. So the reason why Team Azimio are not taking chances, they know they can win without Kalonzo, but they want not just even to win, they also want to have a convincing win, a sizable win, which gives you more legitimacy. Another thing that that is a bit challenging is when it comes to numbers. You can still win the presidential seat, but majority of seats in Ukambani may go to Wiper. These other parties may pick 1, 2, 3 seats, yes, but majority will go to Wiper. So you realize that even when you don't need him now, you may cross the line and you still need his party, depending on how each and every individual parties have performed in parliamentary seats. So it's very important to galvanize, because Baba is planning on a platform of unity, Azimio la Umoja. I think it was just very important that he continues with the message. And not only the message, I asked myself, what is it that Raila did to Uhuru, or what is it that Uhuru did to Raila to come together? Can that thing be done to Kalonzo? Because I think for them, they had no big beef. So the two had really fought aggressively, but they still came together. So if they extended the same grace, that's why they have broken that barrier, and now they are working together. So the greatest thing we were waiting for is that word, Baba Tosha. It may just be a normal, but it speaks. I have quite a number of people who are saying they were waiting for Kalonzo's direction, and I know there are quite a number of votes that will be solidified by his word, Raila Tosha. I have a problem, and I've been having a problem with Mother Karua, Kuria, and Wanjiki. I think these are cheeky guys who are out. If they're not on a political brokerage, then they are just doing some mall business. You cannot be. You know, the day these guys signed an the day Oka signed a deal is the same day after that Martha Karua ran to Mount Kenya Unity Forum. So I was wondering, is she going to tell them what they were discussing, or is she trying to see whether, or is she trying to delay Oka so that they can achieve another mission? Just to mention one thing on UDA rally in KKA rally in Meru.
But
someone is good with music. Huyo ni nani? Kuna mtu ako
Tamatisha, I've dealt with that.
Okay, yeah, so let me mention one thing about UDA rally in nini Maua. Sisi ndio tulipatia William Ruto Uhuru Kenyatta 8 million votes. Okay, the CCC gospel was there and trying to radicalize the mountain against Uhuru Kenyatta. Ametuleta ule mtu wa kukodesha. So the bitterness and whatever was still being replayed, and then now fronting people to cover the place of Kina Kraitu Murungi and whatever. But I don't think it will go a long way because they are leaders in their own right and they have made their decision. I'll stop there. Then things will pick as we continue.
Okay, thank you Wekesa. Ndeto mkono wako hiyo imekwama juu. Iko nini? Unmute. Unmute. You unmute before. Yes. Yep.
I agree with everything that Nani amesema. The problem is, and I will tell you the real problem. Kalonzo Musyoka is a nobody in Ukambani. And me, I'm a Kamba, nimetoka Machakos. I know it. And I'm a politician. And I have been there. Kalonzo Musyoka, when you say Kalonzo Musyoka, wachana na Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka, there's no more numbers alikuwa analeta leo. Kalonzo Musyoka is a power-hungry person. A power-hungry person. Ukisema Kalonzo Musyoka was a big thing, he's not. Hakuna. Hiyo kitu wachia Kaluki Ngilu, Mutua na nani. Wachana na Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka anajaribu, hata sasa ndio maana asikizani na when, who is this? Martha Karua alitoka akaenda kwingine. Leo ujiona Martha Karua mahali. Kalonzo Musyoka ni imposer. My father comes from Mwingi. My mother comes from Machakos. Wachana na hii kitu mwana. Kalonzo Musyoka huyo jamaa. Wachana na yeye kabisa. He's no addition to anything.
Thank you.
He's no addition to
anything. Let me order. Thank you. Twende straight kwa aya. Naomba hivi. Yes, Ndegwa, what is it?
Thank you, Bwana Chair. Bwana Martin Deto is trying to insinuate that Kalonzo Musyoka has no numbers. By the way, Kalonzo gave us a very big headache during the senatorial by-election just the other day. That is what made me understand who Kalonzo Musyoka is. By the way, this was a grand master move by Uhuru Kenyatta to make sure that Kalonzo Musyoka is within the Azimio, because like Wekesa has said, you might think you're clever in class, but when you're at 69%, you need that to get 70. They need that one vote. Let me tell you what happened here during that by-election. It shows how Kalonzo Musyoka is a chess master also in Ukambani, and how he was able to cripple this Mudhama UDA guy. I'm in UDA, so I'm a critic at this time. I'm looking at every side of the coin. Kalonzo Musyoka cannot be stricken out of the equation in politics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let that rest there. Everybody has his own view and his own weighing on this matter, but let's do this.
Can
That
I
is
answer?
now, that is now,
Amenikujia.
ngoja ndeto. Hey, relax, okay? That is water under the bridge. Kalonzo is in Azimio. Whether he has brought weight or he has brought burden or he has brought solution, we already have him now. Let's move forward. Naomba Kim akuje moja kwa moja, alafu ni nani? Yeah. Kip, sorry, not Kim. Kip.
No, I've not changed my name. I'm not Kimani yet. It's a great day today. I think I was watching it, and the most interesting thing I think Temba mentioned it was Uhuru broke protocol today. You know, whenever you go to a meeting, the most important person of the boss comes in last, and when he leaves first. But during this Jacaranda meeting, Raila came last, so that shows a bit of protocol. And I know I might be bashing Kalonzo a lot, but this guy plays smart politics. Raila plays both smart and hard. It's just that Kalonzo needs to start playing hard also. You know, he needs to stop these boardroom meetings and stuff like that. What I was really looking at was actually the State House meeting and what might have been discussed there. That's a very important thing. Things in politics don't happen accidentally. These things are down to deals, which I would like to see, but you know, some things we're not allowed to see as public members. What I assume is ODM's share will never go below 50%, you know, and I think maybe Jubilee will come down to about 30 and 20 for Kalonzo. So yeah, he's negotiated for him and his Oka team, Oka brethren, to get a bit of the share for the Azimio thing. The thing I'm upset about is, you know, I still don't trust him. He left NASA in the middle of the previous parliament or the current parliament, and we've been suffering, you know. It's like we needed his votes, and you know, it's like it's all over the place. You know, we need unity. So that's one of the things I don't trust him with, and it's always the fact that he's always going to the same story about money, and I think, yeah, that could also be a bit of what was discussed, how much money the parties are going to get. Now, people might think that the Azimio thing is not a wise move for the smaller parties, which Kenya Kwanza cannot give. People do not see why it's a very vital thing, where it's not even just about power sharing, something called zoning. So you'd find somebody who's created an individual party, and if they have more MPs, more MCAs, more governors, they get more shares. So Azimio gives them the ability to do that, to strengthen their parties, so that they can be, more political viable in future. So that is why this vote is very important and quite large. So that's one thing people are overlooking. It's not just about the CS seats, all about, I don't know, deputy president and all that stuff. It's not that. It's also about I think they might be discussing zoning or regional zoning. Another thing is, I think Kalonzo should be wise enough. You see, like, Jubilee came in saying, "Oh, we want." This is my assumption, by the way. It's my assumption. They want the deputy president position, and then, of course, the flag bearer is going to be ODM. That is no question. There was no way Kalonzo was going to come in and change that fact. What he's overlooking is the governor. The Nairobi gubernatorial seat is quite very, very important. It's a business center of our country. And if you notice something about Kenya, it's the most hardworking service group of individual in Africa. You do not look at South Africa, do not look at Nigeria. Kenya, we're very good. Fintech, all this stuff. We're quite strong in the service industry. So Nairobi is a very important hub. If Kalonzo was to be wise, he should either, I know it sounds like something small, he should go for the gubernatorial seat, or have Wiper negotiate on behalf, have Kalonzo negotiate on behalf of IPA and Azimio to zone out Nairobi. That's just a suggestion. Another thing I was upset with Kalonzo about, other than this coming late, is he just showed a bit of disrespect today. I don't know if anyone noticed, he was wearing the buffalo hat, the buffalo emblem on his hat, which is still the Oka emblem. I did not appreciate that because he should come in Azimio fully. Yeah, you either wear your party colors or you wear Azimio colors. So if he was wearing the wiper blue, that's fine. Or like Gideon Moi, who wore his Kanu red, that's fine. Or you wear your Jubilee or your ODM orange, but do not wear another alliance's colors. That is very disrespectful. As for running mate, I think for me personally, and as an opinion, I think that we should take somebody like Peter Kenneth, and I just have one reason for that. Peter Munya is very strong. And I believe right now Raila needs a docile. He needs somebody docile. We don't want the same mistake that happened with Uhuru, having this person who's really headstrong about his ambitions for presidential candidacy rather than working. I think Alex mentioned this a few episodes ago, that look at Trump's running mate, Mike Pence, just sitting at the background and letting the president do his job. So I think that would be my suggestion. If we had Peter Kenneth, that would be awesome. Those are my few things. And I know, Eric, you're going to bite my head off. I still don't trust Kalonzo. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Kip. Let's hear from Alex and then Odor. The people have not said anything first.
Oduor can go first. I'm not ready yet. Me 2 minutes.
Oh, and Odor has dropped off. Yes, now let's hear from Simon. Oh, sorry, Simon. Before
Thank you very much, Chair.
Hold on, one moment.
Sorry.
Now I just had a question to keep.
Yes.
I don't think it's disrespectful for each and every person to wear their party colors. Even there are people there with the ODM, there are those with Jubilee, there are those. It's a coalition. That's why it's called a coalition. Everybody you come with your thing, as long as you agree on the general message that all of you are in one alliance.
No, it was alliance.
And remember, it is today. Remember, negotiation ended today.
But you're still wearing the Oka colors. That's what I was finding disrespectful.
Oka has not been scrapped off. Even Uhuru mentioned it. If you are very keen.
Okay, all right. I put my hands up there, but the buffalo needs to die. Sorry.
No.
Okay, so now let's hey, you guys, ngoja kwanza.
Thank you, Bwana Chair. You had given me this opportunity. I just want to, today is Azimio's day, so I want to congratulate you guys, and most of all, I congratulate Uhuru Kenyatta, who does not fall very well with my taste bugs. He's nasty in my taste bugs because we have a bad history going back to when we stood with him, having voted for him 3 times. But today he played a grandmaster move, consolidating Azimio together. So I'd like to comment first of all about Kalonzo Musyoka and the position of a deputy president within the Azimio coalition. Now, Kalonzo has proved to be a hardliner and a very good negotiator. We cannot put that away from him, because as much as he's not moving a lot of numbers, and politics is about numbers, I think he has been able to take away a cool 10% from Jubilee, because I believe approximately ODM must have about 50% within the Azimio, Jubilee approximately 30%, and Oka had maybe 10-15%. Now Oka has come and there must be equal share partners with Jubilee, because I don't think ODM was ready to give anything away. Now, in the event that Kalonzo becomes the deputy president for the Azimio coalition, it becomes a negative for them, because whether he is deputy or not, the Kamba people will not move away from Azimio because Kalonzo is not deputy. So Azimio really needs a deputy president from the mountain. And from the mountain, I'm surprised that all of you are talking about Peter Kenneth. Peter Kenneth will not deliver any votes for you guys. Peter Kenneth is just a flashy person with an empty bag without any votes. The person who can deliver votes for Azimio, I am adamant. Now that Mother Karwa might be out of the equation, I would go with Kanini Kega. Kanini Kega is the only guy now who can go into the ground and do door to door. He's a guy who knows it, and he's a young guy. I don't think he has a respect. I don't think he would ever go against Raila. So for me, going into central part of Kenya, the person who can deliver something better or something good with a good weight that Raila needs to going into presidency is Kanini Kega. Just get out all those other people. People like this Meru guy you're talking, this minister, Munya and the Mbas, those people will not deliver any votes. This is just choreographed by the Uhuru deep state to try and give you numbers, but the numbers would come from Kanini Kega. About our coalition Kenya Kwanza, we cannot give the position of a deputy president to a Kikuyu. It is impossible. That one will be a straight fail for the deputy president. Why? I mean, his ticket will just represent exactly what happened in the last regime or in the last government. I mean, Kikuyus and Kalenjins wanting to rule the country forever. So for me, because the deputy president has staunch movement from central Kenya who have resonated with his Hustler movement narrative, that is why I'm part of this, and that is why I was very impressed by Baz and his presentation today. We are not in the Hustler movement because we are sycophants of the deputy president. We also point his negatives when we look at him, but the narrative is a good narrative that we all resonate with. It's a Hustler movement, the bottom-up movement, coming from down to up and making it possible into the high office. So there is no other question. Our coalition, Kenya Kwanza, has to give the position of the deputy president to Musalia Mudavadi. Failure to that is political suicide. If just to prove that in a second, when Kabogo tried to consolidate the vote of Kikuyus so that he would negotiate with whatever coalition, he failed miserably. And that is why that right now Kabogo has got very low chances of even making the Kiambu governor. Look at Moses Kuria when he came back from Dubai. He tried to make a third force, tried to move in Mount Kenya. He was not able because the people are staunchly behind Ruto right now. So Ruto has these votes in his bag, so he can go for another deputy president, which in this case is only Musalia Mudavadi. If they start making any mistakes around that, our coalition is gone to the dogs. Now, there's something we've not discussed, all of us in this platform. We have not talked about what is Uhuru Kenyatta's interest. You see, politics is about interest. Today was Azimio's day. We looked at Kalonzo really twisting the arms of Azimio coalition, and he finally clinched what he had. What is Uhuru Kenyatta's interest in this? We have not talked about that. You guys have been silent about it. Uhuru cannot be doing all this just for free. He can't be making all these grandmaster moves, even negotiating, sacrificing Jubilee's share of Azimio for nothing. I believe Uhuru Kenyatta is headed for the prime minister position in the coming government because His Eminence Raila Odinga has insisted that he will bring back reggae in whatever cost. And Uhuru has also said the same thing. So I believe everything we have been insinuating or we have been claiming in Kenya Kwanza that Uhuru is interested in, his term extension is true. Uhuru will not go for a deputy president position, but if the constitution is changed in that event, he's the next prime minister of this country. So we should also start talking about what is Uhuru's interest. Because as far as we talk about the interest of the Kenyans coming together and everything, we know that every politician has their own interest. So what is Uhuru Kenyatta's interest? For me, my take as Simon Degwa, his sole interest is to become the next prime minister of this country. As I finish, the many parties that came into Azimio coalition, some of them are even briefcase parties. It was just a psychological move, and it worked because me being a very good analyst and I look at things outside the box, I'm not carried away by waves. Today was a shocker for me. And I'm really looking forward to see whether the deputy president have something hidden in his magic bag moving forward into the elections. We will also be looking at the nominations. I don't think they'll have a lot of effect. We will all have fights from Kenya Kwanza to Azimio. There'll be a lot of fights. But I think as we stand now, things have become hot for us in the Kenya Kwanza coalition, and I'm waiting to see what the deputy president will have. Lastly, I want to just go back and tell you guys everything we have been saying. The handshake was important for this country to bring peace. But again, Uhuru Kenyatta is a genius and he has a lot of resources to twist things towards him. So the handshake was good because it brought back Kenyans to normalcy. But the BBI was actually not meant to help us. It was actually meant to make him the next prime minister in this country in the name of unity. I rest my questions. Thank you for that
Simon
chance.
Degwa,
Yes, sir.
What is your problem with the Uhuru Kenyatta being prime minister, deputy president, senator, or governor? What's wrong with that?
Kenya has come a long way. I'll present my case in the shoes of Raila Amolo Odinga. I mean, Raila, all his life he was fighting for Moi to step
No.
out of government.
I'm asking.
Yes,
What is
that is
wrong
what
with
I'm.
that?
That is what I'm explaining right now.
No.
That it's like asking me. It's like asking me what is the problem with Putin coming back after leaving presidency for another person. The problems now are
Simon,
being seen
you
in what is
cannot
happening
do
in
that. You
Ukraine.
cannot do that. Let's do this. When we are to condemn something as a people, it must first of all have something to do with unconstitutionalism. For
Yes,
example, Uhuru wants to change the constitution so that he runs the third term, which is against the constitution. That
yes,
Kenyans can rally against it. But
yes,
if, like, for example, Mandago has finished his second term as governor, he wants
yeah,
to go for senator seat. There is nothing
yes,
unconstitutional with it. So why should
yes.
that be a problem? And so let
I
us
would like
not
to
turn the
explain.
country.
Give
Let's
me
not
15
hold
seconds to
that,
explain
Simon. You
that.
are not listening. Let us not turn the country into whipping up emotions against an individual for political gain. There has been
Oh,
a very much spirited campaign of personalizing the 2022 elections, either fighting Ruto or trying to favor the Kenyatta family or to make the dynasty. That is the place where we need to move from. The country needs to move together as Kenyans for Kenya, not turning Kenya into a personal property or raising up Kenyans to fight an individual.
may I answer you, please? May I answer, Chair?
I'm listening, and make it brief, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. In 1992, when we got our second liberation, the people who are fighting for the second liberation expected Moi to retire, having stayed in office for 14 years, because they changed a clause in our constitution that gave a limit for 2 terms in 5 years. So having the fact that Moi was in office for 14 years, bringing in the multi-party for Jaramogi, Oginga Odinga, Matiba, Charles Rubia, and Kibaki, they expected Moi to retire. But when Moi brought in lawyers with his resources and he was able to convince that there was nothing wrong with him running as a new candidate within the new dispensation, is why we had all these problems till 2002. So democracy is about leaving the power to the rest of the people, because the more you stay in power, the more powerful you become, and the more power drunk you become, and that becomes a problem for democracy and human rights. I rest my case here.
Simon, you are speculating and fighting your own speculation. There is nothing founded in what you're saying. It is just
Very
a
true.
projection you're making. And
Very true.
from where I see it, there is nothing wrong with Uhuru Kenyatta coming back as Prime Minister or as Speaker or anything, as long as it is within his constitutional rights. If he wants to retire completely, he can. But all in all,
Theresa May
it's a
came back as
hypothesis.
MP.
It's
Theresa
a
May came back
hypothesis
as
that
MP.
I have created.
That's
It's
what
a
I'm saying.
hypothetical
Let it rest
thinking
there.
that I have created. And
Let it
it's from
rest
the
there.
point of where, because politics is about interest.
Ngoja
So
kwanza,
what is
Simon,
Uhuru
what
Kenyatta's
is the
interest
matter
in
with
this?
you?
Time to listen, mzee.
Okay, let's not pull things that our imagination then begin to fight that imagination. Let's remain within the boundaries of what is viable and what is should worry us. What should worry us is what is provided for in the constitution, and if there will be constitutional changes, the consequences of that. But let's cross the bridge when we reach the river, not for somebody to send us in one forest for us to get lost in there. Ni wakati wa nani wa Alex Ndeto, ni swali ama jibu?
Nilikuwa nataka kusaidia kidogo hapo reminder. If you are a company manager and kuna project fulani ulikuwa umeanza, you're about to retire, you leave something to someone and you're given a chance to choose or to have an idea of who you can train to get to finish what you had, and zile vitu ulikuwa umeweka chini, you have to tell them what they had, computer uwapatie passwords na kila kitu, mtu mwenye unapewa uangalie nani anaweza. There's nothing wrong with Uhuru trying to say that this is the person mwenye anaweza achia. And these people wenye wanasema hapa, the people that are saying that Uhuru doesn't have to, let me tell you, if Uhuru had chosen Ruto, kumi tena, they wouldn't be saying these things. They would have been on his side. Now, as a president of a country that umeacha vitu zingine hata hujamaliza, barabara imekwamia huko, you have to know who's gonna take all those things. Kabla upate matingatinga zimekwamia mahali because that thing never worked. So let's stop this thing of projects. This is what they're trying to do. But we know, as a president, even wewe nani Bernard, hii kazi unafanya saizi, ukitoka gapo unaachiaga mtu mwenye unajua ataendelesha venye wewe ulikuwa unaendelesha. You good speaker, I mean, unaekaga watu in pace. Uwezi achia tu mtu atakuja hapa aharibu kila kitu, kirudi upate imeharibika. Unaachiaga kina, I don't know, nani unaachiaga sana. Unaachiaga watu wenye unajua kwa akili yako, unajua wacha nikimbie hivi, huyu jamaa ataendelesha. Hata Mama Selina nini, tuache kuchezeana bwana. Lini Uhuru anaweza amua mwenye anajua mwenye kuachia kama wewe?
Okay, thank you. Let's do this. If we rebut zikuwe postponed kwanza tupate submission na watu wa comments tafadhali. Hapa kila mtu ana uhuru wa kusema kila anapaswa kusema, but sio kutu invite sisi tuende kwa speculation na tuende kupotea kwa bush. It doesn't work that way. And particularly Florence and Betty Florence and the other UDA guys, this is a platform, it's open to everybody, but no ideology, no suggestion is above interrogation. We must interrogate everything. Na sio story ya kuwa bias, the story ya kuleta ukweli. Ama ukitaka kudivert debate, we know that, and so we should guard that. It's part of our job. Thank you. Alex, karibu.
Yeah, Bernard, nashukuru kwa siku ya leo. I think this is a remnants of what happened in 2002 when His Excellency Raila Odinga and the other team of Kibaki, Gilu, Kijana Wamalo came together. By that time, we knew the election was over, and Uhuru and his team were panicking so much. And if you remember that time, they did not have any social, political, economic policies that could hold their campaign together anymore. And we are seeing that. And even from Ndegwa, what he's speaking, you can almost say that now they have started giving concession speech. From Malala and everybody, I have decided to listen what the UDA people were saying today. It looks like they have given their concession speeches. They are ready for Baba to be in the government. So we should treat these people from now henceforth as in opposition. When they speak, just understand they are speaking as opposition members. And we must give them that privilege so that they can put us on toes. So Mr. Ndegwa na wengine tunakubaliana sasa kuwa we can allow your critical analysis over how we are going to govern you. So we have started governing you, so that is good. Tunaongoja tu kuapishwa. Asante sana. I don't have to say a lot.
Alex, leo inaonekana umenyamaza sana. What happened? Nani amekusumbua kichwa? You're very quiet.
No, we act presidential. We are presidential now. You know. Yeah.
So, Wekesa, you'll take over because it looks like Ben is, yeah.
Oh, Bernard is on phone. He's back.
Sorry. Thank you. Wekesa. Take charge. Ni Alex alimaliza kusema, kila alikuwa anasema samahani, ni Brenda anataka kuingia studio, anaambiwa iko full.
Na ndaachia Brenda. But Bernard, leo tuongee polepole. We must act presidential. Wacha Ndegwa wapige kelele. Asante sana.
Hey, Alex, wewe. Now, on
Bwana
that note,
Alex,
I want
tafadhali, I have not conceded. Sawa, tuja concede, but we are giving you the credit of the day. We are happy with you guys. But the fight is still on. This is politics. I mean, we got 5 months, my bro.
Okay, order. I want to sign out, and then I wanted to leave you to let the incoming president address us kwanza, ndio niondoke niende kulala. Kesho ni morning service. I should be able to.
Aye. Your Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, viongozi wote ambao wamefika hapa siku ya leo, wananchi wa Kenya, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Leo hata mimi ninakosa maneno ya kusema. One of those occasions when you really feel you lack words to express your gratitude. But I want to begin by paying gratitude to all of you who have come here today and who have made a decision to nominate me as your candidate in the coming elections. I want to say that I accept the nomination by Azimio la Umoja to vie for the President of the Republic of Kenya in the August 2022 elections. I accept this nomination with absolute gratitude and dedication to our people, our country, and all the leaders and parties that have endorsed this nomination. You have handed me a strong, broad, and unified platform to stand on and additional pairs of hands to help steady the ship. Azimio is a broad national democratic movement which puts premium on national unity, inclusive development, and transparent and accountable use of public resources. We'll use it to continue the struggle to eradicate poverty, ignorance, and disease that our nationalists initiated at independence, but still remains a work in progress. The nomination comes with a responsibility to lead Azimio to a resounding victory in August and put our country firmly on the path of greatness and prosperity. I will deliver with your continued support. This journey has been one of the most unlikely in the history of our country. Nobody ever imagined that one day the parties and individuals that fought on opposite sides in 2013 and 2017 would unite. We got here because of the March 2018 handshake between His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta and myself. I take this opportunity to thank my friend and my brother, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, for this most unlikely journey that we started 4 years ago and which has changed the history and politics of this country. I want to thank our supporters for standing with us as we negotiated strong ties from within and without to steer the country in this transformative direction. Mr. President, 2 years ago, a newspaper commentator wrote, and I quote, "Often, when historians set about figuring where a nation took one course rather than another, they are most interested in who said what to whom at a meeting far from the public eye, whose true significance may have been missed even by those who took part in it," unquote. I remember the many meetings we held with the President, away from the public eye, as tension consumed our country and our citizens and the international community called for leadership. Our people said, enough is enough, let us part ways. I recall those initial chilly meetings where we uttered nothing to each other, and how they later gave way to warm and brotherly chats that enabled us to take a journey down the memory lane and come to a conclusion that something must change. We agreed that Kenya is greater than the two of us, that Project Kenya has not quite taken off the way our founders envisaged, that we have been held back by artificial divisions. We agreed that it was within our ability to be the agent of change that is needed. These agreements are taking shape, They're the foundation of the diversity of our people, coming together through Azimio la Umoja. At no time in recent history has so many parties agreed to come together in pursuit of a united country. Azimio is a family founded on conscious consent. Everyone feel at home. The pledges I make here today with this ticket are pledges I intend to keep. I pledge to lead an all-out war on poverty, unemployment, and hopelessness in Kenya, and actualize Article 43 of our Constitution, which guarantees Kenyans the rights to education, health, food, water, housing, and social security. No single Kenyan should ever feel forgotten in our country. I pledge to build an economy that helps every Kenyan make ends meet, put food on the table, pay school fees for their children, and save for the future, with a very deliberate focus on women. I will strive to eradicate this feeling among majority of Kenyans that however hard they work, nothing seems to change in their lives. I pledge to create a standalone ministry for youth affairs and mainstream appointment of the youth in the Azimio government, in addition to tax holiday for the youth enterprises and tax incentives to organizations that employ the youth. I pledge to take technology to farmlands across Kenya and revolutionize agriculture, help farmers produce more and benefit from the sweat of their labor through farm subsidies. I pledge to revolutionize our health services by building on the successes recorded by the Jubilee government. More hospitals and well-paid and motivated health workers, health insurance, and focus on preventive health. We call it Baba Care. Baba Care. I pledge to give every Kenyan child access to the best possible education. More schools, better trained and well-paid teachers. We shall waste no child. I pledge to raise financial allocation to counties from the current at least 15% to at least 35% of the national budget. President Uhuru Kenyatta has revolutionized infrastructure in Kenya. I pledge to use the platform of infrastructure to revolutionize industrialization. Wherever the road, the rail, power line, and internet leads, we should have an industry to make Kenya a manufacturing powerhouse. Buy Kenya, build Kenya. I pledge to lead a war against corruption. We will make this country adopt 3 don'ts to corruption. 1, don't want, don't do, and don't dare. I pledge to create a civil service defined by discipline, hard work, high morale, efficiency, and high ethical standards, devoid of nepotism, tribalism, and favoritism. Civil servants should be assured that if they work hard, maintain a clean record, exercise discipline, then nothing will stand between them and rising to the top. I pledge to build on President Uhuru Kenyatta's record of putting Kenya at the center of regional, continental, and global engagements. Kenya must continue to champion Pan-Africanist ideals and remain a key actor on matters that concern the human race on the global stage. A pledge to tackle our public debt, negotiate repayment periods that are not stressful, invest in projects that give good returns, and borrow at a favorable interest rate when we have to. A pledge to build on the unity of this coalition and eliminate mistrust, unfair competition, and negative ethnicity among our people, the type of the country we have had during the struggle for independence. Under my watch, Kenyans will regard each other as brothers, sisters, and friends, not rivals and competitors. I need your support. I need your help. I will not fail you. Sitaki kusema zaidi ya haya, namaliza kusema shukrani sana kwenu ndugu zetu zote. Ndugu Kalonzo Musyoka, tuko na shida leo, tumeongea, tumesalimiana, tumesema tutatembea pamoja, na tumehakikisha kwamba tunataka kuweka watu yote pamoja kama Wakenya. Ndugu yangu Uhuru Kenyatta amefanya mengi zaidi, tunamshukuru, na yeye tutatembea na yeye bega kwa bega. Mimi si project yake, hata yeye si project yangu. Tuko pamoja, tunatembea sambamba na Kalonzo vile namna hiyo. Hata Gideon, Charity, tuko hapa na Lee Janjui yuko hapa, Mugisa Kitui yuko hapa, Oparanya yuko pale, tuko hapo na watu wetu wote hapa. Munya yuko upande ile, na basi yuko hapo, Lonyangapuo 001 tuko hapa na wengi sana, na tutakuwa pamoja, tutatembea pamoja kama azimio la umoja ya kuenea wa Kenya na kuweka Kenya pamoja. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Wekesa. Hey, Wekesa. Is your gadget working? Okay.
Ni mimi. Pole, nilikuwa nimepotea kidogo.
No, hold on. Alex, what are you saying?
Sema utatuacha kwa mataa na huyu Wekesa gadget yake iko ni kama hana wifi, yako na bundles.
Kalonzo alivunja.
He's using the phone. I think the phone is overstretched. His laptop was not working today. Sawa, no problem. Wacha nitafute Themba. But let's continue the conversation. Ni time ya Duke.
First of all, I want to... Acha niende comments nione vile watu wanakuchapa. Ongea tu.
First of all, I want to...
Wekesa wewe unakuja 3 hours late.
I'm having a problem. Asijaitumia phone today, I'm suffering.
Just leave your mic on. The phone, the ROM for phone is not as fast as the laptop. So leave it on since it's not interfering with the others, so that you can coordinate bila kusumbuliwa. And then
Thank you.
I hope you're able to add people using the phone.
Let me check.
Check so that you, when I leave, you'll be safe. But you have permission to bring me back in case you get stuck. Thank you. Duke, karibu.
Okay, first I want to start by supporting what Ndewa said. Ndewa was talking about the interest of the president in the coming elections. And I was very upset when, I don't think like Penalty removed him from the panel. That's not right. He was actually speaking the truth. The only nation in the world where a president retired and then returned is Russia. And what that person has achieved to do is to have a pure monarchy, where he makes decisions as an individual. That's why we have the Ukraine war today. So actually, I'm proposing to have a section in the constitution that after you have served as the president, you should not serve in any other political position, whether constitutional, whether at a lower rank. So that's my opinion. So I was very upset when Bernard, you were just disagreeing with Ndewa and even removing him from the panel. When yesterday somebody accused Sarah here, despicable words, and was not removed because he was supporting Azimio. Having said that, I want to start to talk about I will talk about the two things. I will talk about the Azimio convention, and then I will talk about the running mate. And finally, I will comment about the speech which we have just listened to, the speech of Raila Odinga. Today, what I expected is to know who was to be the running mate of Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Because all of us here, we are aware that Raila Odinga was to be the presidential candidate in Azimio. So no news. There is no alternative. We were not expecting any alternative of who was going to be the presidential candidate. What we were waiting for is who is going to be the running mate, and I did not get that. That's actually was my anticipation today. And another surprise is the fact that Kalonzo admitted to support Azimio. But that was not the surprise. The surprise was what was the agreement. Is entering into Azimio to what was the agreement between One Kenya Alliance and the Azimio? We did not get that. But from my own observation is that it may be the reason. It may be the reason why we do not know the running mate today. Maybe because he's having a bargain of that, and they're trying to iron out those issues before they come up with an individual is going to act as a running mate without comparing individuals to move out of that coalition. So actually, my question was answered partially by that. The only thing I would disagree with Ndewa is when he said that the running mate should be Kanini Kega. So that one I will not agree with you, because he does not deserve that position. That's from my own observation. But the position of the running mate is going to affect both alliances, but it's also going to affect Kenya Kwanza as well. So for me, I will comment and go the way Ndewa said. I want William Ruto to pick Musalia Mudavadi as the running mate. The reason is, I know in central Kenya, the votes are going to be divided to some extent. It may not be equally, but we are going to have a division. It's not one person take it all. And William Ruto is assured that there are some individuals from the mountain who will not vote for Raila. So if he picks Musalia Mudavadi as a running mate, he can campaign on that to ensure to take all the votes from Western in one basket, because you will have the argument that I have given you the running mate, what have you been given from the other side? That will be a good bargain which will actually mobilize the votes from Western. Then I want to talk about what is also another thing what surprised me, the activeness of the president in the politics. I was surprised seeing the president dancing in a political rally. We know previously Moi supported Uhuru Kenyatta, but he did that in a decent way. And the reason he did that, we were having like a political party which was strong understanding at that time. So it was reasonable for him to pack somebody. The way it happens in other democracies, for instance, in the US, you expect a Republican to pack a Republican or a Democrat to pack a Democrat. But in this scenario where we don't have a consistent political party, the parties have been dissolved, I do not expect the president to be very active. But we have to ask the question, why is he so involved? He's investing a lot of finances, a lot of campaign. He has even become more political than Raila Odinga. So the outcome of him being active, involved in the succession politics, is going to have two problems in this nation. First of all, if Raila wins, if Raila becomes the president, he is going to have limited power. And for me as an individual, I know for you to be able to govern, you should be able to control the politics, all the instrument of power. So if Raila is not very keen, he's going to have a scenario whereby if he becomes the president, then we have a considerable portion of his group who are affiliated to the president or from Mount Kenya, and we have another strong opposition outside, led by William Ruto, and William Ruto will be waiting to take some from maybe that, and it's going to be very difficult for Raila Odinga to govern. So that's my take. Also, last I want to talk about the speech. Raila Odinga gave a good speech to some extent because he articulated about the issues we have in Kenya. For instance, unemployment, poverty, food, water, all those are the issues which are affecting every person in Kenya. But I disagree with two statements from him. First of all, he said that Uhuru Kenyatta has excelled. For me, Uhuru Kenyatta has failed totally because we have an economy which is not working. We cannot talk about infrastructure when the infrastructure is, for instance, if you combine the SGR and the roads which have been built, is actually less than $1 trillion, but they have borrowed more than 6 trillion within the period. So President Kenyatta has failed. So I disagree with him on that. Also, he talked about we are divided because of artificial issues. Also, that's not true. Kenyans are divided on concrete issues. Inequality in resource allocation. That's not an artificial issue. We have about rigging of elections, what he was fighting for. So it's not artificial if you win and your victory is taken away. So those are the key issues which were to be addressed, but not that you shake hands and then you forget about the historical injustices. So I disagree with him on that, and I end my submission there, unless I have a question.
Wekesa, be the first one to ask.
Please, my answer.
Ngoja kwanza.
Yeah, okay, Duke, I just want to begin by the last issue you have mentioned, that the issues he raised are not artificial, they are concrete. I think maybe my dictionary is bad, but I don't think the opposite of artificial is concrete. The opposite of artificial is natural. So what he meant is that these issues are man-made and we can deal with them. So when you talk about artificial, it has nothing to do with concreteness. Then in infrastructure, he said that he has built infrastructure and opened up the country. And he said, because I'm standing on Buy Kenya, Build Kenya industrialization, every place there is an infrastructure, I'm going to build there an industry, whether it's information or whatever, so that the infrastructure is now made to work. So he only said that whatever Uhuru has done, I'll build on that. He never just said that he has succeeded. He cited the areas he has succeeded. And one of the areas is infrastructure. I think let me comment just on two, and then let others also ask questions.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Brenda?
I want to ask my friend here. Nimesikia akisema that Musalia Mudavadi, when he speaks as the running mate for the deputy president, he would make a change and would help the DP win. My friend, do you think even if Musalia Mudavadi is funded by the US government or whatever, he would even get 30% in Western region without the help of Raila Odinga? And another thing, before you mention Musalia Mudavadi in Western, do you know is Raila Omolo Odinga who made him become the kingpin of the Western community? Are you aware of that? Are you aware that Raila Odinga controls both Nyanza and Western without anyone's help or without any fund? Another thing is that the thing of Kanini Kega being the deputy president for Raila Amolo Odinga, I consider it's not something that is going to work for us because Kanini has no votes. Kanini ni mtu ambaye anatafuta kiti hapa Nairobi, and I want to tell my friend is that according to me, if I would choose the deputy president for Raila Amolo Odinga, I would go for Kalonzo Musyoka. One, understand that Kalonzo Musyoka controls a guaranteed 1.7 million votes. If we pick a deputy president in Mount Kenya region, well, whatever we do in Mount Kenya region, I'm an ODM diehard, I'm an ODM member, but even if we pick 3 deputy presidents in Mount Kenya region, there will be no much change. What we are looking in Mount Kenya as Azimio la Umoja is just 30% that we have never ever achieved since we have been in this race. But if we go with Kalonzo Musyoka, we are guaranteed that the 1.7 million votes he delivered, they are going to be there, we are going to be guaranteed, because we know Nyanza Western is locked with Baba. Northeastern is ours, Coast is ours. And on 9th of August, tunaapisha Baba mara moja moja.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Yes, Ndegwa?
Thank you, Chair. for giving me this chance to rebut at Brenda. My name is Simon Degwa. Brenda, you referred to me as your friend, which is not bad. It's a good acquaintance today. Now, the reason why I mentioned Kanini Kega is one of the best performing MPs right now in this country. And for sure, he doesn't have any votes, but I know his working culture. PK will deliver absolute zero. Kanini Kega, I was talking in regards to the mountain because Baba has 20% guaranteed in the mountain with or without a running mate from Central Kenya. Why? Because he's always had that 10-15%, even when there's no all these shenanigans about Azimio and everything. So right now, he just needs a person with a good culture of working. If he gets high-headed people like Kiraito Murungi or Munya, I mean, he will bring a problem in his government later. We still remain the same Kikuyus we are. So Kanini Kega for me is young. So he's best placed for that. About Musalia Mudavadi, as I finish, Musalia Mudavadi for us, even if he's going to bring only 5%, let alone that 30% you're talking about, it's good for us. So we are counting on that Western vote because if you look at Ruto, his advisors at some point have made mistakes. Like he has to go now to Kajiado and do his mathematics. I mean, the mistake of Ngirishi was a big mistake. So we have done mistakes. We need to correct them. And the only deputy president we have as a good choice is Musalia Mudavadi. No, I was not saying that Musalia Mudavadi will bring 100% votes, but we are counting on a big chunk from that side. Do not, overlook Musalia Mudavadi. It's because of Musalia Mudavadi that Uhuru Kenyatta today is president. 2013, Musalia Mudavadi took a whooping 500,000 from Vihiga, and that made Uhuru Kenyatta the president against Raila Odinga. So do not just overlook at the important of Musalia. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Simon. I can see the way you are a good Mzalendo. Okay. When it comes to deputy president, you want him to have an experienced, seasoned politician as running mate. When it comes to Raila Odinga, you want him to have Kanini Kega, who is young and all that. I don't know how you're balancing that. And you also confirm that he's not going to bring votes. What I'm simply saying is, why is UDA interested in arranging Azimio's running mate?
May I answer
is
that, Chair?
top priority interest in knowing who will be the running mate? Why
May I
do
answer
they
that,
want
Chair?
to choose a running mate for them?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to answer that. UDA is not interested, but because today is the day of Azimio, that is why we are delving into Azimio's business. Today is the day of Azimio.
No, Simon, you're not being sincere.
Today is
This
a
is not
good
the
day for
first
you
day we
guys.
are discussing this.
No,
You're not being
okay, it's
sincere
okay.
if you say you're talking about
Yeah.
running mate because today is Azimio's day. This running mate issue has been here with us. And this is not the
But
first show.
yes, sir.
Yes.
I would like to say this. I'm talking in regard to the mountain because you see, Kalonzo has been with Baba, both in 2013 and 2017. So his 1.7 million votes, as Brenda says, those are a guarantee. Whether Kalonzo becomes the governor of Nairobi or a mayor minister, there's no Kamba who will baffle
Okay.
from Azimio simply
Let's do
because
this. Let's do this.
the position of a deputy president. My point is, Baba needs to gain further mileage if he wants to be president. And that
Let's
can only
do
come
this,
from the
please.
mountain.
Simon,
Let's talk
listen.
about facts.
Let's do this. I think we are spending too much time on that unnecessarily. Okay. From the systems that have been put together for the Azimio campaign team and the Azimio projection of winning the election, I don't think they are dependent on who will be running mate or who will be given which slot. This is a move that is far beyond that. There is what will come in by reason of Kalonzo subscribing to Azimio, no doubt. But from how And I don't know why there is a spirited, wherever, the campaigning of Uhuru Kenyatta's influence as far as the mountain is concerned. And if there is anything that is sending shivers in the spine of all Kenya Kwanza Alliance, is the Uhuru factor in the mountain vote in support for Azimio. That is one name they don't want mentioned because they know with a running mate from the mountain or not, the Uhuru factor cannot be dismissed. And so let Kenya Kwanza look on how to counter Uhuru Kenyatta factor and not beat around the bush asking who will be the running mate. You must get running mate from here. And there could be a surprise. The running mate of Azimio can come from Rift Valley.
I totally agree with you, Bernard.
Thank you. So
I would
let's
ask
do this.
for forgiveness into delving about the issue of deputy president in Azimio, but Uhuru is all within his rights to have an interest in the next election or be involved in Azimio. He has all the right as a Kenyan, but we should also ask ourselves, what interest as a politician does he have? It's my right
There is
also
no
as a
problem with
prime
Uhuru having an interest. Wanandegwa, we have already been there.
Thank
Politics
you.
is about interest, and Uhuru has a right to have interest in the elections.
Same
That's
to
why he's
me.
doing what he's doing. Nobody
Same
should
to
stop
me as
him.
a citizen. Same to me as a citizen. I have that interest to know, and that is why I brought it into the
Then
discussion.
you
I'd like
have
to
no
know
problem.
what
You have
is
no
Uhuru
problem.
Kenyatta's interest in this
Degwa, the
election.
reason why I mute you and throw you out is because you don't listen. Okay? I'm saying if you have an issue of knowing Uhuru's interest in the elections, from where you are, you know the direction of State House. You know direction to Arambe House. You know the direction to Jubilee headquarters, okay? Where the party is headed. So coming here to ask us the interest of Uhuru Kenyatta by taking much of our time for debate, it is like taking us for a ride. Please, write a letter this morning to wherever department you need to get Uhuru's interest in 2022 elections. Naomba tusonge mbele
Bernard.
tafadhali.
Thank you, Chair.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard. I think he's asking a wrong question because if Uhuru has been a president for 2 terms and they were never threatened, so why do they think Uhuru is a threat when he retires? When he is just supporting someone from behind? I think they are wasting our time.
Thank you. Let's listen to Nani. Ndeto, what is it?
Bernard,
Yes.
I wanted to tell him, today we heard that thing. It was very good. And there's a reason it took 5 hours to get to Jacaranda. And there's a reason we didn't hear a vice president. Last elections, we had the vice president, alitangazwa Kalonzo Musyoka. Immediately, we knew who he was. Right now, there's a reason hiyo kitu yote ilikuwa, I mean, it was so nice kama tungezatangaza vice president. There's things that are being spoken behind the doors, which you have to speak about. So for him to tell us Kalonzo has to be, me, like I said, and I've stated very clearly, I'm a Kamba, I know Kalonzo. I know him, I know his house. There's a reason there was no vice president mentioned. And there's a reason he started saying, easy if it was Kenya Kwanza, I mean, he started saying Azimio, Oka, and whatever. And he was the only person saying that. And there's a reason that meeting ended so fast in Jacaranda. And he said he was not sure if he's going to be. Now, I need you guys to understand. People in Ukambani, we don't follow Kalonzo that much. We don't care about him. Angine walishaleta bwana. Hii ya Kalonzo bwana, Kalonzo will come kama atakuja tutaendelea. Like Nick Salat alisema, aliambia Gideon Moi, we kama hataki twende. You know, tuachane na hii kitu ya Kalonzo. I don't know why you guys are fighting about Kalonzo. Kalonzo in Ukambani is not even, I mean, he's a leader. I don't want to diminish him. He's a leader and he's a formidable leader. But these other watu wengine wako hapo. wachanini na Kalonzo. History ya sijui vice president mtapata kama atatoka Ukambani ama atatoka, hata inaweza kuwa Joho. I don't know why we're fighting about vice president. Let's move on.
Sawa, thank you. Your point is made. Alex, quickly.
Temba, please. Temba. Kabla Alex. Baba. Hii mambo ya watu kutuletea kutukoroka na mambo ya huyu Chuck aenda ambie hiyo maneno watu ya UDA. Sisi watu ya Azimio tumeritika, tutaendelea, tunaheshimu President Uhuru Kenyatta. Kama nyinyi hamtaki na mlikuwa na yeye, muache kukuja kutufunza hapa. Bernard, these people wanatumwa wakuja watuchokore. Sisi ni Azimio. We need peace. Tunataka kutengeneza vile tutaunda serikali. Hatutaki kusikia maneno yenye tunaambiwa ati Uhuru interest yake ni nini. Interest ya Uhuru ni Mkenya. Yeye ni atakuwa former president. For now is the president of Republic of Kenya. Mulikubali Kibaki wakati hakuna kitu alifanya. So hapa tumepoteza wakati tena tukililia watu wakuwe na umoja, watu wawili watatu wapeleke hiyo maneno kwa UDA waulisane vile wataki Uhuru. Sisi tunapenda Uhuru. We don't want to give them time. Wanakuja kutupotezea wakati isemekane sisi tunaungana na watu wanachapa Uhuru. No, ameshikana na baba, Kalonzo ameshikana na baba, Kenya iende mbele. Wafungue TV yao ya UTA, tukienda huko kuwachokoza watufukuse, lakini wakikuja hapa wakuje na discipline. Hapa ni watu wasima. Hatutaki maneno ya kuja kutuambia ati story ya Uhuru unatuleka, unafunza Raila siasa, unafunza Azimio siasa. No, enda tengeneza yenu. Please, I'm sorry to talk like that. Nimesikia mbaya. Amwezi kuja kuharibu china ya president kwa hii kikao. Sisi hapa tunaheshimu rais. Mtu anasikia uchungu na rais, kamba ilisemekana na Otwali, muende mchijonge, tuko tayari kuwapeleka mahali mnastahili. Thank you, I'm so sorry.
Alex?
Yeah, Ndegwa, for the benefit and for the risk of repeating twice, let me be very clear to you, and I want this to sink to you before you go to your NDC on the 17th. Our deputy president is Kalonzo Musyoka, and BBI will pass between 100 days. And the next legally, constitutionally, Prime Minister is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Take it to the bank or leave it. That is
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. Tell him again.
Bernard bwana amenieka sana. Bernard bwana.
Can I respond to some questions and I
from
move out?
Lion.
Who is talking?
Sijini Eric.
Eric?
It's me.
Eric, you have made your submission. Where?
The first submission at 9. Now it's 3.
Eric, come on, wewe mute mic sahi.
I've been
quarantine permanently. Ngoja kwanza, tutakuja kwako baadaye. Richard.
Okay, thank you for your, I think what I can say is one or two things. One, me, I didn't see any problem with Jacaranda. Everything went on smoothly, and that is what we have been waiting for. Two, in fact, I'm setting a caution to UDA people, especially those ones who come to the panel. We as Mio, we don't want to know who will be the vice president, because we are going step by step. Today, we have got our flag bearer, Raila Amolo Odinga. The next step is the running mate. You wait. UDA people, don't force us to give you our running mate so soon. We know we are going step by step. 3, whether Kalonzo was to come or no, as I said the other time, we have votes from Ukambani, but we also thank God that Kalonzo has come with the remaining one. They are full now. So I think the problem here is that those people of UDA, they are very annoyed, they are very angry because they have seen now Kalonzo has gone. The people whom they have, they don't have votes. That's why they are very angry. They are giving us problems in the panel. They are talking anything. For example, now, if somebody can say that the manifesto of Raila Odinga, the one which he was reading, was wrong, my friend, how was it wrong? So that thing has been prepared by professionals, those people who know where the country is and where the country is going. Now you come here, even if you are a professor, those are also professors who prepared that thing. So please, UDA people, just leave us alone. We are going to win, whether you like it or not. On 9th September, we are carrying the day. Me, I'm very happy, but don't give us headache. Just let us go step by step. And sincerely speaking, what I was proposing, me, I wanted the running mate to be a woman. If we can get a woman, a running mate from Mount Kenya, because I thought that Martha Karua will make it, but if she refused, let her go. If they can bring even Savina Chege, I was to be very happy because a woman from Mount Kenya can bring more votes than Peter Kenneth. But anyway, I've said that is step by step. It will come. And the UDA people, leave us alone, my friends. We are going to win. Thank you. Thank you.
Richard, your point is made. Thank you. Thank you. No questions, please.
I would like to. Yeah. I've been here almost to be taken to quarantine.
I'll be sending you there shortly.
Behave presidential Kubali. You know, I told
quarantine belongs to Alex. Tafadhali. Alex is good in quarantine.
Wache kitu wakina Duke wapige kelele.
Wapige kelele.
Okay. Wakina Chudi.
Let me just go straight to my point about first thing I'm going to address Ndegwa. And I want Ndegwa and most of the people from Mount Kenya to know, and everyone, that most of the people in Mount Kenya will vote for Ruto to punish Uhuru. That is one thing I know very much well. They are not voting for Ruto that he is good. They will vote for him to punish Uhuru. That's one thing I know. And one thing Uhuru said in Sagana, not even in Sagana, I think he said this. He said the time he needed to unite the country with Baba, Ruto didn't want that thing. And Uhuru sat down and think, he had this thought. He has a police guard, hakuna mtu atakanyanga kwake. Ruto ako na guard, hakuna mtu atakanyanga kwake. Hao watu wengine wote, they have security. No one will go to their places. Huyu mtu wa kawaida ana askari, atachungwa na nani? Asiharibiwe mali yake. And that's where Uhuru decided to move on with the handshake, something that deputy didn't want. So anyone from Mount Kenya who is voting, I know like 70% who may vote for Ruto is to punish Uhuru. But let me say this, Uhuru will never be punished, will not feel it. The person who will feel it, it's we voters. Because everywhere, I had Ukambani Kingpin Kalonzo, Nyanza Raila, Rift Valley Ruto. And the same Ruto has come to Mountain to make sure we disrespect our kingpin. So right now, Central and Mount Kenya, they want to show us that we don't have a kingpin, we don't have a leader. That's how we have been poisoned. Most of us have been poisoned like that. And little did they know, Uhuru will not suffer. And I want to tell Duke, and also you, Ndegwa, the Uhuru interest in this thing is to see the country going forward in a better way. That is the only interest Uhuru has. Nothing more, nothing less. To see the progress and the positive progress in this nation. So for the people who are trying to make it like Uhuru want to be in leadership, Uhuru is not even interested in that. Uhuru is not interested in being in leadership again. He has been in leadership for 10 years. He has everything. So for that purpose, Mount Kenya people, they should be very, very wise, especially from where I come. I normally tell them in Rakaniti, let us not vote against Uhuru to punish him, not to vote for a leader. We are trying to punish Uhuru because of all these propagandas people have been fed with in the mountain. So for that purpose, I'll just say the last point. Mr. Ndegwa, if you invite us for a wedding, we are going to come, drink, eat, dance, and do everything. But we cannot come to manage your marriage. We cannot come to a matrimonial house to manage your marriage. So whatever happened between Ruto and Uhuru, the two of them knows. The two of them knows. We don't know. So the moment Uhuru step aside and go, because most of Mount Kenya people, they are in this denial of yangu kumi, yako kumi. Most of people wamekuwa maapo and they're making the wrong choice. By that time, we were in a wedding, so we don't know what happened in that marriage. So the Uhuru and Ruto, they are the ones who knows the problem. So let us that one not bother us. We should follow our leader. Thank you so much.
Sawa sawa. I think also before Bernard comes, I think this legal question has been asked, whether Uhuru is able to do something else after 10 years of governance. By the way, the makers of the law and the spirit of the law, the reason why they put 10 years is not to bar you from being effective after that, but to ensure that nobody takes advantage and continues holding on to power. So that means, and this question was arose when people were asking, a governor who has done one term, when he comes back, can he do consecutive terms? And they said yes. Then the question is, will he not be doing 3 terms and the others who have been doing 2? Then the answer was, you can only be barred on 2 consecutive terms. So if a governor does 2 consecutive terms, he cannot do another one as a governor. But if he does one, then he is defeated. When he comes back, he can still do the 2 ones. So the idea here is this. You can not be a president for more than 2 terms, but you can be a president, a prime minister, you can be a minister. That's why George Saitoti, after leaving vice president, he still was a minister in internal security. You can hold any other portfolio. And even your own candidate said that when he retires, he is going to be an evangelist. Doesn't he mean that that is still a role in the society? So if you mean you guys completely retiring, you just go and disappear. But you can, in other words, he was suggesting you can do any other role apart from being the president. And that one we need to agree, so that It doesn't mean when you retire you become inactive, ineffective. Even teachers, some teachers retire the normal teaching, then they go and do other extra activities. Okay, they teach at home. Nurses do that. They have their own, they run their own businesses in the same. So let's not just focus on Uhuru. This thing affects all of us. Yeah, Bernard is back. You can continue.
Yes, Wekesa.
Yes.
The question of trying to block somebody from being functional because he has finished his term is not anything new in Kenya. In the NAC government, when they assumed office, the first thing Kibaki took was to bar Moi from participating in politics if he will be entitled to his retirement and all those things. There was a law that was brought even to the floor of the House, wanting to curtail his political participation if he will be given his rights as a retired president. And it was all dismissed from the floor of the House. And the person who led against that was one Raila Amolo Odinga. So it's not viable for somebody to be punished for having been a president or to be barred. You don't become a less Kenyan because you have served as a president. In my opinion, we should not even be discussing that. We are trying to anticipate something that probably we don't have even a constitutional capacity to stop. That's my take. Yes, Simon.
Thank you, Chair. I want to apologize first if I've rubbed anyone the wrong way in this podium. Selina Sego was very strong in her words that we have been sent by UDA. I personally even don't know where the UDA offices are. It's a message that has resonated with me, and I joined this platform in good faith just to exchange ideas. And politics sometimes brings emotions. Uhuru has all the rights to participate or even fund whoever he wants to fund. But it is also our right as citizens to ask what is his interest and maybe bring a hypothesis to what I think as an individual to where he would be leading, because politics is a game of interest. Going to Kinyua, Kinyua talked about that Nyanza has their leader who is Raila, Kamba people have their leader who is Kalonzo, and so the people from, the mountain don't have a leader at the moment, and that our very able deputy is boasting of leadership. Well, I think that should be a compliment on our side because we are progressive.
The mountain doesn't have a leader.
Yes, that the mountain doesn't have a Mudhamaki in that matter, a king in a tribal.
That's not what he said.
He said, let me quote what he said.
You didn't listen to me, Ndegwa.
I listened to you, Kinyua, and I would like you to repeat the same words you said, that Raila is a leader of Nyanza. And I would like you to answer that so that I just finish this. I just wanted to finish that because I wanted to rebuttal you on that. What did you say exactly in regard to leadership and tribes?
I said this. Every place, they have their own kingpin. In Ukambani, they normally see Kalonzo.
Thank you. Let me finish.
Nyanza, in Western, but listen, but in Mount Kenya, the one we have, Uhuru Kenyatta, we have been poisoned to disrespect him. And if you go to other places, they respect their leaders. That's why
I would like to answer you now on that. That is what I was answering. So what I mean is that we are progressive.
Simon, before you answer, maybe respond to these words also. I think because William was speaking on the mountain and was saying that kwani tumekosa mtu ndio tuletewe mtu wa kukodeshwa. So according to him, Raila anakodeshwa to the mountain. Is he part of the mountain? So answer that also.
Okay, I will be answering that. On this one of Kinyua, I mean, that should be a compliment on our side. We stood by Uhuru both in 2013 and 2017 2 times. We've been staunch for him. We have tested him. And according to us, he's not a fit Mudhamaki for us now. And that shows progressiveness if we can decide to be led by someone else from another community.
According to you as who?
According to the statement that Kinyua gave,
Goja, Simon.
Why
Simon,
would we?
Hold on. You're trying to take us for a ride. Which role do you play in making Mudhamaki in the mountain at Simon Ndegwa?
I think, Bernard, you're taking it in the wrong manner. I'm answering Kinyua's...
Don't. What you are trying to do is take us for a ride. We know
How?
how the mountain end up having a Mudhamaki and how a Mudhamaki exits office and another one comes in. It has everything to do with the traditions and the traditional leadership of the place. And I don't see you, Ndegwa, being part of that. So when you say we have come to conclusion that this Mudhamaki has not performed and he has not represented us, you are speaking as who? Are you part of the Council of Elders?
I'm speaking as Simon Ndegwa. On this show, I speak as Simon Ndegwa, as an individual. So what I'm saying is, Kinyua, I'm answering. Yes, I'm answering.
When you want to speak as an individual and as Simon Ndegwa, then speak on behalf of Simon Ndegwa, not on behalf of the mountain, because you have not been sanctioned to speak on behalf of the mountain. You are not part of what makes the Mudhamaki for the mountain. So if you say we have decided, you are speaking on behalf of who?
I am following the line in which Kinyua has created that the people in the mountain. Bernard, please just understand me. What Kinyua said that all the other regions have a leader per se. So in this case, he's saying we have been poisoned against our leader, who is currently Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and we are not following his pace. And that is what I'm trying to explain in good faith, Bernard. Please give me some tolerance and a chance to explain myself. So the reason why we are not following Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is because we have tested him in his capacity as our leader. And so that also comes in to also show how progressive we are as a community, that we can come out of that cocoon that we have to choose one of our own to represent us as our leader. Coming to you, Wekesa, I would like to answer your question, and then now I put off the mic and listen to you guys. Wekesa, you asked me something. Wekesa asked me about the politics going on and the deputy president trying to insinuate that Raila is a project. I mean, this is politics. So there is also the politics you guys have on your
you have
side.
not got the word. I said, Ruto was actually in Maua and was telling the people there that as the 8 million voters, kwani hatungepata mtu wa kunini ndio tuletewe mtu wa kukodeshwa. So in his own sentiments, he means that huyu jamani outsider is a stranger to us. So why are you bringing a stranger to us when we can get someone of our own? And the big question is, because he's campaigning, is he one of
I'd
you?
like to answer that.
And what makes Raila not part of you? And what makes him part of you?
Before I answer that, I want to say that, and with a lot of, how do I put this? Raila is a very important person to all of us. Even the Kikuyus know his importance. So they have felt it since he left opposition. People have felt the absence of Raila. So we know the importance of Raila in our leadership. What Ruto means is that he stood with Uhuru, and by that standing with Uhuru in 2013 and now 2017, he was talking in regard to that grouping and the number of votes that grouping brought in. That ulikosa mtu wa kutafuta katikati ya hii 8.5 million wale kupatia kiti ukaenda across the divide. You know, the deputy president is a very well educated man, so I believe this is just street politics. And it also works with ODM. When you see Joho standing, Atwoli standing, I mean, I don't think Atwoli is just someone who insults anyone the way he talks. These are politics of the street. And if we start taking people accountable like Atwoli for calling people shenzi, that will be absolute nonsense, because we need some entertainment in the political arena. So for me, this
let's
was
do
not
this,
something
please.
very, very important. But Kinywa's line of thinking had to be answered. We are now a very progressive people, and in terms of term limits, coming to you, Bernard, term limits are there, and they were created by the
Okay,
Macro
tumekusikia.
Unite.
Let Bwana Simon,
So if we remove term
wachana hii
limits
maneno
from
tafadhali. We are
democracy,
taking too much time over nothing.
I've
We
finished.
know
If we
how
take,
the mountain get their leader. If
if
you have,
we take,
you have
okay,
changed,
if
we
we,
are yet to inform us. We are yet to get a memo.
Ndegwa,
Bernard,
don't
if we
stop
take
the
time
thing.
limits
Just
from
relax. Wacha hata Duke aongee.
democracy,
Ndegwa, stop that.
Now let me make it clear, please. If you are not part of the debate, tuachane nayo, because hakuna haja ya kusungushwa hapa. If you are not agreeing with the tenets of the norms of the traditions, which even the court of law resorts to, where the law is not clear, and then you want us to support it, nafikiria ni kujaribu tu kutumalizia wakati. If you want to support something, begin from the stem, then from the roots to the stem, then to the branches. Don't talk to us about branches and you don't want to know about the stem, you don't want to know about the roots, because all you want to do is create confusion. And I believe what is bedeviling the mountain right now is created artificial confusion, whereby some people are claiming to be speaking for the mountain when they have not been mandated to. Until there is a new Mdamaki in the mountain, there's only one there. And that Mdamaki will lead the majority of the mountain eventually at the end of the day. Bwana Wekesa, hukupata njia ya kuongeza watu kwa hii nini? Are you able to add? Jaribu kuongeza time.
Naweza. Kuna mtu mmoja nijaribu one. Hebu niwache nijaribu.
Kuna
let me try. Let me try this one. Although it takes time to pick, but let me try.
Take it easy, take it easy. Sawa, thank you very much. And Fred Momanyi, how are you?
Bernard, you know, I was asked questions. I gave a submission and I was asked several questions, and I've been waiting for me to respond, so I move out. I've not responded, so I don't know what's going on.
Let's listen to Fred Momanyi bwana. Wewe kaa hapo.
Okay, thank you.
When I gave submission and I was asked question, why should I not respond? And individuals have been responding to questions when they give submissions. Should I give a submission?
What time did you
Get
come
asked
here?
questions, so I don't sub.
I'm asking you, what time did you come here?
What?
What time did you come on this platform?
Like 1 hour ago.
Like 1 hour ago, okay? I've been on this seat 5 hours and 23 minutes, okay? So coordinating this thing is not as simple as you think. And so there are many things I must put in balance. One of it is when you're dragging us into unnecessary debate. I must get people back where we're supposed to be. So relax. You will have your second term of submission. When it comes to that, rebuttal everything you want to rebuttal as we move forward.
But I was asked direct questions.
Those direct questions, you're going to answer them, okay? Just relax where you are. Or if you can't wait, then
And
we can
I even have more indirect questions for you.
Thank you. So hold on. You will get your time. There are only 2-3 people before we start with you with your response, as well as your next line of submission. Fred Momanyi.
Bena, lakini si nimekuwa hapa sana, hujanipatia time. I mean, watu wamezunguka mara mbili. I'm sorry.
Ndeto, you made your submission. Hold on, and you have even overspoken. If we go to the handset and check. Thank you. Fred Momanyi, unmute and speak.
Okay, jambo wenzangu.
Hatujambo, vipi?
Safi bana. Alex, imekuona?
Usitoboe siri zetu za Kisii. Usitoboe siri zetu za Kisii.
Sasa hiyo hapo, shikilia hapo. But I'm happy. I'm happy for you, Bernard and Wekesa. You're doing a good job. I always follow you like every day. Now, I'm happy. Hii kitu tumemaliza. These guys are from UDA party. In fact, we do have Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is UDA. And one thing I'm happy about Kalonzo Nile. Kalonzo ametusaidia sana. Kalonzo walai kama tungeka Kalonzo ndani, there's something which happened 2007 will have happened again. You see? So the fact being, some people claim that Kalonzo doesn't have weight. Kalonzo ana uzito siji kutoka ukambani na nini. Right now we need like everybody. You see? And I'm really happy. Nimeamka hivi nikaona whatever hiyo vitu imekuwa Jacaranda, was so much happy. Nikasema sasa hesabu yetu inaingiana. One thing nataka kuambia, I'm sorry, this guy, huyu jamaa ametoka hapa anaitwa Ndegwa. Ndegwa is lying to himself. Uhuru Kenyatta ni kingpin wa Ukambani. I mean wa Central. Na that guy is going to be a leader for a very long time. Kitu ilifanya Kibaki hakushughulika mambo na leadership nini whatever. You know, Kibaki was tired. Hata ukiangalia speeches za Kibaki, the last minutes alikuwa kwa leadership, some people were struggling to listen what he was saying. So for Uhuru Kenyatta is young, energetic, is good financially. So lazima yeye mwenyewe pia ashughulikie security yake. Hata kama ni mimi manager wa kampuni fulani natoka, mwenye anaingia lazima nijue mwenye anaingia, should he take care of my security, should he take care of my property, something like that. So the first thing ni ile ya kwamba Kenyans are happy. And one thing I know, Uhuru Kenyatta kuja kuamua ya kwamba nasukuma Raila, amejua Raila is a leader. Raila has done a lot of stuff in our country. Right now, hii kelele yote unasikia yenye akina Ndindi Nyoro, akina Alice Wahome, wakina Kimani, this guy from Nakuru anaongea BCD, is because of Raila Amolo Odinga. So let's not waste our time kusikiza watu wa UDA. Wameingia maji. You see? Wamepata off guard. Because kuna fununu ya kwamba they were just praying that Kalonzo goes alone. That's why they were using Moses Kuria to come and threaten Oka, wherever. But I think we need to give Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka respect, because huyu jamaa yenyewe amejaribu. It's not that easy. All this time long mnakubali kitu inafika pahali tena inagwama iende vile inastahili, but jamaa ameamua ni aje liwe liwalo. Let's save this country, because tukiachia jamaa akichukua kitu sisi kwisha. You see? Then the last thing mimi nataka kutoa ndio niwaache nizidi kufollow what's happening, ni ile ya kwamba people are talking about Musalia Mudavadi in Western. Nataka niwaambie kitu moja. Mimi natoka Bungoma bana. Kandui, Wafula Mnyenyi is my neighbor. Then ukitoka hapo hivyo uende Busia, uende Vihiga, uende Kakamega. Musalia Mudavadi wakati ambapo hiyo time alisimamanga akapata 500,000 votes, akaenda kwa baridi. Mtu ambaye alikuja kumuokoa akamtoa kwa nini political call ni Raila Amolo Odinga, tena ilikuwa ni Bungoma poster grounds. I was in that rally. Akamshika mkono akamwombea msamaha kwa watu Bungoma poster ground. Akaambia watu, this is our brother, tumsamee, he made a wrong decision, but right now wacha arudi tufanye kazi pamoja. Ndio akakubaliwa. You see? And right now whatever is happening in ANC, wemeona Malala na complain, and is ngoja bado mambo ni moto man. Mambo yanaenda kuwa ngumu sana hapa mbele. You see? Because if you can see what Malala is saying, mambo si mzuri kwa UDA, is the so-called Kenya Kwanza. Because if they don't have a VP, sisi watu wa Azimio, especially kutoka Bungoma DAPK, we need to take advantage. That's our fodder. We need to confuse our watu and see what atuambie ni aje. Huyu mtu alinunuliwa. This guy is just for his own stomach. You see? So let's take advantage. Tuchukua watu wote wa NC na nini, especially kama ni Western, tuchukue hizo kura zote tuweke kwa kikapu ya Azimio. And I'm telling you this that come August 9th, this time around, man, we're gonna celebrate. Tumelia wakati mwingi sana. Mimi kura zangu bana zimepigia mzee kura. Boss, mpaka nakuwa mgonjwa, man. Nimepigia mzee kura karibu mara 3. Tunadhania tunashinda. Boss, leo tena unabaki tu unaingia kwa nyumba unanemisha kichwa. But hopefully, naomba ya kwamba liwe liwalo, any means tutatumia. So Raila achukue kisi hata kujua baadaye. Nili nataka kufunza Raila, nataka kufunza Ruto adabu ya kwamba leadership needs humility. Leadership needs time. Unaona? Mambo ya kutaka kupiga watu kifua as if Kenya belongs to you, hiyo ni makosa sana. Tena kitu ya mwisho ni ya kwamba now Ruto is behaving as a mdhamaki of Central. That's a problem. Ruto is not a mdhamaki of Central. Ruto is a king of Rift Valley. Yeye enda huko Rift Valley aongea tu sauti yako huko hivyo. Kila mtu akuna kwao, you see. Alafu kitu tunataka peke yake ni 1.6 million of Mokorino. Hivi tungine wacha wapige kelele. Tunataka tuambie Uhuru Kenyatta aita Mokorino State House 1.6. Hiyo peke yake kwanza ikiingia tunajua at least hiyo 4% tumepata. So vitu mingi ya nini na nini wanapiga kelele. Wacha wapige kelele boss. Tuendelee na show. Asante sana. I'm really happy kuingia kwa show. Nimeshukuru sana. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I think that settles it. Wekesa, did you note that there wasn't much of Kenya Kwanza in Maua today? Wherever in the campaign today, there is a sergeant of UDA. There seems to be a killing or dying down of Kenya Kwanza. So inaonekana mambo sio vile yanakaa. All the same, Simon.
Yeah, before Mumanyi goes, Mumanyi, thank you for giving us good information, but I wanted to tell you, umeongezea Musalia Mudavadi kura, alipata 480k, not 500. Hiyo 20k umeongezea.
Okay, hiyo 200.
Yeah, and he was defeated by spoiled votes, so we will take care of spoiled votes na tutapata kura mingi.
No, we good. That guy, huyu jamaa sasa ana nguvu kwa chini. We good. Thank you.
Simon.
Oh yeah. Thank you so much, Bernard. Thank you so much. Today is my happiest day. Hata mimi sijui niseme nini. Mimi na baba tuko the same. I don't know what to say. It's my happiest day. Kuona Kenya yenye my grandfather was a freedom fighter, Mau Mau. What they fought for, sisi walikuwa wanasema watoto wetu na watoto wao yenye wao watakufa wakipigana, so that they can get the fruits of our land. Walikuwa wanakufa wamechika, mtu akipigwa risasi ama akichomwa, whatever they were doing to them, anashika mchanga na mkono mmoja anainua juu, anasema watoto wangu na watoto wangu wata benefit. Now I can see those benefits. My father is still alive, na mimi niko alive, na watoto wangu wako alive. We are gonna benefit for the first time 100 times. Sasa mimi nataka kusema hivi. Leo mimi niko na furaha isiyo na kifani. I'm so happy to see that the country that we wanted is united. Na mtu azikuja hapa akijiita Simon Ndegwa na wengine awaambie maneno ya kingpin ya Central ati Uhuru askirizwi. What happened? Ni kuna mtu alikuja pale Central na pesa kidogo, na Uhuru akatuambia hiyo pesa msiache, hii pesa ni yenu. You all can remember that. Akatuambia kuleni, na tumekula enyewe pesa tumekula billions. zimeachwa Central, lakini kura unajua ni ya nani? I'm telling you, hizi kura zote za Central sasa hii wanasema 30%. Me, I know, give it one good month, 30 days, tutakuwa tunaongea maneno ya 60, 70%. Give it another month, because we are spreading the gospel. We are spreading the truth gospel. Mlima haiwezi achwa nyuma. Uhuru, I told guys, he is a serious strategist. Anaenda pole pole, mtu wa kushida akiongea. Why you don't see him? It's because he's working. Kazi yenye Uhuru na serikali yake ya Jubilee imefanya is there for everybody to see. You don't have to. Juzi, the day before yesterday, I was talking to somebody from Somalia. Guess what they told me? A friend of mine. Aliniambia ati wameambiwa you don't have to go to Marekani ama Europe kuona vile mabarabara zinatengenezwa. Ingia tu hapa Kenya, you will see. And they are doing that. Kenya is going to become a case study. Kenya itakuwa mbele. Manchi zingine they are waiting and they can see, and they have noticed today. Wameona leo the opposition ikishikana na the serikali tawala. And they know that this is something that is going to be studied for a long time. Hakuna anywhere in Africa it has been done this well. Kuna wengine wamekaribia, but not this good. The truth of the matter is, ile kitu Uhuru amefanya leo, ile kitu Kenya imefanya leo, because hii ni kazi it has been going on for a long time. It has never been seen anywhere else. Na sisi ndio tutabenefit. Mimi nilikuwa naambia rafiki yangu leo, sisi hata we don't need to be na hizi nchi za kigeni anymore. We'll go back. Tulitoka huko kwa sababu hakukuwa kuzuri, and we needed somewhere to start. Sasa nchi yetu, give it 2 years, 3 years, at baba, hiyo country is gonna be the best. Watu wakisema in Africa wameenda diaspora, watakuwa wanakuja Kenya. Trust me, diaspora itakuwa Kenya. It will be the Kenya's destination. Kenya ndio itakuwa destination ya watu. Na nimesikia huyu jamaa mwingine alikuwa anaongea maneno ya Marara. You can see hiyo nyumba ya UDA anasema Kenya kwanza, which has also been branded Kenya Kwisha. It's a very disorganized house. It's on the fire. Ni kuchomeka inachomeka. Nyumba kama inachomeka, watu wako ndani. The best thing watu wanafanya ni kutoroka. That's why you are seeing all these threats. Watu watatoroka. Na kwa sababu baba ni mtu mzuri na watu wazuri, tutawapokea tu. It's good that when we can be all united. Mimi leo nilikuwa nafikiria, if I was to be appointed, ni advise Ruto. Juu baba hana mchezo. Baba is not playing. Atafunga watu. Na Ruto atafungwa. Me, what I could have done, I could have defected nikiwa Ruto. I could have defected niingie Azimio. Nikishaingia Azimio, unajua baba atakuonea huruma. Na pengine uambiwe urudie pengine 90% of the thing, at least ubaki na kidogo. Lakini saa hii, if he remains competing, trying to compete, riding on that dying horse, nakwambia, na mimi nilisema vizuri sana. That's my suggestion. Ruto, defect, uingie Azimio, wachana nao wenye watabaki wabaki, watu wa lefti wale uache for them that, because it's obvious. There's no way huyu jamaa akona lefti wale peke yake. Hapa wale watu wamebaki kidogo Central hapo Nyeri, sijui hapo Nyandarua, sijui hapo, they are not, ni kidogo. There's no way that this guy is going to even get 30% of the votes. So hiyo maneno walikuwa wanasema maneno ya kotini, hata koti gani itasikiza mtu amepata less than 30%. Nobody can listen to that. So mimi nasema it's good to see all these lamentations za watu ya Kenya kwanza, but my friend, kitu imeenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you Simon. Kitu imeenda. So wacha tupatie nani Duke to rebut and make his submission before we bring in now Fidel and the other four have not spoken.
Okay, I was asked a question. I want to respond to those questions and move forward, so I give space to others to come. The first question was from Wekesa. He said that I was talking about that. My statement was that Raila said that President Kenyatta has turned Kenya into an infrastructural powerhouse. They said he will use that to make Kenya an industrial powerhouse. But I disagree that Kenya is not yet an infrastructural powerhouse. For instance, we don't have enough airports. Within Nairobi, which controls around 50% of Kenyan GDP, there is traffic everywhere. You can't move. So I was disagreeing that Kenya is not yet an infrastructural powerhouse. So that's what I was trying to say. Also, regarding what I disagreed with the speech of Raila, it was about demeaning the differences that Kenyan are, that there are such small differences which can just, individuals can sit and talk and they end. I meant that the differences we have must be solved by action. The differences, economic inclusion, we have a lot of issues, police brutality, individuals were killed. So I was talking about that those are not small issues which can be solved by individuals talking, but action being taken about. Also, there is a radio who talked about, he was saying that Raila made Mudavadi. So I also disagree with that. Remember, the person who brought Mudavadi to politics was, I can say, Moi. Because, you know, the strength of Raila as a politician.
Duke, nobody said somebody made Mudavadi. I mean, Duke, why do you like so much?
I'm responding to it. It
he
was
didn't say that. He said very clearly he brought him out of a political oblivion, imposter. I mean, Duke, stop this semantics.
I'm responding to a question. Recent past. It's my time.
Duke, respond to what he said. This is what he said.
Alex, you have made your point. You have made your point.
Let me remind Duke. Duke, this is what he said. Fred said this. He brought him from political oblivion in poster grounds. Not that he made him. That is what he said.
First of all, you are not keen. There are two statements which I've made about Mudavadi. There is somebody who was here already, who was called Aspiring Women. He said, Raila made Mudavadi. And without Raila, Mudavadi cannot get even 30% from Western. That was the question he said. So that's what I'm responding to. So don't try to change the statements.
No, Duke, to quote Brenda rightly, he said, made the Western kingpin. Okay, not politician, the Western kingpin. Thank you.
Alex, wacha ongea alafu to rebuttal because venye anasema we have to agree.
The political strength of Raila increased gradually after 2002. Before that, it was equal even to Kijana Wamarwa. But after 2002 is when this politics come into national level, from my own observation. And by that time, Musalas had become a vice president. He was the running mate to Uhuru Kenyatta in 2002. And it's in 2007 when they came together. That's what I can say. Then the reason why we are arguing against the president actively entering into politics is because, for instance, if you consider the violence we have after every 5 years in Kenya, those violences are severe when the president participates. I mean, when the current president retains power. For instance, election rigging is associated with the person in power. When individuals are competing without a force in office, most Kenyans take that as a fair process. But when you find a person who's in position, is actively participating, that's when most Kenyans will feel that as rigging and we will have violence. So it's good for the president to stay away from politics. He can back Raila. It's his right to back him, but not actively participate in the process. That's what I can say.
Duke, are you aware of Obama's role in the Clinton campaign and Biden's campaign as former president?
You know, in the US, we have strong political parties. If you can continue to advocate for ideologies and philosophies of a political party, that's okay. We can't expect, for example, in the US, the Democratic president start to back a Republican president. That can be there will be a disagreement. So
who
if
is
we
a
have
Republican
a
and who is a
party,
Democrat in Kenya?
yes,
Who is a Republican and who is a Democrat in Kenya?
that's the question to you. You want the US to be like Kenya, and it's not that way. That question belongs to you.
Obama is a Democrat. He supported Clinton and led the campaign, supported Biden and led the campaign on a Democratic Party. Why are you mixing with Republican?
No, I'm saying you support specific ideologies in a party. Like, for example, Obama is a Democrat, so there are specific ideologies which Democratic Party stands for. But here in Kenya, we are not in that position. You see, the president has moved from one party to another, so you cannot talk about specific ideologies which he is standing for. That's what I'm trying to say.
ODM has those things you are saying. If UDA doesn't have, just quote UDA. ODM, we subscribe to a political tenant.
Even if that is the case, it was looking at a part of ODM.
Order Duke, you have made your point to achia hapo tafadhali na sio vita. If Kenya, we are a democracy and we are working out on our democratic parties, whatever stage we are in, it is Uhuru Kenyatta's democratic right to support whoever he wants, finance whoever he wants, and lead the campaign. Demonizing that will not make any difference. Curtailing one person's rights to help another person's rights, that makes two injustices. We don't need that. And let's accept it. If Uhuru Kenyatta was supporting William Ruto today, nobody will want us to question that. Everybody will be hailing. Uhuru has kept his word of kumi yangu kumi yako. He's the jamba. He's this and that. So that's what we'll be hearing. So let's take it easy. Kenya is bigger than any political party, bigger than an individual. Let's dig in for Kenya and not individuals in the name of who was entitled to what and who was not given what. Thank you very much.
2 seconds. Bernard, 2 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, 2 seconds. I wanted to say maybe he's seeing that US is too far and it's mature in democracy. Let's put him to our neighbors, Tanzania. Pombe Magufuli was supported fully by Jakaya Kikwete. When you go to Congo, Joseph Kabila supported the opposition leader, Felix something. Shekedi. Yes. So if you wanted an example of a cross, maybe from ruling party to opposition, that is an example, and he was a president. So don't make it look like we are doing something extraordinary.
And Uhuru supported Kibaki. He must remember that when he was an official opposition leader with an official office, constitutional, that was next to a cabinet ministry.
To respond on that briefly, in Tanzania, we have CCM. CCM still is strong. So it's a party which is consistent since independence. Talking about Congo, Congo is not a working country. We cannot take that as a case.
Good,
Also,
I
regarding
can see
Alex's question about
wacha hiyo maneno, achia hapo.
I want to finish 1 minute.
No,
Regarding
forget
Alex,
what
we are
I
talking
said.
about a
Congo is
president,
not a
a
functioning
sitting
country.
president, not an individual who support. We are talking about someone with
Wacha,
instrument of power.
Bwana Duke, you can't say that Congo is not a functioning country. Please watch your words, and don't bring pressure. It's a matter of principle. You cannot curtail somebody's right to propagate yours. I don't see how Uhuru participation in politics is affecting somebody's bid for presidency or whichever. Naomba tusonge mbele. Wekesa, I asked you a question on the private chat. If you respond, me naona my time is bad, but I don't want also to leave trouble here. Let's listen from Nanu Fidela.
Bernard, thank you very much. Wekesa, Alex, Duke, glad to see you back again. Simo, Maura, and Celine. I just wanted to, I'm making observations here. The reason why we come here, where we gather, is to learn. We don't just come over here for somebody to, come and give them hell. That becomes like the motto of one person. I'm listening to Duke, and this has been Duke's way of thinking. I don't know what it is that he does, that he comes over here and he wants to counter every single argument. So I'm wondering, when he leaves this place, is there anything that he learns? Does he learn anything from this place? Or does he also want to impart any knowledge about the formation that he stands for, so that we can also be able to hear what it is that particular formation is propagating? So we learn. But the only thing I hear about him from him is like, what? Why will you be arguing about whether Raila made Mudavadi? Why? How is that benefiting UDA propagation? How? You tell me. Everybody knows that Mudavadi was a nobody after he was trounced by Ali Karangwa and Karanga, in 2002. Karanga him. And that one is a known fact, and he was just left in oblivion. Everybody knows. So when you keep saying that he was a vice president and he was not made, he was in oblivion. He was beaten by a small, tiny person, and yet he was a vice president. Somebody had to go and carry his hand and bring it up. Please don't argue about that particular fact. Everybody knows. So just agree, accept it, and say, okay, maybe you did not learn. I'm also learning. That's how we move forward. But you keep on going back and arguing about all these things. You want to be able to counter every argument. For what? To what end? For what purpose? How does it give UDA any mileage? Nothing. Instead of you even coming out here and explaining to the world why all DP will go and pick a 21-year-old to be purporting to be running against him. And we know the Constitution does not allow that. How silly can somebody be? And this is supposed to be a wise person, an educated person, going and picking up somebody from the street who is 21 years old. Somebody has refused to mute. A 21-year-old, Wakesa, your thing is on. Can you mute, please?
It's okay, Fidel. Wakesa's on is okay. It's not affecting the other one. I've dealt with it. Carry on.
Okay. So instead of you coming over here and explaining why Ruto had to pick a 21-year-old to go out there and pretend to be opposing him, which is a fallacy. It's just a farce. 21-year-old, the Constitution demands a 35-year-old and above to be running for presidency. So what kind of games are you guys playing? And you sit down there and swallow it as a right-thinking person. You know, instead of coming and saying, explaining to us why such thing will actually happen. It's terrible. It's embarrassing because it seems not to have anything to offer apart from picking. If the government is saying something, he's opposing to it because he thinks he wants to win a mileage out of it. What kind of? How is he going to get votes? How is he going to get votes by just opposing anything that's coming from the same government which he represents? It's unbelievable. But I don't want to waste. You know, sometimes I don't even want to talk about Ruto. But you guys keep on dragging people to talk about him because nothing is really coming from him, from his side. So we waste so much time instead of us saying, okay, now that Azimio has already created its formation, what do we do starting from today? How do we move forward? We make proposals. We say, okay, Azimio need to go and do this and that to be able to be effective. Because it's not a matter of just saying, now we have become this big umbrella. But what is important here is, what is important, and I'm going to insist, what should Azimio focus on right now is get out the vote. You know, they need to start working on those logistics of get out the vote because registration is already done. Once they get out the vote, they start working on that, where they get the data of every voter whom they have already convinced to persuaded, get their addresses, mobilize people who are going to be able to get closer to these particular people when the time comes, so that they can go to the polls and vote. Obama won election because of that, because of organization. He organized himself. He did not even have money. But through community organization, where each and everybody became somebody, a small person became a bigger person, a unit became bigger. So that's what we should be dealing with, rather than arguing with people like Duke. If Duke is not learning something out of coming here, it's a waste of time. He should leave. Either he gets sense, or he stop participating in this merry-go-round conversation. I want to learn something from you, my friend. I know you're an intelligent person. Make me believe that your cause is worthy listening to, rather than just coming over here and start breaking argument after argument. It does not really foster any moving forward for the country. If Raila Odinga becomes the president, it's going to be your president. Same apply with Ruto. But we want to know that Ruto, this is what Ruto stands for. Please educate us. Educate us, Okay, so we know what happened in Azimio yesterday, and Kalonzo, as usual, well, I don't want to beat Kalonzo today. He did something worth mentioning, but most of it was also half-hearted. You could even see he's even talking about a three-stool, where there is Oka, there is Jubilee, there is ODM. Those are things that are not needed. You see, somebody made a very good observation. If Kalonzo had gone to Kisumu the other day, when there was that gathering, and he did an impromptu visit. He took a helicopter and landed in Kisumu and went to that particular meeting and declared his total support to Baba unconditionally. Without even being prompted, like he just appears there when nobody's expecting him. And he says, I have come here to say Baba Tosha, no condition whatsoever. People will not even be talking. So by the time he will go to Jacaranda, we'll be celebrating him. He will have been like a hero. He goes there without being prompted by anybody and declare that on his own volition. But what did he do? You could even see it in his heart. He wasn't really there, but he was there. So that's why sometimes we have this conversation about what is he bringing. But it's okay. I don't want to beat him down today. He's already made that particular step. We should encourage him. But we want to see him also go on the ground and start working on those particular people whom he purported or whom he thinks that he controlled to come on board. He should go out there. It's not by just saying he's for Azimio and that's the end of it. It should be seen on the ground. Baba is going to go to Europe. He should lead by example by going out there and people will see him that he's leading is fully committed to this particular campaign because he believes in it, not half-heartedly, but believes in it and he has conviction of why Baba should be the president. So we are waiting to see that. But Duke, please, Duke, my friend, have something to tell us, to educate us with when you come over here, rather than simply just arguing against the points that are raised here about the government to come. You want to beat it down. He did not do this. You see, the last point, Bernard, before I go, President Uhuru Kenyatta said it, and I hope everybody understood that all this time, he'd been calling Baba names. They said he is a person who cannot agree when he's defeated. He never accepts defeat. He's a whatnot. What did President Uhuru Kenyatta say? He said after he listened to Raila Odinga and got to know what Raila Odinga stands for, he realized that this man is a peaceful man. He's not a man of violence. That this man has been fighting for a just cause. If Uhuru only knew that all along, Kenya would have been a very peaceful country because they all those words he had used in 2013, 2017, he would not have used them. So all these supporters of UDA who have grasped to that narrative, that negative narrative, should listen to a person who has been in combat with Raila Odinga, and has already come to accept him as a man of peace, a man who wants to bring the country together. So please, Duke, I think you should open your mind. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying open your mind, my friend. Start breathing. Breathe the air. Smell the coffee. It's Arabica. It's not the Brazilian one. Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, Alex?
I can't let Duke go away with this when he intentionally says that Raila's prominence came after 2002. Duke, I don't even know if 2002 you voted, but let me tell you simply, Kibaki won because one man took a mantle and campaigned for him single-handedly by sweat and blood against KANU regime that had all government resources, state resources. So you cannot come here and lie that his prominence came after 2002. It was before 2002. And that is why he single-handedly campaigned for Kibaki while Kibaki was away until he delivered the presidency against a state and government regime that we thought we could never see it go down. So don't lie here that his prominence came after 2002.
Yes, Duke.
I don't want to confront anybody, but RX, 1997, Raila Odinga contested for presidency. Is this right? How many votes did you get? Do you know?
You are playing with words here. Prominence and votes are two things. That is not what you said. We are going by what you said, what you used. And can you do your definitions rightly?
What I said is this. After the 2002 campaign, the coalition and the fight against Moi, that's one politics of Raila emerged to national level, at least for me to say, because previously, for instance, in 1997, he scored minimal. So that's what I said, and that I'm standing with that, unless you oppose with facts.
There are no facts there. We don't want to go into an argument. For the record, we can have that argument until tomorrow. But Duke, just know this. It was not 2002 that shot Raila's prominence. Let me use your word, prominence into a national level. It came long time before that. You need to know that.
I'm proposing
We used to listen to Gina Raila on the BBC, my friend. When we were on BBC those days, when they were doing politics in Kamkunj. But those were national. Those were national politics.
I'm talking about national.
When they were fighting for expansion of democratic space, that was a national platform. It was not a village venture, my friend. In fact, those days we used to know who the groups of Kina Raila, Kina Muhiza Kitui, Kina Paul Mwita, Kina Kitopu Imanyara. We could not even see them, but we could go somewhere and listen to the radios, what is happening. So those are national leaders, my friend. I cannot know him from the village there when he was not on a national platform. Or according to you, national leaders are people who are running for presidency.
Bruce, wacha nikusaidie kwa
No, let me respond and then I go out. The context I was bringing in that it was
If you want to go out and not listen to us, don't talk. You want to sit here and be educated. But if your purpose is to talk and go out, then there's no need. Let's have a conversation. Don't speak to us, we listen to you.
Alex, niachie hii.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, Raila's dominancy began when he quit his parliamentary seat in Langata. That's when Raila came to the fourth. Because as a man, he decided sita mwana na ikitu, and he decided to move out of that, and he became a man out of that he became a formidable person, and that's where his prominence began. It's not about his father, it's not about anything. It did not begin from anywhere. It began from Langata when he quit and decided to go alone and as a man. And that's when you come here telling us about Ruto, if something does not work for you, you quit. You go stand by yourself, then people will respect you as a human being. Raila did not start from anywhere other than Langata when he quit and went by himself and still clinched the same seat that he had been kicked out of the party for. So sikuja hapa kutuambia ati sijui Raila sijui nini. Raila, that's where he made himself. Na ndio maana sisi tunamuita baba, because we know even the last time he was in Jacaranda, he said, mimi si mtu muoga. You don't go, unashinda hapo ukipigia, you call in your country, sijui vitu mbao, unakuja kutuambia hapa vitu hata hatuelewi. Alafu you go back in Kenya na nini. Story mingi bwana, wacha bwana. If you kama upendi country yenye uko nayo na upendi government yako, usikuje kutupigia kelele. Quit and stand by your people. And that's where the William Ruto has gone wrong. So Raila usianze kutuambia ati Raila did what? Raila prominence yake ilianza the day he quit as na akatokana na government na bado akaclinch hiyo kiti yake ya Langata.
Fidel, you are mute and you are speaking.
Okay. Duke, you say the word prominence. Prominence. Raila Odinga had become prominent even earlier than what Martin has just what Martin has said. He was the longest detained person, the longest. That's already a prominent person. He is a person who was detained 3 times. Nobody had been detained like that. That's prominence. So I don't know what you mean by what you say prominence. Do you know what it means to be detained, to be arrested and taken into those places? My friend, listen to me. Some of us have gone through all those things. So don't sit down and say he was not prominent. He was prominent 3 times. He had to flee because they wanted to kill him. So that's prominence. We don't talk about being a presidential candidate does not make somebody prominent. I mean, even I don't know, somebody, or doctor or court would nobody knows about. So when you talk about prominence, you talk about a person who stood for something and people took notice. He was took notice. That's prominent. Thank you. Yes.
Even for the sake of argument, we are the same team of Ginaduk normally talk about 1982 coup, and they mentioned Raila. So how did they know him in 1982?
That's
so
prominent.
It shows his prominence began long ago. He was already known. They are the ones who quote that he wanted to overtake the government.
English. Stop teaching English.
Order. There's too much noise. Everybody's mic mute, please. Asante. Now, there is an announcement I need to make as I force myself out of here. Themba has come. Themba, how are you? Themba, are you here? Okay. Let's listen to Mukenya Spain. Mukenya Spain has made a special request for Duke to wait. So Duke, wait there. There is Mukenya Spain who want to talk to you. But I wanted to say that Brenda is trying to come in. She has she's vying for the Nairobi Women Rep, and she has an appeal to make to us. Those of you that are willing to support her, please give her the accorded support. It is good to support young talents and young leaders. The future belongs to young leaders, but they begin the leadership now. So when she comes, give her a hearing ear and respond to her as much as you can. Thank you very much.
But Bernard, you haven't given me my time to give something. That was the first time 3 hours ago. Hujanipatia mazi, umepatia watu wengine.
After me.
Now, when Mutaki sign out of office, then you keep dragging me back. I've been signing out since 2 a.m.
Lakini Bena unanionea. Brenda, unajua Brenda ni politician. Akiingia hapa hivi hii kitu sitajapata.
You will come in after Mkenya, okay? You will come in after Mkenya, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Wekesa, take charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard, for the chance. Good night as you leave.
Thank you. See you later.
Yeah, it has been a long time since I joined the platform because I've been busy. But I wanted to join this day, 8th March, Women's International Day. But it wasn't possible. I was very committed. But I thank God I am back. First of all, before I make my whatever I want to say, I want to talk to my brother here who, after listening what he has been. Mimi. Martin, sorry.
Brenda, your camera.
My camera. No, no, no. I can't. Please, please, I can't. For some personal reasons. Niko kwa kitanda and I cannot mute my camera.
Okay, sawa. Thank you.
Yeah.
Make yourself.
Okay. So my brother here and Duke, I've listened to you, what you have been talking to us. But can you imagine, my brother, if all of us Kenyans, we speak the way you guys and act the way you people you do, where will our country be? Can you imagine you are trying to compare US with Kenya? And comparing USA with Kenya, you guys, today what you have done, it is shame to our country. You know very well, our constitution allows only a candidate who is above 35 years old, and you try to do, as we can see, the like those payasos, as we call them here in Spain. I'm not against the lady who wanted to start for presidency candidate using the Hunda Chama, but they are, even if it's a lady like me, but their qualification, our constitution says very well, for any candidate to vie for president should be this and this age. Is that kind of country you guys you are trying to create for us? Is that the country you guys want for us? Action speaks more than words. We have seen you, how you act. We have seen you guys of Wunda, things you do. You speak a lot about God, but I think I'm not judging anyone, but also Jesus chased those who were selling and was doing business in the table. He chased them. Why? Because we are trying to cover what we do using the word of God. We are trying to cover those bad things we are trying to do using the word of God. Imagine if everyone acts like the Hunda people. You know very well, Kenya is a country, Kenya is a republic. We are not a kingship country. We don't have a dynasty thing. And you try to cheat Kenyans that we have the dynasty, I don't know what. And you start telling us you belong to Asla. When we us know who are Aslas in Kenya, it's like you are trying to laugh against Kenyans. You are trying to mock those people who are struggling with life. You guys, you have millions and millions of money in banks, and you can't. Why can't you give that money to people who are suffering? The economy now, it's very high. The living standard is very high. There are people who don't even have to buy anything to eat. And you guys, you are trying to move around telling us you are hustlers and trying to mock to us. Can you imagine, my brother, if all of us, we can speak like you and act the way you people do, where will be our country tomorrow? You are a young person, you have been brainwashed by the politicians. You are here trying to convince us to accept things which we know are against our constitution. And if that how when you go to villages, you try to talk to our mamas, my bro, I can tell you, you are lost. Us, we don't want that Kenya which we used to have 1990s. We are in the 21st century, my brother. Let's try to think like educated people. You are trying here to compare Kenya with USA. Is that Kenya you want if you try to think like that? Is that Kenya you are trying to tell us we are building? When you compare Kenya with USA, can you compare it thinking more like a person who has gone to school, who have learned our constitution? I think all of us, hata kama tulifika primary ama kama tulifika form 1 ama wherever, we had a chance to know our country, our constitution, how it is, and we had a chance to learn more, to know our judiciary, how it works. So stop convincing us things which can't work. Just keep it for yourself and educate people well, and try to educate Kenyans with things which can help them. Bearing in your mind that we are on 21st century, this is not time where the angle used to move people. This is time where we should think, we should have sound minds, and we should come together to see how can we make our youths and get employment, even if it's self-employment. How can we improve that standard of employment in our country? Not chasing and when I hear a person singing this and this, I also start. I choir. I just continue singing a chorus which I don't know where it started. Let's educate our people well. Let's educate our people to learn to choose what is right and to learn to know what can help our country. Not being anchor here, not being driven by self benefit. We are just here to make one country and help one another. Because can you imagine? Do you think if our country was better, and if we were that USA you are trying to compare our country with, do you think we could be here in diaspora? Have you heard how many Kenyans have died in Saudi Arabia trying to at least look something which they can maybe help their families, can maybe keep their life going? Do you think those people are happy they are being mistreated? And you are here telling us about I don't know who. For me, I'll vote for Baba because I know if Raila will be our president tomorrow, Kenya will change. And we have seen that from the time when we started having multi-party, the time when Kenya could not even we could not even stand here and talk like the way we are talking today. So can you stop telling us those kind of nonsense about I don't know what? Please educate people. Stop preaching lies. Educate people what is there. Today you have ashamed our country. And I'm not sorry to say that, even that she was my fellow lady. I can't deny that. But our constitution states that 35 years old. Bring that. It's like you are trying to mock people, you guys. Stop mocking Kenyans. Leave Kenya to choose for themselves. Okay, I got my submission. And if you have question, Duke, you can ask me. Because I'm here to answer you.
To respond, I don't want to ask you a question. First of all, you have said I have compared Kenya with USA. So you
yeah. When you tried to say about democracy and the republic.
Can I speak? Because when you are speaking, I did not interrupt you.
Okay,
First
okay.
Of all, you have said that I've compared Kenya with USA, which is not true. The person who compared Kenya with USA was Temba, who's an Azimio guy. He was saying that Palmer supported Clinton. So it's right also for Uhuru Kenyatta to support Odinga. For me, I was saying, well, you have president after you were retired, you should not be actively involved in politics. So you do not hear that. Number two, you have said that, and keep your ideas, keep them in your mind, speak to yourself. So I'm giving an opinion here. And we expect that we have Kenyans who are divided. There are those who will support Raila, those who will support Ruto. So you want to ideas, but I listen to your ideas. So we are different in opinions and perspectives. If all of us we cannot survive, I expect, for example, all of you are wearing clothes. Is there anybody of clothes? There is an individual who thought prefers making clothes, and also you prefer something else. So you exchange. That way we survive. Last time we talk about the that's the one, it was just a nomination of UDA where the two individuals came to compete with William Ruto. First of all, it's a political party, UDA, and it's open to every person. How did you know that this William Ruto brought those individuals? Has he told you that he went and picked them and told them to run?
How can outsiders come in your delegates and give out the papers? Don't fool us. Second,
Kindly let's have
America.
order. Let's have
No,
some
1
order.
minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. America.
Yeah, but let's have some order. One person at
Okay,
a time.
Wekesa. 1 minute. Republicans. The former, I think he died, Secretary of State. He was Republican, but he supports Obama and he supports Joe Biden. So even in America, we are here, a lot of Republicans support Democrats because they were feeling like the candidate was good for America. So don't say that because we are in here and we see a lot of Republicans supporting the presidential candidate for Democrats. Again, Wekesa, tell us, how can somebody walk in a delegate conference, is not your member, and is coming to say, I want to fight? So UDA is not a party then, kwa sababu hakuna mtu anaruhusiwa from outside to come in the party. First of all, you have to be a member, you have to be a delegate from grassroots to national level, and then ukisema ninasimama, you are a member of that party. So if you are telling us Ruto could not go and call people from the street, you don't know even what is the difference of a party and what you are calling UDA. Thank you.
Okay, let me finish.
Thank you.
Can you protect me?
Duke now.
Duke, wait first. Let him respond, then you answer. You respond to both of them. Yeah, I'm saying, okay, you can respond, then you can respond, we move to the next person. Kindly.
Okay. Brenda.
Yes.
Brenda. Over
Yes. I'm good.
Okay. I understand where Brenda is coming and I understand where Duke is coming. Now, Duke has a point and Brenda has a point. Comparing Kenya with America is not anything bad. It's because the reason we come out of that country, some of us that live in the diaspora and come back home every year and want to really move back to home because we don't want to be in the diaspora. Everybody wants to be there. Na nyinyi tucheke uko na kila mtu mwenye yuko, whatever. We want to be there. But the reason we do that is because we go to look for something better outside. And some of us, the reason we are understanding when we come back home like Christmas, and I said it before, the reason when I come home and I see those roads being built, I'm seeing that I no longer have to stay in the diaspora. So Duke is okay to compare Kenya with it, and we can see what is going on. I kept on saying infrastructure. Uhuru has done the infrastructure part, and we can see it when we come back. Now with Brenda, sijui shida yake iko wapi, lakini Brenda, you're okay. It's okay. But what we need to look as all of us is that who is it that can do this? And to me, is someone who is committed to say, I will continue what is here and move on. Nasi vita mingi mingi. So there's no fight between Duke and Brenda. Whatever wako sawa, they're talking the right things. I'm gonna wait for my time.
Okay. Can I respond to Duke, please, Wakesa?
Let me finish first. First of all, regarding what's
Duke, summarize in 1 minute, kindly.
Yes. The qualification for you to be a member of a particular party is that you have to be 18 years and above, and you are not registered in another party. So first of all, these individuals came, they were interested. And when they came there, they were given the requirements. And all of them did not qualify. So I don't agree that William Ruto brought some individuals because all those individuals did not qualify. One was unable to raise 100 million nomination fee. Another one was the age and was not having a university degree, you see. So I don't think that you try to associate those individuals trying to give their interest to run, that's something William did. I don't.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. But Duke, you need to also to know that we have intelligence. Yeah, when you see even how they respond, the Nene, Kiprut Arab Kiro, how he responded to the media, and you see they presented their papers today, and on Tuesday we are having a presidential candidate being named, and they say that these two have not qualified, and we don't intend for them to continue with this process because on Tuesday we are having a delegate which is going to pick a presidential candidate. Then you understand this all was a choreography just to show that there is democracy in a certain party, but they brought people weakling who cannot even stand a test of. They wanted that process to end immediately. They didn't want people like Kina Jimmy Wanjiki who can run around and claim that they want to run for presidency in that party, because it could have delayed the process of Tuesday. So they wanted someone who will be disqualified in 30 seconds and that thing is done and dusted. So we have intelligence and we can...
That is how Museveni has been playing Uganda until this strong young boy, Bobby Wine, came in. Museveni has been bringing young people or old people to stand, give them money, and then those people are not from anywhere. And then after that, they go. So they wanted to bring Museveni style to Kenya.
Yeah, let's have now aspiring women. Anaitwa nani?
Wakesa, si ugoje kidogo nijibu nani Duke. Hata sijafanya my submission.
Hai, kwani hiyo ilikuwa nini?
Si mi niliingia nikapata nani Duke akisema mambo ya comparing to ati Democrats wa USA hawawezi wakahama chama sijui nini. And that's what I was referring when I was telling you
Now,
not to compare.
it took long for that, and then your submission will just be 2 minutes, kindly. Because
Yeah, I'll be just brief. Acha nimjibu
proceed.
kwanza. Okay, my bro, when I've told you about that, ukaniambia ati we are trying to each one giving the ideas ati hii na hii, but mi sikuwa nakwambia don't give your ideas here. We are here Kenyans to build one country, be friends and be happy together. But what I was trying to tell you is this: please try to educate people. Don't try to cover things. Kama ni kisu, ite kisu. As here we have learned, if it's knife, call it knife. Don't start giving it another names. So when you are trying to talk to people, tell them the truth, and that's what we have known with you, Uda guys. You like talking lies, and that's the big problem. That's what I was telling you not to do. Just please try to talk the truth. And
thank you. Now make your submission.
Okay, do Amanda. Okay. Then about my submission. Okay. Today, yeah, I watched that meeting, great meeting, which was held today at Jacaranda, and I was happy because we have been talking here about Kalonzo, and at long last, he surprised Kenyans. Though I know many Kenyans maybe might be saying that Kalonzo did this and did that. So we should know that Kalonzo is a human being like us. He's not 100%. And maybe after sleeping, waking up, thinking, calling back his mind. He saw that what he is fighting is just to become a president, and maybe holding our Mpaba hand together, it can bring Kenya together and can avoid many things maybe which were to happen maybe after night. Who knew? Then I can say at least now we can say now we are talking one party that I think Azimio is not a party, it's just a movement which has come together so that at least they can move together and give us a president who can take us far and who can make Kenya great. And that's what we have been waiting to hear. So for me, I listened to what they said, and I think 9th we will be happy nation. Baba tutampea kura zetu 9, hata tutaingia ikulu 9th. I think wenye tutaanza kupack coming back home. It's our time now, although hatunjui. Okay, thank you. Acha niachie madam hapa atuambie what she's preparing for us who are from Nairobi, the
Wekesa,
aspiring for women representative.
Wekesa, before nani aende, before Bernard aende alikuwa amekwambia nitakuwa next. Nataka kumaliza ndio niende nilale.
Yeah,
Please.
it's true. Yeah, Martin was next, then ndio madam waingie.
Okay, I thought you had talked, kumbe hiyo ilikuwa tu response to the other. So you can
Ilikuwa
make your
response.
submission, then we go to aspiring woman. Kindly.
Okay. Asanteni sana, like venye nimesema, I mean, this is my first day kuwa hapa na nashukuru sana kuwa hapa na nitakuwa nikiingia sana. Saizi ni usiku, bado tunaenda kazi, wengine tunafanyanga usiku mchana, wenye tunaishi diaspora na tunatamani sana kurudi nyumbani. Nilikuwa nyumbani just about a month ago. Tunatamani kuja for good. We love our country. Now, kuna kitu inasemagwa na si kujisifu, ni ile kuona mengi, kuishi mengi na kuona vitu. I don't know what the saying is. We've come here. Mimi nilikuja hapa nikiwa 21. Now I'm 37. And the thing is that niliandika notes mkiongea, cause najaribu kuongea because nimekuwa nikipenda hii channel sana. It's something that inatufungua roho pia sisi watu wa diaspora tuweze kuongea. And kuna kitu moja, hii kwanza nilikuwa naogopa Alex asitoke kwa hii kitu. Because this is for Alex. I like venye you debate na he is true. Alex, tunataka hii Kenya yetu iende pamoja. And tukitaka pia kupata a good president, hatuwezi kuwa tukiongea Uhuru atakuwa prime minister. He can go home, but Uhuru pia ni mtu anaelewa ile kitu amefanya, kitu tukikuja Kenya tunaona imebadilika. Lakini if tukianza kufika hiyo place ya kuongea ati Uhuru, I mean, of course tunajua ataweza kuwa prime minister if he wants to be, but we need to run away from that talk. Kama BBI itakuja change ikwe, by all means Uhuru akwe prime minister, but today we don't have that kind of constitution, so we need to walk away from that and not talk
We were
about that.
telling UTA people, my brother, it was not real. Tulikuwa tunaambia UTA people because they were disturbing us. So because they don't want Uhuru, we say yes, he can be prime minister. But for a real sense, Kenyans, we are stopper. We wanted to satisfy them. UDA, okay? Don't quote Bernard badly. It is because of UDA.
Thank you, Mama Selina. I respect you so much. Thank you. And then running mate. Kuna hii kitu imeshinda watu wakisema running mate. Na nilisema, si lazima tutangaze running mate wetu leo. Tutamtangaza siku yenye tutataka, msitusumbue na running mate. Running mate unamtakia nini sasa? Si tunajua nani, tumewaambia nani atakuwa anaenda huko mbele. Sasa running mate watu wa UDA wakiweza kutuambia sijui tuambie ni running mate. Kwanza nyinyi mmetuambia wenyu. na si lazima tuwaambie saizi. Na mimi as a Kamba from Machakos, first of all, mi mkieka tuko hapa kama watu tunaelewana vizuri, tuko Azimio. Mkieka Kalonzo mtaumia. Me, I know Kalonzo has not, he has a follow up, lakini Kalonzo wachaneni na yeye kabisa. Wekeni mtu wa kijiji ingine, sijui hata kama ni
Let me ask you, my
Joe.
brother, do you have a personal issue with the Kalonzo? You have repeated that
Yes,
thing
I
almost 3
do.
times.
Yes, I do. My grandmother was a council of Machakos, and when Wavinya Ndeti was the nini wakianza maendeleo wanawake na kina Zipora Kitonyi was there. I know Kalonzo, he's a good person, but he's not. Ndio maana leo hakutangazwa. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry, nitaachie hiyo hapo. I have nothing wrong with him, but jamaa chezeni mbali na yeye.
Personally, I think this is what I've been sharing to Azimio guys. I was asking Azimio guys, since Wetangula and Mudavadi went to Ruto, have you ever seen any KAA ama UDA guy comment negatively about them? No, because you don't fight each other. But the challenge Azimio guys, they are fighting each other in public. Those are issues that can be sorted. Do you think Raila doesn't have issues with the Kalonzo? He has. But when he comes here, he says, my brother, because he knows to build a team, we don't cannibalize each other. So we are here as Azimio, and we want to cannibalize each other in the media, and we expect that the KAA and UDA guys will be good on us. We are giving them fodder.
Wekesa, we are talking facts here.
Yeah, what I'm also saying is fact, because the other side, it doesn't mean that they don't have flaws, but they know how to handle their own house.
Okay, so maybe, I'm sorry then if I went to that, but me
No,
as somebody
Wekesa,
that comes from
Wekesa, tumekuwa tukiongea, hata Alex sijui kwa nini leo amenyamaza. Kulingana na vile umesema, hata sisi tumekuwa na shida na Kalonzo na behavior yake, watermelon pita katikati, bla bla, na tukasema in case akuwe running mate ya baba, hatutaki mtu ya kusumbua baba vile Ruto amefanya na Uhuru. So tukiongea ni Kenya ni wanafikiria kila mtu tunapenda amekuja, that is why tuna relax. Lakini ikifika story na running mate, Azimio na rais na watu wengine tutajua, kwa sababu hii serikali tunatengeneza hatutaki iharibike, na hatutaki mtu anaweza kuwa atanunuliwa ama anafanya. Wekesa, ukipenda mwanamke, hata watu wakikwambia ako na sura mbaya, you stick with it. Kama ana macho na umependa, it is yours. So hii ya Kalonzo amekuja, yes, but tuko na question mark, na ndiye sababu hiyo vitu ya running mate wake ikae kando, na wanasema numbers. Hakuna mtu aongei kuhusu numbers. For me, wacha tuone, tuko na miezi 5, hata running mate yetu tunaweza toa kama tumepakisha 3 months, but wacha KKA watoe presidential candidate yao, na watoe running mate, sisi baadaye. Thank you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Me, I said that time when we were still debating, he comes, that was the time to criticize. But when he comes, you also welcome him. Because either way, whether he becomes a running mate or not, we needed him. That's why we took 5 hours to negotiate. If it was not that important, nobody would have wasted 5 hours and delay a meeting in KICC, delay a meeting in Jacaranda, knowing that you're wasting time for somebody who doesn't add value. In fact,
exactly,
I can tell you this, wait, Neto. I can tell you this for free. These guys may not get a running mate from the mountain, and get it from me. They may not get a running mate. The reason why they putting Uhuru directly at the middle of that Azimio Nini coalition he will take care of the interests of the mountain, and they may get a running mate outside. So don't bash him so much. In fact, there's a time Kalonzo himself said that it's good to have friendly fire, but sometimes friendly fires can destroy. So we cannot, what if we trivialize him so much and he's met a running mate? So we will be struggling to have him in our team. So it's good also if we can, we know the challenges he has. By the way, do you know that even Central is still struggling with the weaknesses of Raila Odinga? Let's be honest. But if they start right now magnifying it, where do we go? It's not. It's time to build the team as Azimio, and it's time for the other team to also build their team. But if we come here and take time to criticize the whole team, and then we will not get anywhere.
Wekesa, we are cleaning the house, and we are talking as people of the same family. We are all in Azimio. You know, we're just cleaning the house and making sure that we get this one right. And if we don't talk about the things that are, then there's no point of us being here, coming here, kupigana. I mean, kusema, you know, this is right, oh, Kalonzo amekuja and everything. If we don't clean our house, we have to clean our house. And the only reason...
You see, you talked 3 times. The reason why I asked you, do you have a personal? Because you have repeated it. If you want to help, you can comment on it and say, Kalonzo needs to improve here if we have to have him as a candidate. But if you repeat it several times, then people think you just have a personal vendetta.
No, I don't have. I just know where he is from. And also, and I said very well, that even without Kalonzo, we had Ngilo, we had Kivuda, we had Mutua. And I mean, apparently, and those are people who had sworn never to do whatever. Those are the people to look for. It's not Kalonzo. It's those 3 people.
I'm speaking from Machakos, Ndeto. I'm speaking from, in my house here is Machakos. And I interact with Eastern so much. When Baba came to Machakos rally, I was there close, like 100 meters. I watched the whole rally, the responses of people. When Kivuza Kibwana stood to speak and he was trying to assuage the crowd, and people are just looking at him. And inside Mamas, they say, people are saying, we want Kalonzo, we want Kalonzo. Alfred Mutua came up and he wanted to demonize Kalonzo. It didn't work. The only person who tried to excite the masses was Joho. But the rest, even Baba knew. That's why he has taken 5 hours to look for Kalonzo. So kindly, I know he has his weakness, yes. I know he has his weakness, yes.
I guess everyone will come back to rebuttal on this one, but let's move on. I will listen. I guess hatujasikizana kwa hiyo, lakini kila mtu ataweza sema vitu zake. Let me move on to my own, to my next point. Hiyo ingine tutaongea mwenye atataka ku rebuttal. Now, story ya Tam. Sijui nani alisema hii, sijui ni Kinyanjui ama nani. Alisema story ya Tam. Term limits. I have a question. This is a question for me. This is just a question for me. If I was the president, if I was Uhuru, the constitution says you cannot do 2 consecutive terms. I want to know from you people, if I was the president for 1 term, nikaanguka, kama naweza kuja nifanye zingine 2. Ama venye Uhuru amemaliza saizi, Raila akiingia, kama Uhuru anaweza kuja afanye zingine 2. And hiyo ilikuwa question, mtanijibu. And then the other thing is that if Uhuru today wanted to go to campaign for what do you call Gatundu, is he, I mean, kama ametoka huko and he wants to humble himself and to campaign as a MP, is he allowed to do it by the constitution? The last one, hizo ni vitu nataka kuachia tuongee. Hii ingine nilikuwa nimeandika nini? Oh yeah, hii ingine ni wimbo la Somalia. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is another one I had written. You know, the one thing I like about Azimio la Umoja, na si Azimio la Kenya Moja, that was Kalonzo's talk today. But kuna kitu leo nilishika sana. Wakiwa pale walicheza wimbo ya Somalia na watu wakaanza kucheza wimbo ya Somalia. And that makes me feel very proud of my country because it's a campaign time, but we are singing, watu wanacheza wimbo ya Somalia in Azimio la Umoja. Azimio la Umoja is togetherness. I don't care if you're from Somalia, I don't care if you're from where, na nini, we ni Mkikuyu, we ni Mluya, we ni nini, we as Kenya has to grow. Na hatuwezi shinda tukiwa tunaitwa third world country forever. In fact, when Tomboya alianza this thing, exporting people outside. Now when you look at the leaders, ni watu wameanza kurudi to come and enlighten and see what the first world country is. We need to move on. Watu kama sisi, mimi najua napiga kura nitakuwa nyumbani next week, you know, this coming. I'm coming back home for good, God willing. Lakini na kuna wengi kama wetu when we've gone out there, Tomboya, when they started exporting us out, and now we are intaking watu kama kina Ledamo, Lekina, those all the hata kina Uhuru, hata kina Raila, those are people that went out there, saw what was out there, came back and started building Kenya. And we have to move from third world country. Hatuwezi kuwa tunaitwa third world country forever. Yet tuko na Congo pale. Kwanza napenda hiyo East African thing. Sasa tunaambiwa tupate passport zetu zikuwe East African. Na tuko na anthem ya East Africa. We as Africa, and is in Kenya in general, we need to move in from third world, moving towards the first world, so that we can be people that we don't need to export our kids out there and everything. We need to start that. And that's what I saw when I came this Christmas. That's what I saw. Niliona mabarabara, reli, sijui nini, the things that we've never spoken about. Mi sikuwa napendanga Uhuru kabisa. I was against, mi najua tuliibiwa kura. Lakini saizi naona hiyo development, and we have to sit, hata saizi venye tunaongea saizi sisi wote hapa. This is what brings us together. This is it right here. Turudi tuelewane, tuseme for how long tutaitwa sijui Africa, your third world country, ukikuja huku unaitwa sijui, you get racism and things like that. For how long? Why do we have to send our kids out there? Why can't we have them come there? So, and we have to start with what we are doing to get today, even this Mutembe TV, for us to be able to talk and have different opinions. This is what we need to do. There comes a time we sit down and understand that we have to move on and not depend on the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that passionate appeal to us and our brothers outside. Paka hata umefanya Themba ameamuka. Themba, how are you? That was a passionate appeal.
How are you?
I'm good, eh?
I've been here. Nilikuwa
you are behind the curtain. You are behind the curtain. You are behind the curtain, no?
Kidogo ndio nimemaliza. Alex, ni nini? Mbona uko na fujo saizi badala ufurahi?
No, mimi nimefurahi. Nilikuwa naambia Wekesa ulikuwa Penzikona.
Penzikona tulimalizana nayo mchana bana. Penzikona tulisaidia kina Sam kuja kutafuta watu. Sam anatafuta mke wa pili. Sam hata yeye.
Ilikuwa practical.
Thank you. I think there is someone who is waiting. Sijui anataka kutoka. Wacha submit kwanza and then I come back to you. That was a commercial break. Welcome, Themba. So aspiring woman, how are you?
I'm good.
You're aspiring to be what? This sentence is not complete. You are aspiring to be what?
Okay, for the people who don't know me, naitwa Brenda Kangai. I'm aspiring women representative Nairobi County. Actually, I'm the youngest aspirant. and I'm very tired. Yesterday, I woke up at 3 to be at Jacaranda. Na hadi saizi sijatoa uniform za siasa. You can see I'm with Mbogi Arao t-shirt. Vile nilikuja, I had to engage somewhere and somewhere so that naweza combine kura 1, 2, 3. So majina kamili naitwa Brenda Kangai. Mimi ni aspiring women rep Nairobi County. I've been in this show for Motembei for a very long time, but 90% of the time.
So nimekupata. So let me ask you this before you make your submission.
Yes.
Nilishikia kura yangu Nairobi.
Yes.
And right now I stay in Machakos. I've been thinking of transferring, but you can make me not transfer from Nairobi.
Yes.
So tell me something that can convince me.
Yes, that's where I was heading to.
Nairobi.
That's where I was heading to. Wewe ndo umenikata vile nilikuwa nataka kusema. Being Brenda, I was born and raised in a slum. Though I come from Tharaka Nithi County, that's where I belong. Because at the end of the day, even if you are born in an urban place, you have your rural home where you call home. Huku ndo nilitoka. So mimi nimegrow nikiona shida za ghetto vile. Unajua Nairobi haswa ni ghetto. Nairobi inajengwa na ghetto. Watu wa ghetto ndo tuko wengi. So nimegrow nikiona zile shida ambazo wasichana wanapitia huko kwa slum. Unapata wasichana, mtu akipata mimba akiwa na 13 years, 14 years, 15, yeye anaachiliwa na serikali, anakuwa mama. But for me, as Brenda, when I become the woman representative of Nairobi County, I will create opportunity for all young mothers in this great county. One, I will encourage them. If one anaweza sikia kurudi shule, naweza msaidia through scholarship of the bursary, scholarship through the office of the women representative, harudi shule. Na kama ule msichana hezi rudi shule, si lazima mtu asome ndio asaidike kwa maisha. I can empower that person that anaweza aenda a technical school, apate skill, haweze kujisaidia kwa maisha. Si lazima mtu aende asome, apate ati akona degree, akona certificate, akona PhD, ndo asaidike kwa maisha. Some of these people who have skills and they're using their skills well, they're earning a lot of money. So that is my work as the women representative of great city of Nairobi. Number 2, kuna bursary disbursements. It is like in each and every county in this country, watu lazima wa complain about bursary. But for me, I am going to create a platform whereby sitapatiana bursary, like kila mtu anapata bursary ya 10,000. For me, I will divide, because ni vizuri tueleane wasikilizaji wa Mtembei TV na Wakenya wenzangu that hatutoshani. Kuna ule Mkenya ana chochote, kuna ule Mkenya akona kitu kidogo, na ule Mkenya akonayo. When I give bursary to a needy child, a child who is totally orphaned, a child who has nobody to take care of him or her, nimpatie bursary ya 10,000, ni nani atalipa hiyo school fees balance ambayo inabakia? Mimi kama Brenda Kangai, nikikuwa women representative, I will create full scholarship for needy students.
Brenda,
na kutakuwa na ngoja nimalize.
No, nataka kuadvise tu kidogo please. Na si kubaya, by the way, kura yangu mimi cause nitapiga kura ni yako, na wasee wa Umo, kama unajua umesema hivyo, unajua wasee wa Umo, Kingsley ndio MCA wa Umo. Mimi najua kura zako zitakuja. He is my best friend. Brenda, acha nikushow kitu moja, lakini pia yes, I know that's the political.
Wacha tumpatie like 5 minutes amalize nini, then people comment and then we move to the next person.
Nilikuwa tu nataka kumpatia tu nilikuwa nataka kumpatia
statement yangu.
Kindly wacha amalize kwanza.
Sawa.
It's not good to interrupt one statement. Ngoja tu nimalize and then you are free to ask me any question because I need your vote so much. So kutakuwa na basari sitazipeana kulingana ati kila mtu wa Nairobi lazima apate basari ya 10,000. Hapana. I'll favor those people who are needy kwa sababu unajua kuna mama kwa pale Majengo hajui hata kama atapata kibarua ya 300, hayuko guaranteed hata kukula hiyo siku. Huyo mtu siwezi mlinganisha na yule mtu ako na mshahara kidogo ama ule mtu ambaye naona ako na uwezo kidogo. I will create, that's why I'm saying I will create full scholarship for totally needy students, and the rest of the bursaries I will give them to the most needy person. Wezi niambie saizi kwa county government of Nairobi chief anapata bursary, somebody who is earning a salary of 80,000 shillings anapata bursary, lakini kuna Mkenya apati hata 200 kwa siku, mtoto wake amefukuzwa, hana bursary. It is not fair at all. I have heard you Martin Dete said that when you say that your grandmother was working in the county government. Some of us, even our mothers, have not even worked in the village level. So you cannot understand what I'm saying unless you're in that shoe, unless you count yourself as a poor person of this country. Another thing is that kuna watu wa Nduthi. I had a plan for them. Hata kama wamekosea, si wote wamekosea. I have classmates ambao tulifanya nao KCSE in 2014. Somebody got a B+. Somebody got a very clean A-. Na huyu mtu alishika pikipiki. Hakushika pikipiki kwa sababu anataka kushika pikipiki. Alishika pikipiki kwa sababu it was the only available job after amemaliza form 4. Huyu ni mtoto wa mama ambaye ana chochote. Amemaliza form 4, mama yake hata ana pesa ya kuwekelea chakula jioni. So the next thing ilikuwa kukimbilia pikipiki ya jirani, angarau aende atafute 200, 300 yake maisha iende ikasonga. What if you come with bursaries for the university people so that you can help those people who are in Nduthi who got at least good grades? Mtu ambaye anajisikia mimi naweza enda mahali nisome, maybe within the next 4-5 years I will leave the Nduthi work and go and do this work so that we can build our country together. All I'm talking is about empowerment. We have to empower youths. Wenye wanataka kusoma wasome, wenye wataki kusoma wapate skills ambazo zitawasaidia. Wenye wataki kupata skills, somebody might be having a talent. Nairobi is home of each and every county. Hapa Nairobi tuko na watu ambao wanajua kucheza football vizuri. As the women representative, I know I have good connection even to the to good clubs in Europe zenye zinacheza football. It is my responsibility and duty to go and ask a chance for Nairobians waweze kuincludiwa kwa hizo ligi ndogo ndogo. Hata kama mtu atatoka nchi yake aende acheze huko Spain, acheze Britain, acheze mahali pengine, faida itarudi kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya. He will go back, he will go there, pray and bring back money to this country. Huyo mtu akijenga gorofa Ruiru inachangia kwa uchumi wa Kenya. I think mnanielewa. So what I mean, I Brenda Kangai as a ghetto lady, kama ule msichana ambaye amelelewa ghetto, my interest is to change the life of Nairobians and to encourage each and every person that anapaswa apate opportunity in this country. And I am so happy because on 9th of August, I will be having Raila Amolo Odinga as the next president of Republic of Kenya. Because I know Baba, kwa leadership yake, mimi nikiwa women representative, nimwambie hapa Baba kuna noma, vijana wanataka hivi, vijana wamezindua hii mradi. Najua Baba ni mtu ambaye anataka maendeleo, Baba ni mtu ambaye ana ukabila, ni mtu ako ready kuinua na kubadilisha maisha ya Kenya. I know things are going to change with the leadership of Raila Odinga. And as youths, tukiwa pale tutaweza kutetea interest ya youth wengi kwa hii nchi, kwa sababu the highest population of Kenya 75% ni youths. I don't advocate for any youth in Nairobi achague mtu ambaye amezeeka, somebody who is over 70 years 60 years apart from the presidential seat, because that's a bigger seat. We need somebody who is mature and composed, and that person is Raila Odinga. But for the other seats, kindly give the youths a chance ndio waweze kutetea interests za youths wengine. But if we keep voting for leaders because wamekuwa kwa serikali for a long time, wako na pesa, when they are entering. Mimi leo Jacaranda nimeingia na watu wangu na bana, lakini kuna mtu ambaye ameingia na V8 zimemfuata na watu. Maybe somebody ataona huyu kwa sababu aliingia pale Jacaranda akapea vijana 1 million shilling ako better than Brenda. But what I want to tell Nairobians, vote carefully, vote for a person that you know in the next 5 years unaweza sema huyu mtu amebadilisha maisha yangu. Huyu mtu hata kama mimi mwenyewe sijafaidika, amefaidisha maisha ya huyu na huyu, na imeweza kuleta mabadiliko katika kaunti ya Nairobi.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Brenda. I think before you ask a question, wait first. I think we will also create time so that we can ask you specific questions, and you can have more audience. I think between 9 to 10 there, when most Kenyans are awake, and it will be a special session for you as an aspirant. That will be okay, isn't it? No, I'm saying we will create within the week.
Oh. Yes.
That will be okay. That will be a special session. There will not be much people, so that you have more time. The rest of them can only come to you through comment section, or we can bring 1 or 2 to ask you questions. That will be much in order.
Yes, Wekesa.
Yes.
So what the reason why Mutembei had invited me here is that Mutembei TV ndio media ambayo natumianga sana nikienda kwa ground nikifanya vitu zangu. So yesterday on Friday we had a fundraiser here at Mutembei TV. The turnout was not good actually. Only 1 person contributed in my fundraiser. And the reason why Mutembei amenialika kwa isho ya usiku akaniambia speak. I'm finishing my point.
Okay. Yeah. I'm listening.
The reason why Mutembei amenialika kwa isho, I'm a youth. I started campaign early. Nilianza kampeni yangu mwezi wa 6 hapo at bunge la mwananchi, and actually all that time I've been sponsoring myself as a youth. So imefika mahali nikaona hii safari siwezi peke yangu, and on Friday Mutembei had done a special fundraiser for me, but the turnout was low, and the purpose of the fundraiser was that I was raising money for the nomination fee that I'm supposed to pay by Wednesday next week, early Wednesday. So it means I should have that money by Monday so that I can start the process on Tuesday, and by Wednesday I'm done. Actually, I'm raising about 2,000 USD because the nomination fee for the women representative is 250,000, but because I am a youth, I am allowed to pay 125,000. And then I need to renew my ODM membership with 25,000. That is 150. And I also need some few things so that your nomination process iweze kuifanya na 1 day. So that was my appeal. I am appealing to any youth, any person who is there, who is willing to support me in my political journey, because it started back in 2015 at bunge la mwananchi. I've really done a lot. Nimejisaidia sana, but it's my time to ask for your help. if you feel like unaweza nishika
Wekesa,
mkono.
acha kuni mute, nataka kusaidia, nataka
You see my
kunisaidia.
hands are here and you are saying I'm muting you. Kindly.
Martin,
Hujaona nimekaa hivi.
ngoja Wekesa. Martin, you have to mute, wait, you raise your hand. That's how we deal here. You don't just unmute, then you start talking. So wait until the moderator gives you time.
No, the reason is because I'm about to go and I
No,
really
it's
want to.
okay. It's okay. Even all these people want to go. So if you can't give other people respect to submit, alafu wakimaliza, those are the rules. Just follow the rules. Unaona the lady is talking, mpe nafasi amalize, alafu utapewa nafasi. All these people want to talk.
Nimekubali, poleni.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry,
kindly.
my dear brother. So I'm appealing to any person who would help me fundraise, and at least by Monday niweze kupeleka makaratasi zangu so that I can be on the race. And I want to tell Kenyans that there is an NGO that is going to fund us from mwezi wa nne katikati. So if I finish this process, I'm sure that hiyo process inakuja mbele, there is an NGO that is going to hold on. But in case uko abroad and you know of an NGO that support women in politics, unaweza niunganisha nayo. Another thing is that I was talking to a friend in South Africa who is the youngest member of parliament, and I was asking her, how did you manage to campaign at a young age? Ulitoa pesa za kucampaign wapi? Akaniambia there is a person mwenye alikuwa naishi, I think ni relative ama ni friend, alikuwa naishi abroad, ambaye alimtengenezea a GoFundMe drive because there are people abroad who are willing to support young women in politics. So if there is that kind of a person, anaweza nisaidia. But for now, what I'm raising is I'm raising money for the nomination, which is about 200,000 Kenya shillings, because I'm a youth. So I don't know if I'm going to give my M-Pesa number, if there is anyone willing. This is just an appeal. Mtu yoyote ambaye ako willing kunishika mkono to help me achieve the dream, show the ghetto girls, those girls who have been raised in slums, that they can also participate in leadership. I will really appreciate. My M-Pesa number is +254 705 016 798. My M-Pesa number is +254 705 016 798. I don't know if I can read. I think Wekesa unaweza display hapo ule mtu ambaye hajasikia.
Andike kwa inbox hapo. Kwa
Yeah.
private chat then we.
Yes.
Yeah. Andike kwa private chat tutaiweka.
Sijui kunini. I don't know how to handle this YouTube
Wekesa, nimeweka sijui kama jina inakuja gani wakituma.
Inakuja jina yangu Brenda Kangai.
Brenda Kangai.
Yes.
Yes.
Sawa, today I'm using my phone but wacha Themba kusort. Themba ata display.
Yes, ni
Ngoja kidogo Wekesa.
Hello?
Ngoja kidogo Brenda kabla uanze. Sema majina vizuri na spelling.
Brenda Kangai, BRENDAH.
Kangai.
Kangai, KA.
Haya. Sema namba +2
+254 705 016 798.
Haya, nimesha post.
Yeah, just help me kindly na kuomba tu. Help me at least by Monday asubuhi. Leo nilale na hiyo pesa. Today hata silali. I'm just taking shower. Nenda Githurai. Nimeitiwa free platform na wamama. Over 300 wamamas. Wameniita pale niongee na wao. Niuze sera zangu. So I'm getting so much platform. I'm guaranteed that a lot of people are really supporting me. But kindly help me raise that fund so that I can pay my nomination fee on Monday. And then we'll take it from there. And remember that ODM rewards youth. So nikilipa hiyo nomination, sitapotelea mali mbali. Nitakuwa kwa mpango pia mimi. Na nitaweza kurepresent wamama, young women in this country, and the ghetto people, and the entire people of Nairobi. That is, in case there is someone who wants to ask me a question, I open
Okay,
the platform.
Mama Selina, uko na swali, niliona umeinua mkono.
Yeah, hata si swali, nataka tu kumpongeza Brenda. Nimwambie amefikiria jambo bora kusimama, na tumesikia mawaida yako yote ni mzuri. Sasa sisi wenye tuko hapa, wacha tukae chini, tupange, tuone, na unahitaji kusaidiwa. But kwa sababu umejipanga samani, na najua mambo vile tukienda siasa na vile unaenda kukutana na giants. But siwezi, nataka nikwambie uone vile itaenda vizuri sana. I like your ideas. Sana tukiwa, mimi nimekuwa mwanasiasa, na mimi ni mwanasiasa, nimesimama kiti ya parliament Nakuru. Ukiona mambo ya and I'm so sorry, let me say this as a mother na kama kiongozi mwenzako, ukiona mambo ya national ya women rep ni kubwa zaidi. Niko na msichana moja tulikuwa na yeye na Kenya, anaitwa Waithera, alisimama South kama kansala. Yes, na nampatia 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah, ngoja kidogo. Selina. So as you finish up, nataka kuambia Mkenya, the number for Brenda has been shared, so you can, she was asking for M-Pesa number. It has been shared. It is 254 7050 16798. You can still get it in the comment section, so you can share through that. Okay, proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Nimeona you are a strong leader. Ukiona mambo ya women rep, kwa sababu wewe umesema keto na umekuwa grassroots leader. Nikakwambia nilikuwa na msichana moja anaitwa Waithera Cheke, ako South B, na wakati alikuwa youth alimanage kusimama kiti ya kansala ya tuseme atuiti kansala, MCA. She won the seat na amejitengeneza na akapata nafasi ya kukuja hisi mkutano ya wamama yenye inakuwa New York. Bahati mbaya kwa sababu ya hii coronavirus, mkutano hiyo imesimama. Kuna watu wengi sana wana sponsor wamama. So I want to let you that ikifika Monday uone mambo ya juu hiyo ya women rep inakupatia stress. If you are a leader, hakuna kiti kidogo na hakuna kiti kubwa. So I want to say, we asante kwa sababu umefikiria, but go again and think twice. Ukiona kuna mahali uko na watu ya kutosha, pila tutakuombea mema, but think twice as a leader. Ukiona hiyo ya juu inataka kukusumbua, shikilia ile unaweza shikilia, kwa sababu una mpango mzuri sana ya kusaidia wasichana wadogo sana. So nimesema tu hii kama mama, na ninataka uende juu, usiseme kwa nini huyu mama anasema hivi. Thank you so much.
Yes, yeah, thank you Selina for the response, but I want to let you know that I aspired as the youngest ODM candidate in 2017 for an MCA seat, and I won the nomination for ODM. So at that time I was a candidate for ODM. Actually I was 21, 22 years old. So according to my advisors, ODM si chama kidogo. ODM with nikitaka kuprogress usiwahi simama kiti ndogo ODM. ODM ni ile chama ambayo lazima usimame kiti kubwa, ung'ang'ane. Kama utashindwa uweze kuwekwa kwa mpango, lakini ukisimama ODM kiti ndogo, trust me, utapotelea and nobody will see you. What I want you, Selina, and the listeners of Mutembei TV know that mimi nilikuwa na funds. It is only that we had another election at Bunge la Mwananchi, which I represented, the women representative. That was last year, July. So I used a lot of money to campaign for myself there. Then, mimi nilianza kucampaign mapema sana, Selina. So, hiyo kucampaign mapema ilifanya nikatumia pesa mapema. And by the time ilikuwa inafika November, nilikuwa na shortage of funds. Juu Nairobi ni kubwa, nilianza kuingia ground kidogo kidogo, hapa kukichomeka, naenda nasaidia wamama hivi na hivi. And the reason why nilikuwa nafanya hivyo, kuna watu wengi sana walikuwa wamepledge watanisaidia, but unfortunately hawakuweza kunisaidia. So that's the reason why unapata nimeachwa mahali nikiang, but I know by the God's grace in the next 2 weeks I'll be sorted. What I need now is just to raise that 200,000, nimalizane na party. Nikimalizana na party, hapo pengine sitawaomba usaidizi. Hapo pengine nitaweza kung'ang'ana kivyangu.
Brenda.
Yes.
We wish you well. I mean, personally, I will encourage you, whichever seat you want to go for, by all means, go for it. I mean, keep trying. I mean, Abraham Lincoln, who later became the president of the United States, tried many seats and failed. So failure is in politics is not a failure. It's an encouragement. So we wish you well as you move on to your next nini. Watu wamekusikia and hopefully watakusaidia. So I think positive energy, aende ajaribu. They say ukianguka at least umeanguka mbele, hujaanguka nyuma. So ukitaka kujaribu, hata Selina, ukiamua leo unataka kwenda Kenya kusimamia president, enda. Kuna jamaa amekuwa akisimama president in Kenya for the longest, anaitwa Kukubo. Do you remember that person? He's been buying every year.
Kujaribu, we want to win. We don't want to jaribu.
Hata Wajakoya atakuwa kwa presidential ballot. So it's okay for people to follow their dreams, and we have put it there. Kindly, if you've seen the M-Pesa number to make a pale, supporter, you can. Whatever it is that you can do for her, let her follow her dream. If she gets it, good. If she fails, at least she has fallen forward. She tried. And who knows? Many failures eventually could get her somewhere. So thank you so much even for stepping forward, Brenda, wherever you are, and taking the bull by its horns. Hapo watu wanakanyagania, wewe kanyagania watu hapo. How will you know if you can, if you don't try? So keep trying. Keep trying. It is your calling. And I think now, since Brenda has made her case, we'll have her here probably next time again. For those who can support her, kindly, by all means, do it. And don't ever be discouraged. Yeah. They say no matter who you are, no matter where you are, your dreams are valid. Those are not my words, but the words of one Lupita Nyong'o. No matter where you are, no matter who you are, your dreams are valid. Brenda, your dreams are valid. And you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Positive energy. Positive energy. Yeah. So now I want us to move on straight to our debate. Back to our topic of discussion. That was just a commercial break. Sasa wale mko kwa curtains mtoke mkuje hapa sasa tuendelee. Mkisikia nini mnatoroka mnaingia kwa curtain. Alex, are you there? Alex. Oh, Brenda umerudi.
I'm there.
Network ilikuwa imepotea na I want to go.
I'm there.
Get us.
Yeah, Brenda nilikuwa nasema. Brenda. Network. Brenda nilikuwa nasema hivi. We wish you well and keep pushing, keep trying. Lupita Nyong'o said that no matter who you are, no matter where you are, your dreams are valid. Positive energy peke yake. You can do it. You can push it. Yeah.
What I was saying, Themba, is that there are people, maybe they are trying to reach me through that number, through WhatsApp. Kuna watu maybe wanajaribu kunipigia na WhatsApp. Na hiyo number na sipatikani kwa hiyo number. That is only my number. But in case you need my WhatsApp number, sijui kama naweza patiana.
You want us to give it right now?
Yes, unajua kuna watu nimeambiwa they are trying to reach me through this number via WhatsApp, but they are unable.
Why are they reaching you? Si watume pesa. Why are they reaching you?
Maybe mtu ako na any assistance. Wezi jua usaidizi si wa pesa peke yake.
You okay giving it? If you wanna give it, that's fine.
Yeah, I might give you. I'm giving you my WhatsApp number.
Sure. Ngoja kidogo. Hold on right there. So WhatsApp. All right. Brenda. Okay, go ahead.
My WhatsApp number is +254. 721. 24 11 34.
24
11 34.
All right.
Yes, that is my WhatsApp number. So in case unajaribu kunitafuta na hiyo namba ingine unikose, unaweza. But you can also send both. Zote ziko registered tu na namba yangu. They both appear at Brenda Kangai. So in case you need to contribute, just contribute kwa hizo namba zote mbili. But the +21, hiyo ndo ya WhatsApp. Maybe in case you want to know more about me. Yeah.
Hold on. You said it's +254 721, right?
721.
241, right?
0 +254. 721. 24. 11. 34.
Iko kwa screen, right?
Yes. So in case you need to reach me through WhatsApp, unaweza ni hiyo, and even both they can work for M-Pesa. They are all my numbers. So in case you need to contribute, unaweza tumia any of these numbers.
Okay, thank you so much, Brenda. I love your spirit. I love your energy. I wish you.
Nisaidie niweze kulipa hiyo nomination by Monday. Kindly.
Yeah, wamesikia, and obviously they have heard. So we believe that wale wenye sikio wamesikia, wenye macho wameona, and we wish you well. We wish you well from us. We wish you all the best, and keep it the spirit. Don't worry about the failures. Don't worry about the naysayers. That's all it takes. So keep going, keep going, keep going. Hope to see you when you become mheshimiwa. Hopefully utakuja hapa tukupatie interview. We take you, we hold you accountable for the promises you are making when you're right here. So we wish you well. Any last thing you want to say before we release you?
I just need to say nothing. I'm so happy for the platform. I think Mutembe is a platform that allows so many youth. Mutembe ni ile platform ambayo imekuwa ikitusaidia sana sisi youths kwa ground. Mimi kama youth ambaye amekuwa Nairobi, nimeona kazi ya Mutembe TV. Whenever we need them to cover our stories on the ground, wanakuanga na sisi absolutely free of charge. It doesn't charge anything. So thank you so much for Mutembe TV na viewers wa Mutembe kwa kunisikiza usiku wa leo. Na kama wewe ni voter wa Nairobi, tafadhali pia kura yako na ihitaji sana sana sana. That's all I have to say. Just contribute. Help me in this journey. Help me become the youngest women representative in this country. All things are possible. Inawezekana. Na ambao wako UDA, tafadhali tujiunge na Azimio la Umoja. Bye bye.
Asante Brenda, see you and wish you well.
Okay,
okay.
Man, you are muted. Temba, you are muted.
Oh,
Ongea
sorry.
peke yako.
Hey, my bad. Nilikuwa nauliza ni Julia alikuwa anasema kwa ajili ya debate ya leo. Julia, umeongea? Ama unataka kupata uhondo kutoka kwa Alex? Najua Alex amekuwa hapa kutoka kitambo. It's okay, Julia, go ahead.
Okay. I was here before. Sijiwacha tu niongee tu. I found people talking about somebody was trying to say that it seems Kalonzo Musyoka was promised something like running mate, or I don't know, and someone was disputing and saying that they wouldn't take that. So about Kalonzo Musyoka, I'm very pleased that he declared that he's supporting
Julia, excuse me. Temba iko watu wako behind the curtain. Background, waingishe. Okay, Julia, endelea.
Okay. At least tukue class ijae. Now see what Themba is doing.
Temba, concentrate on what you're doing. Okay, Julia, go on.
I think that was another commercial break. So for me, I think Kalonzo Musyoka was not promised any running mate. I could read by his body language. He was saying, I'm supporting Baba, but he was not a very happy man because he was there shingo upande. Ilikuwa alijipata lazima angekuwa hapo. And I said this in the earlier show. I said that I don't understand why it was so hard for Kalonzo Musyoka to understand how to play his game, because he should have seen that many of us are of the feeling that Baba may be a one-term president, and therefore it means we need someone to take after him. And I said in this show before, if Kalonzo had been very intelligent, he should have been backing Baba from the word go. He should not have put all those conditions, only for him to say today that he said that it doesn't matter what position Baba is going to give him, he's going to support him. He should have said that from the word go, because now he poisoned our hearts and he spoiled, he really annoyed some of us. Okay, let me say, I was not happy with his behavior. So even if now that Baba decides to hand over to him after 5 years, it may be an uphill task for Kalonzo Musyoka to be president, because there'll be that crowd that will be feeling alitusumbua sana, alitusumbua sana. alitusumbua before we got this far, alitusumbua sana. So all the same, I think it's not good to cry over spilled milk of ama Mswahili alisema yaliyopita si ndwele, tuyagange yajayo. I appreciate that he's now back in Baba, and I want to agree with many commentators here that now we are going for something like 65% win for Baba. So I think we are on the right track. But the person who impressed me so much is the president. Today, I have never been seen Uhuru as my hero. I'm sorry to say that. But Uhuru is imagined to be my hero in the recent past. The way he's carrying himself, the way he's speaking in public, the way he's doing things, he's imagined to be my hero. I'm very pleased with the way he has done things. I think he maneuvered this kind of unity, and I understand that there was a meeting in KICC. He must have been the person behind this kind of unity, and he must been behind the person who talked to Baba, who talked to Kalonzo, who talked to people like Gideon Moy. So I'm really pleased with the president, and I was beginning to think that I wish he was just starting his politics. He could have been a very good, wonderful presidential candidate, because what Uhuru has emerged, he has emerged as a nationalist. He's not playing tribal. He's not shouting tribal politics. He's emerging as a nationalist. So I'm very pleased with Uhuru. Now, I want to talk about something I did not mention. Okay, first, before I talk about that, about Ruto doing the little drama he did today in the UDA offices. I even wonder why some UDA people are discussing that here. If I was kama baba yako akiamua kukojoa hapo kwenyu hapo nje, ati kwa sababu he's drunk or something, are you going to start defending your father and say your father did the right thing because he's your dad? So I don't think what the little drama that Ruto did, that he was presenting his papers against some Kenyans there, whom he knew that those Kenyans were not going to qualify by virtue of many things like age, things like probably they could not afford the nomination fee. He staged some drama. So I repeat again, Ruto should know that Kenyans are not idiots. And this kind of games can only be like the plays we used to watch in high school, kama Kijeketile, ama Kilio cha Haki. If that thing was staged in the high school, that would have been a good thing, because that was really mockery to the Kenyan people. He was mocking the Kenyan people. He was mocking that innocent lady that went there to present her papers. In fact, that was abuse. And I think if I was the parent for that lady, I would sue William Ruto and his party, because that is abuse. They knew they were just misusing her and using her, and they asked her to present papers as a show off that Ruto is democratic. So I think it's high time UDA people learned that that kind of mockery and that like kind of drama is not acceptable in the current Kenya. And if there's any UDA person here, please don't discuss that. Don't even try to tell us that was democracy. It is a shame if anybody tries to do that. It is a shame. That is mockery to the Kenyan people and the Kenyan common man. So we should not, Ruto should even be ashamed for having done that. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is about Mother Karua. I understand she did not go to the meeting. I've been saying here that Mother Karua is really jealous of Baba. And more so, I think she's also jealous of Uhuru. I watched her, I think it was yesterday, and she was speaking in Kikuyu. She was saying that that we need a kingpin. We need a leader for the Kikuyu people. That we want to allow Uhuru to retire so that we get a leader who will take charge of the Kikuyu community. He was talking in Kikuyu. He was trying to bring, she was thinking that if she speaks in Kikuyu the way Uhuru did in Sagana, it will give an impact. That's what she was trying to do. So she was trying to tell the people who are there that after Uhuru, we need somebody. I even almost asked myself, between Mother and Uhuru, who is older than the other? I think someone needs to help me here. Because if it's about age and retiring, I need to find out who needs to retire. Because she was trying to imply the Uhuru, now time is up, and he should retire as the leader of the Kikuyu community, and that now maybe mother and her friends should take over. That's what she was trying to imply. So she is very jealous of the way Uhuru has taken charge of the Mount Kenya region, and she's also very jealous of Raila Amolo Odinga as the future president of this country. Now, looking at that, I feel bad and I'm disappointed because I have been hopeful. I have been very hopeful that Mother, being a strong woman, I have been very hopeful that Mother would work with Baba, and probably Mother would help Baba fight corruption, because like I think it's Alex who mentioned yesterday that our biggest challenge here, and we have also mentioned that before, our biggest challenge in this country is corruption, and we are hoping that when Baba takes over, he'll succeed to fight corruption. But now looking at Mother, she's behaving worse than she did when she was working for Kibaki. I'm very disappointed with her, and I don't think she'll be able to. I don't know where her party is heading to. I don't know why she didn't come. Maybe she's gonna explain. I don't know why she didn't appear. Maybe we're gonna understand. She's gonna help us understand why she was not with Kalonzo Musyoka today. Otherwise, I beg to stop my presentation here, Demba. Maybe later. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, especially Martha Karua. I listened to her. She was talking in Kikuyu. I understand a little bit of Kikuyu, so I took time to try and listen to her presentation, especially after coming from an Oka signing event. Then she goes to Thika and then trashes, she kind of decides that I'm going to hit the president, and tell them about, the idea of joining these big houses. And she's going there with Wanjigi, who stood, and all his speech was about, hitting Baba and how Baba is, and hitting the two families, that is the Odinga and Kenyatta family, So I was wondering, what is the agenda of all of them sharing that stage? You are in Oka, that is apparently going to join Azimio. Then here you are with Wanjigi, who is hitting the same people who are forming Azimio. And then Martha Karua goes ahead to say this is Mount Kenya Unity Forum. What is it? What is this animal called Mount Kenya Unity Forum? Who are the parties? I was trying to rack my head to try and understand what she meant. But it was not surprising that she didn't show up at that place. I think she was the one who was trying to hold Kalonzo, especially because Kalonzo had, it was word in the wire that she was to be the deputy president to Kalonzo Musyoka. So when all these issues of Kalonzo not wanting to go in, that was part of what was in the wire, that she was actually the one who had been earmarked for that. But later at the Thika place, she was like, she doesn't want to be a deputy because deputies don't have any powers. So she wants to be a governor in Kirinyaga because that is where she'll control resources and she can be able to speak. So that for me was also interesting. But for me, I think I captured also the idea of, I said I don't want to speak about Kalonzo. Now that he said Raila Tosha, his words have already, our focus is Baba and the State House and Azimio as a focus. I don't think Kalonzo was even given the deputy. It wasn't. If you had the veiled, those people who are keen on listening to the president making his speech at KICC, he said all these people can be presidents, can be candidates. So he was trying to tell Kalonzo that there's nothing so, unique that you have to be so selfish about this. All these people can be candidates. But yes, even you, Kalonzo, that's an ego thing. You are going to be told so that you feel like you have been acknowledged rather differently. But as they kept on having that meeting, you could pick nonverbals of Kalonzo. He wasn't a happy person. If indeed he had been promised the deputy president, I don't think he would have been showing that kind of displeasure, to an extent that at some point people rose up to applaud the, Raila, but he never did. He remained sitting down. He never did. He was very uncomfortable, even when guys were happy, And the president actually at some point had to actually ask him if his secretary general has gone, because all the parties signed together. There was nothing that was signed in a different room. There was no signing that was done, that particular Azimio thing. No party signed it anywhere else. Everything was signed on that table, right? And that's why anybody who was signing must have signed there. MDG was part of the OCA, signed. Kanu signed. Wiper signed as Wiper, not as OCA. So all those parties, and then all the team, the Jubilee parties, signed. So it is equal. So you are all the captain, and Kenya, the president was very particular. He said our captain is Raila. So they have arrived at a captain who is Raila. Now the rest of us will be led by this captain. Of course, Kalonzo needed to be, is like a spoiled child who needs to be, to massage. You need to massage his ego. It was done, rather in a way that they kept on telling him, you're even more qualified, It made him feel a little better, And for me, when they were at KICC, I was still very ishish about Kalonzo. I was imagining he'll get out of KICC, go to a press conference somewhere, and say that I wasn't even aware, So when he showed up at the place, and even not putting on the Azimio cap, he was putting on his interesting cap called the buffalo thing, which was not an Azimio. Everybody else was on Azimio cap. But I liked what he said. He said, now Raila Tosha will go out there and look for that unreservedly, unconditionally. We'll hold him for his words. In the first place, one thing is sure: the deputy president goes to Central. That one, there was no negotiation about that. And some of very, very, very internal sources were telling me at some point they got out and they said, now if you wanna come, you come. And that's why he arrived later, because Gideon told him, I'm going, man. I'm going. So if you don't want to come, it's up to you. Because Kalonzo came later with Gideon when Uru and Raila had already arrived at the hall. Is when he came. Gideon told him, my friend, I'm gone, and the other parties have already gone. So if you don't come, the only person remaining was Martha Karua. Martha Karua was saying, don't go. We can pull this and do our thing. So that explains his discomfort at the hall, So I really think that Kalonzo was forced by pertaining circumstances to say the words that he said. But he was very, very, hard at explaining it. However, this is politics. He has already said it. Now we focus. The focus is Baba Azimio to the ballot, to the wire, and getting people out to vote. If he does anything like Mangi did, Mangi decamped to ODM in December, and by March he's coming back to UDA. We will definitely show them the door. We'll show them what it means, because Mangi decamped from UDA, came to ODM because he was trying to get the ODM ticket. Why he ran from UDA was because Omingo Magara had been promised the ticket for UDA. So he feared the nomination in UDA. So he ran, he came to ODM. Because Omingo Magara was the treasurer in UDA. So it was obvious Omingo Magara, having been with UDA for long, actually Omingo Magara found him. And Omingo Magara raised to be the UDA treasurer. He wasn't happy because Mangi has worked with the UDA for a longer period than Omingo Magara, but he was not given any post. So when Omingo Magara came and he rose straight, became the treasurer, Mangi got upset. So he sulked and he ran away, came to ODM. Because he knew that the ticket will go to Omingo Magara. Now, Omingo Magara realized that these things are not, things in the ground are different. He ran away from UDA, he joined another party there. Now Mangi came this side, he realized Kisi, this guy Simbarati has already gotten it. Things are hot here. So he ran to go and take the ticket from UDA, which is what is the ping pong game is playing. And I think that can be used against him because I don't think anybody will take him seriously. So if Kalonzo wants to play that, it's up to him. Baba was patient, allowed him to come. He said, Raila Tosha, that is all we wanted. In politics, there's no permanent friends and there's no permanent enemy. It's just permanent interests. He's already fulfilled the interest of Baba being declared, so we clap for him and we wish he was genuine. Yes, Harun, karibu.
Yes, Harun mwenyewe, jeshi ya baba. Huu ni ule jeshi mwingine, mzito manzi. Ya, Sara mengi na waona karibuni sana warembo wa nguvu. Unajua nimeona kwa comment section Sara ni mzito sana. Congratulations. Bas back to the topic Hey. Jana in fact ilikuwa siku mzuri hata hivyo, by the way sikulala. Hata jamaa ya kina Jackton, ya kina Wino walinivotia kwa sababu niliwaambia nilale nisilale, wakaniambia hapana, tumengoja huyu mrembo sana. So sikulala leo mzima, ndio hiyo nimechapa kazi, but by 7 nitakuwa nimeenda sasa nizime kabisa. So nasema namna hii, gone are the days of 2013 and 2017 when in fact I'm also from 2013 when we voted for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and William Samoei Ruto, because we wanted them out of ICC jaws. So in fact we thought that having helped this gentleman, tungefaidika, but in fact to our frustrations mumeona vile mambo yameenda. Lakini nani ambaye amefanya Wakenya tukue frustrated namna hii? One person by the names William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto alitake advantage ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kuwa a simple man, kijana mwenye ametoka kwa familia ambayo kwa njia moja in material things walikuwa wamejiweza. Yeye instead hata kama angemwambia manze si unikope do yenye nitatumia kupeana maybe mavijana handouts 2022 wakati nitakuwa nasimama urais, lakini yeye akaamua kudunga watu wake kwa ministries mbalimbali, wakasabotage our economy to an extent. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, kando na whatsoever he had in terms of material things, because in fact we thought, unajua mtu kama mimi nilikuwa nafikiria kuwa the president, kwa sababu in terms of finance alikuwa mzuri, so hii Kenya mambo ya corruption hata ingekuwa, because angetuhurumia aseme kuwa hakika ninataka Wakenya wapate manufaa kama maybe familia yetu. But huyu kijana wakati alimtenda namna hiyo, mumeona 2017 vile mambo ilienda, handshake ikaingia, kijana akapata mwanya, akatoroka, akaacha our president akiwa in the masses of kuwa impeached na nini, but thanks to baba alikuja kwa wakati na akamsaidia. So mbona nimeleta haya? In fact mumeona vile kumeenda, whereby hata kufight corruption imekaa ngumu, cause hata president mwenyewe alikuja akatuambia ise pesa zinapotea. Pesa ngapi per day? 2 billion. Then William Samoei Ruto ndio huyu naye amekuja akatuambia kuwa wanga wana allocate 100 billion ambazo zinaenda kwa mfuko ya watu. So mmeona vile William Samoei Ruto in fact amefanikiwa kwa njia moja ama nyingine kusabotage the president. So President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, wacha niambie Wakenya namna hii, kama president angepata deputy mzuri kutoka the word go ya 2013, I'm telling you, hii Kenya ingekuwa safi sana, because you have seen from after handshake how Kenya imetransform. So mimi ndio nasema kuwa baba atafute running mate mzuri mwenye in fact atahakikisha kuwa the promises zenye watakuwa wana lay through their manifesto zitakuwa fulfilled for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Now in fact you've seen sasa hivi wakati historia itakapoandikwa, historia ya nchi yetu ya Kenya, the name of my able president, my sweetest president, my lovely president, my darling president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, jina lake, history yenye itaandikwa kutoka sasa, jina lake litakuwa pale. Ni kitu ya maana sana, whereby your fiercest competitor unaweza amua kumpak na kumwendorse manze na kumwambia chukua gurudumu ya kuongoza nchi ya Kenya. Hii ni historia manze, ni historia ambayo imetendeka, na in fact ninaambia president kuwa congratulations kwa yale yenye amefanya nini, kwa yale yenye ametendea sisi kama Wakenya. Na Kalonzo, najua Alex amenipiga makombora sana kuhusu Kalonzo. In fact Kalonzo tulimungoja sana, but dakika ya mwisho kabisa akaamua kushow up. So my urge ni ile kuwa kwa vile ametangaza kuwa baba tosha, it is high time sasa hivi yeye na team ya Azimio, when baba will be away, So tunataka tuwaone kwa field wakikimbia all parts of the country kutafutia baba kura, because even them in fact they are going to benefit, because hawatatoka mkono mkavu. Any seat yenye watapata, kwa sababu serikali ni kubwa. What we need is the services. In fact, we want to reclaim back the glory of our country. In fact, mumeona ile impact mbaya yenye corruption imeleta. So time has come, the likes of Kalonzo waweke aprons, waweke gumboots na waanze kukanyaga manze, kuhakikisha kuwa wametafutia baba kura. Alafu na sisi kama Wakenya tumefurahi, because now in fact the support base ya baba is intact ya 6 million. So tunajua kutoka sasa hivi mpaka tarehe 7 tarehe 8 mwezi wa 8 before tuamke kupiga kura tarehe 9, baba atakuwa amepata kuraise the stake. Tunataka tuone baba akiwa amekanyaga milioni 10, milioni 12, whereby hakuna yeyote manze atakimbia kotini kuwa sijui ameibiwa ama amefanyiwa nini. Na ningeomba Chebukati, kwa sasa hivi in fact mmeona vile kumeenda, itakuwa 2 horse race. Hata kama ndio kutakuwa na hawa ndugu zetu the likes of Wajakoya, the likes of Kigama ambao wanakuja, but hii imethibitika wazi sasa kuwa baba na William Samoei Ruto ndio watakuwa pale mbele sana kumenyana. So the president is likely kutoka kwa statesmen wawili ambao si wachache, in fact ni heavyweights. So it is high time Chebukati, kwa sababu sasa hivi IBC is full consulted, hakikishe kuwa system in fact zina run vizuri, whereby hatutaki kuona kuwa anaveva anybody. Hatutaki kuona akiveva baba, hatutaki kuona akiveva William Samoei Ruto. Tunataka yeye mwenyewe aachilie tu kura zitembea kutoka kwa polling station mpaka kwa kituo cha National Tallying Center. Nikimalizia nasema kuwa namna hii, change is inevitable because change is the only constant in life. So my urge to you, my brothers and sisters, is that kindly be part of the change ambayo tunataraji kutoka kwa Azimio ambayo iko under baba and his entire brigade. Thank you so much. Back to you, my Apple chairman, Mr. Tempa.
Asante Katu hapa, kwa sababu sasa we want to sasa hatuchukui watu wapya kwa sababu tumemaliza masaa 8, so we are not bringing any more people, we are just taking those people who are already on the studio. So asanteni sana wale mnajaribu kuingia, na wale mko msitoke, mkitoka mmemaliza, so mrelax hapa mpaka tufunge. We start taking our winding down comments. So let me first confirm if everybody is here. Julia, you are there? I saw you umenifungia tu curtain size. Selina huko?
Haya, wale ametufungia curtain na waongee, tuna Megi yuko?
Kabisa.
Good. Sara huko? Good. Ziana huko?
Niko.
Perfect. So tunamaliza na watu 6 wako hapa, so wengine mtatuangalia tu hapo chini kwa nini watu wa Facebook wameshatupwa nje, so tuonane tena baadaye. Sijui kama siasa itakuwa tamu, ile siasa ya Oka ilikuwa inanifurahisha saa zingine. Sasa sijui siasa yes, Alex, sema hilo nataka kusema, alafu tuanze kuchukua closing. Alex, si usema alafu nilete Sara afanye, ama unataka kuongea kwanza ndio Sara aongee?
No, mimi nataka tu kuambia ndugu yangu Aaron kitu, alafu tutaongea baadaye. Sasa Aaron, kama ulikuwa unangojea Kalonzo, sema ulikuwa unamngojea, sio tulimngojea sana. Kalonzo is not a leader. When Baba went to do a handshake, he never asked us. He never consulted us. We did not know. He saw what was best for the country. He went, he made a handshake, and he told us the reasons. We were adamant for months. But later on, we have come to know that Baba is a leader because he leads the people to a better place. So you can trust him that he can take you to Canaan. Kalonzo is captured by small people like Mutula Kilonzo, Martha Karua, Wambua. People who are driven by fear are not leaders. People who are driven by positions are not. 5 hours waiting for somebody to negotiate for a position. My friend, that's the kind of thinking tunataka tutoe.
And he didn't even get it. You need to say that.
Yes, he didn't. So what we are saying is this. Let's not lie to our people. Yes, we needed Kalonzo, but not in this manner. Not in this way. We needed him, but he shouldn't have come in a way that he had degenerated himself to a point whereby he was agitating for positions instead of looking at a country. Because we are facing an enemy. The enemy is William Samoei Ruto. If you are not with us, you are with Ruto. That is the denominator. So he has been with Ruto all this time. So usituambie tulimungoja. Yeye, he wanted his own stomach, big bellies and big pockets. That is what he deals with. And we must tell him that that is not the country we want. So kama wewe ulimungojea, it's okay. Sisi hatukumungoja. Ni vizuri alikuja. Hata kwa nyumba yako mgeni anaweza kuja lunchtime na uwezi mfukuza. So it's okay.
Kabla Harun aongee, wacha na
Temba nimegongwa sana manzi. Hata nimeumia side moja. Nimewithdraw your statement. Siku ngoja, hapana, hakuna kugonga. Siku ngoja Kalonzo, nimetoa hiyo statement itoke kwa answer ya Mtembei kabisa about Kalonzo.
Alex, nimeagree na wewe. Acha nigonge tena huyu Harold. Mimi you cannot keep all those people waiting for 5 hours. I mean, that's not fair. I mean, hata kama ni nini, surely you should have something inside of you telling you there are people waiting at Jacaranda, there are people waiting at KICC, and it's just you at a structured negotiation. Then you get nothing. In fact, I can bet you on this. My own crystal ball says Kalonzo has lost it politically moving forward. He might have thought that is a win. Hata akisema Raila Tosha, people know he has been forced by circumstances to say that. It was not his wish. Then you go to KICC and you give us so many non-verbals, you don't even clap for Baba. This is a president you don't believe in. You are just accepting Shingo Upande. He doesn't believe in Baba. Simple. He doesn't believe in Baba. He doesn't trust Baba. He doesn't. It was just that the forces was so many. So I agree with you, Alex. We cannot wait for 5 hours for one person to say yes. a yes that he should have said many times ago, and he didn't get nothing. Nobody should cheat you that he got the vice president. That is what they're trying to portray, and they're going to use that so that they can now try to woo the Mount Kenya vote. Trying to make sure the Mount Kenya, to cause voter apathy in Mount Kenya, that you guys are not even getting even the vice president. There's nothing that Kalonzo was promised. Hakuna, nothing.
So Mr.
Alafu
Tempa,
anakuja na
now I can
uongo,
agree with you. So
alafu
any
anakuja na uongo ati sasa wameagree itaitwa Azimio Oka. Please, what is that?
Hakuna Azimio Oka. Hiyo kitu ilikuwa inasainiwa pale ni Azimio, na hizo ndio documents zitapelekwa on Monday. Ilikuwa Azimio la Umoja Coalition. Hakuna Azimio Oka. Wewe uliona Oka ikisaini?
Temba, sikuwa nataka kuzungumza, lakini umefanya ninazungumza. Sasa ile ilikuwa ni Kalonzo anajifurahisha ili aambie watu wake, kwa sababu alishaambia watu wake anaenda kwenye debe. Jamani, mwachieni Kalonzo tu. Mimi naomba mumwachie tu, kwa sababu alikuwa anasema Azimio Oka, yani Azimio One Kenya. Sasa ile alliance ameondoa, kwa sababu hawezi weka tena alliance. Alisema Azimio One Kenya.
Wewe uliona Oka ikisign any document?
Sikuona, walisema walisign huko
They
na
signed their documents yesterday. Yesterday they haven't deposited at the registrar of political parties. Hawaja deposit bado. Did you see Oka signing any document? Did you see Martha Karua signing any document there? They signed as single parties. Wiper ili sign as Wiper, KANU signed as KANU, MDG as MDG, Jirongo Party as Jirongo Party. History ingine mingi ya kuambiwa ati Azimio Oka. Kalonzo should I mean, okay, that's the last statement I'm making about Kalonzo. Ameshaingia, kura yake imeshafika kwa baba. Baba akishasema tunafuata, lakini ile uchungu niko nayo kwa sababu ya Kalonzo. I will revisit after 9.
Mwachieni tu Temba. Mwachieni tu.
Hapana. Hatuwezi wacha.
Acha tuache Sara ongee. Sara labda akona mapenzi na Kalonzo.
Kidogo Tempa. So please, I'm saying this. So as per ile statement yenye nimepeana ya kuhusu Kalonzo, any damage yoyote yenye itakuwa imeleta kwa masikio ya Wakenya, I gonna go on my bended knees and beg for forgiveness. Thank you so much, Mr.
Uko na watu wanakusupport, wako na hiyo nini yako. I mean, this is politics. Kuna watu wanasupport maoni yako, so don't worry, you don't have to agree with us. Kuna watu wanakusupport hapo, wanasema kweli Kalonzo amefanya jambo, ndio ni mwana atatupigia kura, lakini other than that he has killed himself politically. Hiyo ndo nasema. Yes, Sara, karibu.
Hello. Mko salama? I'm going to talk about, I'll submit about Kalonzo, Uhuru, then Ruto. Okay. So Kalonzo, we have to speak. I'm very upset. I'm very angry. Today was supposed to be Baba's day. Ika change from being Baba as endorsed as the presidential candidate to all the headlines being Kalonzo said Baba Tosha. Why did we make Kalonzo the subject? He's not supposed to be a subject. This guy, I see trouble looming. I feel like tunafaa kumtoa kutoka Azimio as quickly as possible naende join Ruto, because he is going to be the second Ruto. We are creating a loophole in Azimio by kuingisha anaitwaje Kalonzo into the picture. That guy disrespected us completely. Yani Uhuru anabembeleza Kalonzo 6 hours, anamlisha tu Cerelac. Anamlisha tu Cerelac for 6 hours. Nothing, everything was at a standstill. Remember, by the way, I think even Raila was already done with him, because Raila aliingia KICC as the first person. Aliacha Uhuru na Kalonzo back waki still discussing. It is very wrong for Kalonzo to hold us hostage like that. If he does not want to enter Azimio willingly, he shouldn't have. Now, to siseme ati he's going to vote for him, votes are personal and they are by secret ballot. He might as well vote for Ruto. But obviously, he's going to look for votes for us. We don't want him. Na nimeona mtu kwa comment akisema ati Azimio tunajigamba sana. Kalonzo has worked with Raila for 10 years. Those 10 years were hell. They were hell for Raila. Kalonzo has been disrespecting Raila from the word go ajanza sahi to the point baka baba na, I'm sure Uhuru told him, yeah, Raila, just jifanye tu, just pretend to thank him. Pretend kupeana shukrani. Yani the entire scenario was baba kupeana shukrani surely. This is baba we are talking about. He shouldn't be saying thank you to Kalonzo. It should be the other way around. That guy wasn't happy to begin with. And then he was trying to, I don't know, he kept on speaking to Uhuru so much. I don't know what he was telling him. Yani, I don't know. Like, anamwongelesha, I could see the nonverbal. Like, kuna pali mpaka Uhuru. Yani, it was like, anamwangalia tu anashindo. What is wrong with this man?
Yeah. Uliona vile function ilisha. Uhuru aliponyoka kutaka kukaa na kushika Kalonzo,
aliponyoka. He went away. Kalonzo is a head. Surely
Sarah,
is a headache.
Can I tell Sarah something? Alikuwa anamwambia nataka nitoke.
Like, how can he hold us hostage like this? Surely one man, we are giving the priority to that man a lot. He's just like Salat said. How can
and people are waiting in Jacaranda.
Imagine.
That was the worst part. We started getting photos at 4 a.m. People were in Jacaranda. What waited Jacaranda mpaka 5 p.m. for this guy to go? That guy is not ule pepo mbaya yule.
Tena yeye ni mjinga sana, anasema wamestaku na Raila wamekula tear gas. Ajui Raila hata alipigwa mpaka akaadmitiwa hospitalini. Yeye amekula tu tear gas. And he's proud to talk about tear gas. What's wrong with him? Please. Kalonzo should excuse us, please. Yeah.
Hey. I was upset, Bwana. I was upset. Then when you think he's just going to say at least the right things. He gets up, he's given the microphone by Uhuru, who alimfanyia disservice because alimnini sana. However, he insulted him kiplani juu alikuwa amesema, watu waliacha tamaa zao. Yes, he is very greedy. Tamaa, alitumia hiyo jina moja, tamaa. Okay? He was trying to tell us something. So I'm very disappointed that Kalonzo could have done that. In fact, I do not know why we need him. We do not need him. We made him a priority. Sasa yeye ako pahali tu, because all the headlines ziliacha kuwa baba as presidential candidate zikakuwa Kalonzo. It was all about Kalonzo. The day was about Kalonzo. So pahali analala sahi is very happy because he held people hostage. It's very stupid man. Anyway.
Mbona sikuona Martha Karua huko?
Martha Karua is not in support of Raila. He's not in support of Baba, and there is no Azimio Oka. Wiper party itself. SG wao ndo alisign, Farah alisign the whatever, what's that, coalition agreement. Oka did not sign. In fact, even Gideon Moi was very happy. I could see Salat amevaa ile kofia yake ya red, nguo yake ya red. Amenda mbio. He signed as the third person. He signed as the third party. And he signed very happily. Wacha nikuambie. Ni kama alikuwa, it's as if he was given an opportunity to get out of Oka, he would have run for his life.
Hivyo basi Oka imevunjika because hakuna Oka. It's not a registered party. Yeah. Kwa hivyo Oka imekwisha basi because Martha iko kule, au wengine wako huko. Hata nani sikumuona huyu kijana wa Huyu junior ni nani? Anaitwa nani?
Kilonzo.
Kilonzo.
Mm.
He wasn't there. Yeah.
In fact,
That's
he
why
shouldn't come. No one, we don't want anyone of Wiper in Azimio. As a matter of fact, if I was me, I'm a hardline, I'm not a sympathizer. I'm not an Azimio sympathizer. Unajua, pia kwa Azimio tuko na two groups. Tuko na diehards na tuko na wenye tuna sympathize. I do not sympathize with such people. Ningekuwa nimechaguliwa kuwa Azimio SG. My good Lord. Kalonzo angekuwa hapo. I would have chased him away myself, personally. He's not a member of Azimio. That is, we have created a loophole yenye itakuja kutukula later. Trust you me. Trust you me. I know Kalonzo is. He's gonna wake up 3 months later after Baba is president and create havoc for us.
na atakuja kulalamikia Biden kwamba baba ni mzee, sasa yeye anataka kukuwa president.
I know.
Yeah, that is what he does. He did it for Kibaki. Why not kuleta mguu yake ndiye afanye baba hizo? He did it.
I am
Yeah.
very disappointed. I'm very upset. I'm very disappointed. I wasn't happy at all. I'm wondering why Azimio people are saying they were happy. Kwani they cannot see. We were held hostage completely. Now, sasa watu wa UDA tena wameamkia Uhuru. Now, I don't understand what is their problem. Is it that they have never seen a president supporting being there in the campaign or being part and parcel of politics? Now, I'm going to explain because najua watu wa UDA wako kwa comments hawako hapa. We are all azimionated hapa wenye tumebaki, but I'm going to explain a few things for them to understand. I read a book called Facing Unpleasant Facts by George Orwell. It's a collection of essays, okay? And it says that the first duty of intelligent men is to restate the obvious, and that in times of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to state the truth. 1. Uhuru is not just the president. He is first of all a citizen. After all, in the constitution, part of the provisions of becoming a president is being a citizen of this country by birth. So being a citizen comes first, right? So being a citizen requires you also other rights. He has political rights. He has rights of participation. He can participate in any political party he wants. If he wants to lead it, he can also do so. So he's not just a president, he's a citizen, and he's also a leader who is young. So obviously, at this we can't expect him to retire. I mean, it's common sense. He's young, he's not going anywhere. Atenda anyamazie wapi. He's not business oriented, or he is kidogo, but we have seen him more on the political arena than anything. So I don't expect him to retire. There is no term limit for being a leader. Being a leader is all across the board. Okay? Now, I heard Alex say Uhuru is going to be prime minister. Probably not. I don't know, sijui. But if at all he will be, it's not also a bad thing. I think what UDA, like I keep on insisting, need to read. They need to expand the horizons of their knowledge. They keep on relating many things of Kenya with the US. After all, hadi mtu wao alienda kukry over there. Let me tell you one thing about the history of US. There was a president, the second president of US was called John Adams. His son, John Quincy Adams, became the 6th president of the United States. His son. After John Quincy Adams became president, after his term, he was elected by the people of, what was the place? Massachusetts, yes. He was elected by the people of Massachusetts 9 consecutive times until his death in the US Congress. He continued to lead the people. They keep on saying these are things that never happen. Presidents are supposed to retire, they're supposed to sit down, relax, enjoy, and keep quiet. The ones who retire, the ones who are so old, like what wameenda sasa kuretire as per their age. But other people are, if the people demand that you are to continue, you will continue. And just in the same way, if Raila akimaliza his term as president and the people demand that Raila umetufanyia kazi mzuri, please continue being on the public portfolio, he has to continue being on the public portfolio. That is the work of a leader. Another person, hadi wacha tusiende mbali. Huku DRC, we had this guy called Kabila, President Kabila. He was the president, now he's a senator. He's a senator for life. In fact, he's a lifetime senator. He was given that job. He's still continuing. So why are they behaving as if this is something new Uhuru is doing? Uhuru is not doing anything wrong. These things have happened before. Again, Raila is going to UK to see Archbishop of what's the name? Canterbury.
Canterbury.
Yes, Archbishop of Canterbury.
Anglican bishop.
Next week, right? And we are looking forward to it, obviously. And I hear he's also going to the, is it Chatham or Munaelewa?
Chatham House.
Yes, that one. He's going there also. So we are really expecting him. Anyway, so I happened to come across the Archbishop's tweet, and it said this. What an isom. Good to meet at William Ruto this afternoon, and looking forward to seeing at Raila Odinga next week. Praying for peaceful, open, and credible elections on 9th August. I believe you can see already, without even me speaking, how he watered the deputy president down to the point of, I don't know how to say it. We expect, like, if you met a deputy president, he'll be like, it was very nice to meet the deputy president. We talked about this, and this, and he leaves it there. He says, good to meet at William Ruto. Looking forward to seeing at Raila Odinga next week. He doesn't leave it there. He continues. So Ruto's trip to the UK and US, I wanted to prove to the UDA parties, it held no meaning at all. They thought he was just a child who came to whine about his own government instead of helping it. Wazungus are not stupid. You can't go there and start proclaiming how ordained you are, and yet you haven't helped your people back at home. Charity begins at home, right? So it was quite unfortunate. He got a very lukewarm reception, but it's okay. At the end of the day, ours is gonna go there, and you will see how he's going to talk. About Raila, I don't know why but I'm not the only one. I feel like I really feel like Baba's power is being a little bit suppressed, in that the fact that he's a presidential aspirant of the Azimio, he's holding the banner and he's the team captain, he should exude far more of his power, right? So I don't feel that even from today. I didn't quite feel that, of course, mainly because of Kalonzo, but I didn't feel that. I feel like kidogo he's anaambiwa a lot of things. He's being ordered to do a lot of things, and he's not being given the chance to give the orders by himself. I saw that. I don't know if other people saw it, but yes, I saw that, and I hope during the campaigns, now that we are starting, it is going to change, and they're going to give him the mantle fully. See, they order him around as if he's a child. He's a political entity, he's not just a political leader. I'm going to say something that the last thing I'm gonna say is one thing that the wife of Raila said in an interview with KTN some years back. I think it was in 2015. She was asked during that time, it was heading to the 2017 general elections, and she was asked if she wanted her husband to run for the elections, and this is what she answered: "It is not about what I want, it is about what the people want, because he will not only become my president, he will be the people's president." That was long before your people's president ilitokea afterwards, but she had already mentioned it before, way before. If this is the wife and this is the wife saying that, why are UDA people making it a big deal again that Raila is a project? He's not anyone's project but the people's project. It is the people who put him there, and it is the people who will put him there again if need be. So watu wa UDA leo, I didn't see niliona Duke Mariba. Let me continue. Kiprotich Ngeno, I waited for him. He did not show up again, but I hear he was opening his mouth very wide open in Azimio Diaspora TV. So this time it was Wi-Fi ilileta shida. This time aliamua aende hide in another platform. It's okay. He doesn't want to face me. I think he should accept it. And he said that if I win, which already has given me a guaranteed win, he should come to Azimio. So he should fulfill his promise, because I think I have already won. The fact that he's evading me a lot, that means he can't come face. I have this special notebook. I have written a lot of things to come and fight over with him. I feel like my pen has gone to waste. Anafaa kuninunulia kalamu mpya na anafaa kunilipa for imparting my knowledge so much in order to fight with him bumper to bumper, but then it's okay, it happens. So thank you.
Thank you. I think Alex, we have been vindicated. We've always had the concern kutoka kitambo. Alex, mimi nilikuwa nimesema mambo ya Kalonzo sitaki kuzungumza kutoka kitambo. So we have been vindicated today after people waited for 5 hours. 5 hours, Alex. I even woke up early today.
Actually, 6 hours.
Times are different.
Actually, it was
Imagine
6 hours.
I'm waking up. Can you imagine, Alex? And I'm waking up in the morning. I'm checking. I mean,
Your internet is dragging, Temba.
why, Alex? Why are you interfering with my connection?
I don't know. Kalonzo is pulling a surprise for you.
Alex.
Go ahead.
He's pulling a fast on me. I mean, my connection has never fluctuated with me. Can you imagine 6 hours? 6 hours, Alex. I woke up to try and just to try and see. I'm made to wait for all that time for one person, and in the eventually he gets nothing. Alitoka mkono tupu. Alex, if that person had gotten something, the excitement ungeona kwa hiyo hall kwa macho ya Kalonzo would have been ingekuwa. Alafu unajua kwa nini hakupewa connection closer to okay, hakupewa nafasi kuongea kwa hall, and the fourth that spoke, I really don't want to belabor that anymore. I think we have expressed our displeasure, and yes, we need his vote, but we don't need his behavior. You know, he can vote for us. He'll vote for us with the people that are. Baba ashasema Kalonzo ameingia asha nini. Sasa mimi by the way, wacha Sara hapa anasema ati yeye ni Daya. Mimi Baba I think for me ideology ya Baba nimeshika. Like right now, even hapa Alex akiniambia ati ODM sijui ata lose nini gani. Saizi mimi ni Azimio, Baba, State House. If you guys want to mess hizo counties, that is up to you. Elect bad people, counties zenyu zitaharibika, zitalag behind, that's up to you. As long as Baba is happy, Baba is healthy, Baba is in State House. Hizo zingine za county kama mnataka kukanganyana mfanye nini, ODM past Baba time, I don't think ODM has a life past Baba time, because the leadership has not been prepared to be handed over to anyone. So there are other needs. Right now, there are several parties that are going to die, you know, and their political careers are also going to fizzle out. I don't know if you can hear me. Am I being heard? Sarah, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you very clearly. And actually, to be quite honest with you, I don't understand why they are saying, people are saying, Azimio sympathizers are saying we are proud. We are not proud. We know how Kalonzo has taken us. Remember even the issues that he keeps on articulating, like the political parties fund. The political parties fund, he keeps on complaining about and saying that Raila alimsaliti for it. If you actually look at both sides of the story, you will see where the problem is. Surely, you will see where the problem is, because Kalonzo wants too much. Yani, he asks for so much that he hasn't worked for. Kalonzo wants to eat Baba's. I know that guy vizuri tena sana. He wants to eat his sweat, and he wants to eat it proper. Yeah. That is why either way is coming in. Ndio, after Baba has finished his term, he thinks that Baba's supporters are automatically going to, go to his side, which is not the case. We are not going to accept it, and we are not going to tunanyamaza for the sake of letting Azimio continue. We want Azimio to continue peacefully, but trust you me, we have already created a loophole for ourselves. That guy entered NASA very happily. Sisi headliners ndo tulisema. We said it before. We said that Kalonzo is going to ruin NASA. We had said it. Haikupita 3 months after elections. He was the first one to walk out of NASA. ODM was the last, because ODM obviously is the mother party, and they are the people who come up with these ideas. So they are strong in what they believe in. He was the first one to walk out and say NASA is dead. Now he's coming back to Azimio and hold watu 6 hours. 6 hours hostage. Watu wanakula jua. Na you know how vile sahi kuna vumbi na kuna jua Jacaranda aki surely for heaven's sake. Things even had to be done very quickly. Things had to be done quickly. Raila had an agenda. He wanted to also thank his personal people when you have been there giving him authentic support. He wasn't given that opportunity because the time had run out. Simply because of one man. Are we that stupid? That's sasa tunyamaze tuseme Kalonzo.
Okay, now let's take our...
No, we can't.
Themba itabidi ulog out ndio ulog in. Alex,
Yeah,
unaweza endelea. Alex,
Ziana
unaweza
yako.
ongezea.
Ziana, ongea yako sasa tusikie. Anyway, unajua 2002 mkikumbuka vizuri, the person who came last to knock was Kalonzo. Alitusumbua, akatusumbua, and he came only when he knew that we had a formidable team. 2007 Kalonzo ndio huyu tena. 2005 akaanza kutunyang'anya chama, akaenda nayo, ilileta blood pressure, diabetes kwa wetu wengi sana, because hatukukuwa tunajua we have an alternative. Thank God Anyang' Nyong'o came last minute. I remember I cried my eyes tears just by seeing Anyang' Nyong'o has another ODM, because we knew we were partyless. You know, it's not like the situations we are right now. In 2007, we were partyless. At some point, we knew that Raila has no party for the first time, because Maanzo had ran away with the party. How God was good until we got that party that we have today, that we love so much. It's because Kalonzo messed us up. Otherwise, we could be having the other ODM, because that was our party. So we took a sister of our own party, and that is what we have survived with until today. And immediately after election, instead of seeing who won the election, he goes again and apita katikati. So that is his behavior. But we must acknowledge that Baba's democracy and the way he deals with us is totally different. Baba is very forgiving. No wonder God has given him more years to be a leader who he is. And his wisdom and his capacity to forgive is what sometimes I do not understand. And that is why people like us may not be allowed to go beyond where Baba is, because we could have finished people like Kalonzo long time ago, because we don't negotiate with nonsensical waffling. We negotiate when you come on the board and we talk and we know what we are talking about. Now, for example, today, do you know that the only thing he ended up signing was the funds he's going to get after election? That is the only thing he signed, that he's going to get a certain amount of money. So when you see people who thrive in fear, money, and not making decisions, these cannot be national leaders. 2 days ago, you heard Kalonzo say something, that in this country, we must have a conversation of succession politics. What he meant was, after Raila, who is going to be installed? Nobody's installing Raila. Raila has worked so hard. When BBR died and the people were happy here and saying, oh, reggae has stopped, the guy surprised us with another move. He always comes out with a new style and a new smile. And Azimio came in. So Baba doesn't sit in boardrooms, meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, and a Naivasha, and a Kempiski, and a sijui wapi, and a Sagana. Baba goes to people. He spends money in the rallies. One thing we must appreciate Baba. People say Baba doesn't give money, but I was privileged to know how one rally, the logistics, the amount of money, and to organize one rally, like the one in Jacaranda, how much long it takes, how much money it takes, and the people it takes. You saw 2 days ago when Wakina Nani came to see how Jacaranda was being organized, Wakina Bababu Owino and Kanini Kega. To put that podium, security and everything, to organize a rally, 2 days, every day you are going, it's money that Kalonzo will never spend. Because first of all, Kalonzo doesn't have money, and even if he had that money, he will never spend. Now, we must move beyond Kalonzo. Now that he's with us, we must deal with him in many ways. First of all, we must acknowledge that this guy is going to be a Sumbua. He's going to give us a lot of problems before elections and after election. We must maintain him like an old car. inakupea puncture, inaharibika, mara sijui ni nini. Kalonzo is an old car that must be taken care of in many, many ways. Because until we get that thing, Kalonzo can mess up at any time. Because he was held hostage with one man, Mutula Kilonzo and Wambua, who are on the payroll of UDA. So we must walk on eggshells. We like him or not, he is a thorn on our flesh. We have to deal with that, unfortunately. So moving forward now, we must ask ourselves, how do we deal with this person that is not principled? So we should not even speak about him, talk with him, or converse with him. Let Baba deal with him. Baba told him easily, this is the coalition of the willing. At any time, if he wants to walk out, let him walk out. We ignore that. The good thing, he prepared his people and said, Baba Tosha. If he goes out, that will be complete. At least Semba said that his future was not to be good. But the moment now he goes against what he said today, now he's done the very, very day. So let us just pembeleza yeye because we have a target. Because we have realized that's all he wants, nothing else. When you sumbua watu 6 hours and you sign nothing except money, you are so egocentric. The highest form of selfishness is called entitlement. He thinks he's entitled to sit down somewhere and just get things from heaven as if we still are getting manna every day from heaven. Nobody's getting manna. Even as we come here, Mutembe, we talk. Tunapigwa na wakina Duke. Kalonzo can't argue with Duke, unfortunately. And I finish there.
Thank you so much. I want us to exhaust this Kalonzo because after today, I'm not going to mention Kalonzo again. I'll be focused on Baba and Azimio. I mean, Kalonzo has disappointed me. I keep saying that. I think there was a time I said that, Alex, if you remember. And I keep saying, today I was disappointed. Can you imagine? I mean, I still can't take that you stay for 6 hours to get nothing. And then you walk into a room and behave so interestingly, Alex, that even you and Baba are showing that you are unhappy. Surely. Yes, Alex.
You know, I thought there was something wrong with my internet. I went to Mutembe, nothing is going on. KTN, nothing is going on. I was looking, searching, and I called 3 friends. Kwani kitu ilisha kitambo mimi sikuona. And that's the kind of disappointment for me who has internet in my house, in my bedroom, waiting. How about the people who woke at 4 a.m. they were in Jacaranda?
Then he's saying structured. If you're having a structured negotiation, you should think about the people you're talking about. And this is very interesting. I want to give you this, Alex. C. Wright Mills in Power Elite says, the power elites will meet on a table to discuss how to come and eat us. So those now they were actually, yani nyama ilikuwa inagawanywa pale sasa. Huyu alikuwa anataka sasa nyama nyingi. Akitusumbua, akitutumia sisi. I mean, I'm so disappointed, but haidhuru. I mean, it's the focus right now is as I after Baba has finished his term, whoever wants to come, the truth of the matter is, and this one we can take to the bank, the likes of Kalonzo, the likes of Mudavadi, the likes of probably Ruto can survive and come after 10 years, but there are people whose political careers are ending right now, and they will be going out of the picture with Baba. New politicians are rising in this particular election. And I can tell you for free, Kalonzo will not be as popular come 2020. If he's thinking 2027, he's thinking 2021, 2027. If he's thinking he's going to buy after this, new political parties are going to come up. New political players, younger and more energetic, are being built right now. The likes of Akina Sakaja, the likes of Akina Malala, the likes of Akina Sifuna. There is a new crop of leaders who are coming. So whoever is deluding themselves, they can sit right now and bargain for 2027. They are done. Baba is finishing that crop of leaders. Wanaisha saizi. Come 2027, I want to see a change of political trajectory. We want to see Akina Kibagendi. We want to see Akina Simbarati. We want to see new people coming on so that we finish that. You know, Baba is saying this is the final economic revolution. Let us revolve and have a new crop of leaders, young and vibrant, to create a new future. So we don't want to have a Kalonzo discussion in 2027, a Martha Karua discussion in 2027. We don't want to have those kinds of Akina Mudavadi discussion in 2027. This thing should end here, and political scene and landscape must change in 2027. And this has to be passed on to the new leadership. Alex, we need those young leaders right now to come up and build their muscles this time. That for me is what I see. And if Kalonzo thinks that, you know, like talking about succession politics is going to work for him right now, he's so deluded. There are young politicians who are coming, and this is it. I mean, the change is real. Baba is sweeping them. He's finishing that generation of leaders. And then we bring in new leaders. Kenya is producing new leaders. Why shouldn't we have, say, Sakaja as the president of Kenya? Why shouldn't we have those other people who are coming up? Why shouldn't even in Kenya Kwanza produce other people so that we are having other leaders coming in? That is my call and my writing call. After Baba has finished, we are done with discussing people like Akina Kalonzo. In fact, today, Kalonzo yake tumemaliza. Let's move to other people. Now let's Julia come in, give your final remarks. Then I go to Harun, then Princess Yan. Harun, usipotee.
Okay, thank you. Themba, I think we are all done with Kalonzo. I'm reading the comments here. Some people are thinking that we are really too much on Kalonzo, but I'm reading what George Kakure is writing, and he's saying that we are waiting for Kalonzo. So I will not die of heart attack if I hear Kalonzo speaking otherwise before the election. Because the way he spoke, you know, he said, I have supported Raila Odinga for the third. Nimeunga Raila Odinga for the third time. You know, he was reminding us that he is doing us the favor for the third time. He's doing us that favor for the third time. He was reminding us that, and when he was saying that, hiyo ilikuwa inamuuma sana, so that just spoke to me. He didn't want to do it, but something Sarah mentioned that Raila is kind of being controlled. I really don't think he's being controlled. I think he's a wise man, and I think Raila is in safe hands. One, because he's working with Uhuru. I don't see Uhuru as a blackmailer or somebody who may try to control Raila after this. Why I want to say that about Uhuru, I have never seen Uhuru as a power-hungry person. And that is the difference between Uhuru and Ruto. You know, sometimes when you grow as a prince, you may not really think that power is so important. That's the attitude I see with Uhuru. He doesn't think that being in power is the most important thing in life. So I think once Raila takes over, he's going to have his opportunity to work. And my prayer, now I want to move on. I think then, but now I'm moving on from Kalonzo. Now I look forward, like Alex said yesterday, that I look forward that Raila gets people to work with, people who will develop this country, people who will come up with policies and policy matters that will help us eliminate things like corruption. Alex talked about corruption. and he talked about education. And I wanted to, maybe this is not in the topic today, but being an educator, I have evidence that Kenya can provide free education without necessarily increasing the budget in education. This is the evidence I have. If you look at America, they offer free education. Why they offer free education is because they have day schools. They do not have boarding schools. Now, I worked in Motira Girls High School, and this is something Kenyans are not aware of. Even the parents in Kenya are not aware about this. Even probably the diaspora are not aware of this. That the government of Kenya finances the education since, I think, Kibaki's era, in a way that the government pays the teachers. All the teachers in Kenya are paid by the government. Now, schools that are boarding schools are given money to pay support staff to the tune of about 10 members of the support staff. So even the watchmen, the money that is paying the school bursar in a school in an extra county school that I taught, the school bursar, about 3 cooks, about 3-4 watchmen is provided for by the government. The students in Kenyan schools are given 12 free notebooks, 200 pages every year. So when your child reports to those schools, that money is provided for by the government. So they are given 12 200-page notebook every year. Those schools are provided for with textbooks. Now, all the schools like that the school I was teaching, the ratio of textbooks to the students was 1-to-1. To an extent, because it was an old school, the students, the maths textbooks were 2 books per 1 student. That means a student has 2 different types of textbooks. So if the students in that school were day scholars, it means the parents were literally not going to pay anything. The children would just walk into school, because look at it this way. They have notebooks, they have textbooks, and the teachers are paid by the government. And the buildings are also there. So then question now, why do the parents of Kenya pay fee? They pay fee because of boarding schools. Now, we do not need boarding schools, because boarding schools are the ones that have caused the income disparities in Kenya. You see, parents who cannot afford boarding schools, their children go to the day schools. And those day schools are ignored by the government. Now, some of the schools in Kenya, Central Kenya doesn't need any extra schools. I saw a situation in Central Kenya where in a radius of about 500 meters, there are 2 secondary schools. We don't need such. That's a waste of government resources. Now, I taught in a school that had a capacity of 40 government teachers, and the other side of the fence is a day school where children don't have a lab for their practicals. But this other side of the fence, the school has 6 labs plus a computer lab. Now, these children in the other side can be put in this other side, and the same teachers can teach them, and they can enjoy the facilities of the library, the labs, the science labs, the computer labs. Now, so why are these parents paying fee? If these children are made to come, this school currently has a population of 1,200 students. So that school can be called a community school. It can take about 5 primary schools in the locality. And those children will simply walk to that school. We don't even want to talk about school buses. We just want to have schools where children can walk to the school. Before we talk about having school buses like America, we can have schools where children can just walk to school. So as we are talking now, the government of Kenya can afford to provide free education from nursery school to secondary school, just like the American government, without increasing the budget on education. Now, why do some parents in Kenya want boarding schools? The parents who will fight for boarding schools are the parents who can afford to take their children to private academies, private schools, and they don't want responsibility of having their children at home. So even this motion, if it's taken to parliament, you will hear the parliamentarians will be so loud fighting this. Now, the other day, the head teachers were mad because the schools were being burnt down, and they were saying they want day schools. And I saw Kemani Ishungwa saying we cannot have day schools. We want boarding schools because these people don't feel the pinch. Now, it is not fair for this. I was a high school teacher, and when I had my two children in a high school and they were in the boarding school, I can confess to you, I was feeling it was a strain for me to pay fee for my two kids, yet I was a high school teacher. Now, what about a parent who is struggling? You know, these hustlers that Ruto is talking about, they cannot take their children to this government school. So it is not fair. The last thing I want to talk about education in Kenya, it is not fair to say that we should have some children going to the so-called national schools, like Alliance, Starehe Boy Center, and name them, Lenana, Kenya High. That is not fair. That is discrimination. So what we need to do, we need to have let these schools be day schools. Let Pangani Girls be a community school. Let Pangani admit all the children in the neighborhood. You know, and somebody started, Matiang started that, and Matiang started a thing that was, these big schools were asked to have one day school from the locality, and they didn't like day class. Each one of them had a one day class from the locality, and they didn't like it. They didn't like it because they don't want to teach the common man. So things cannot go on the way they are going on. I think it is high time for Baba to make drastic changes. And if somebody tells me that we need boarding schools, the only place we should have fully funded boarding schools is where we have pastoralist communities and places where Kenyans feel marginalized, where we have people who have nomadic kind of life. But anywhere like Mount Kenya region, Nyanza, Western, even most places of Coast and Eastern Province, we should have one school serving a whole sublocation. We should stop wasting government resources. Like there's so much wastage in Central. We have like 3 schools in a radius of 1 kilometer. You just wonder why we're having these schools. We should have one school. And even if the population is about 2,000 kids, let us have one principal and several assistant principals. That is going to help Kenya. So when I heard Alex talking about that, I wanted to bring to your point that this is possible. We do not have to increase the current budget on education. It is possible. We can still provide our dear Kenyans with free education. Free, I mean free. Mtoto hanunui kitabu, mtoto hanunui kalamu kwa sababu even the government is already providing stationery. Free, mtoto hanunui textbook because the government is already providing that. Free because the government is already paying those teachers. The only thing that these children would need is lunch, and that's why the parents can negotiate between themselves and the school. So that's my submission, Mr. Demba. I thought as an educator, I should present this to this panel and those people who are watching to tell them that we can do this in our Zekana. Asante.
Thank you so much, and thank you. That's a very, very, very deep. I told you that in this panel, sometimes people imagine that guys here are simply some idlers. Ule Duke alikuja akasema these are people who have who are professional in their own rights, and you can actually realize that the more we continue listening, the more we are changing the society. Kenya is.
Remember, there's somebody who just said something, and I just need to respond to this. Thomas Ajuoga, Mwalimu, what you are saying sounds good. In Kenyan counties, the national government cannot finance. The Kenyan education is not financed by the counties. The national government pays for education. I need to bring to your attention this. The Kenyan education, the schools are not under the county government. They are under the national government. The teachers are paid by the Teachers Service Commission, and the books are provided by the Kenya Institute of Education, KIE, and the money to buy notebooks is provided by the Ministry of Education. Now, if you visit Alliance, you may think you're in UK. It is because they're national school, but Alliance belongs to all Kenyans. There's no national child or day school child in Kenya. They are all Kenyan children. Thank you, Demba. I wanted to respond to that.
Thank you, Julia, and I think we can have you again. I know you have been hosted before by Mutembe. You can come again for a follow-up discourse on education in Kenya. I think it's something that we need to have a conversation. We need to have as often as possible, especially in this Azimio government that is coming, so that some of these things can be put in place. Harun, give your closing remarks before I give Ziana then Sara.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Themba kwa kunipa nafasi. Yeah, Madam Julia, by the way nimefurahi sana cause hata mimi pale kwetu unashangaanga shule siku hizi zimekuwa kama kanisa. Yaani unatembea kidogo shule, unatembea kidogo shule. Na ukiangalia watoto ukiwajumuisha pamoja hivi unapata hata hawajafika 2000 na maybe ni shule 3 shule 4. So by the way kama field inaweza tafutwa ama shamba tu itafutwe shamba kubwa namna hii, then kutoka hapo classes zijengwe, hizo shule zote zivunjwe ziletwe zikae ni moja, itakuwa ni jambo mzuri sana. So, shule kukaa na watoto 2000 ni kitu ya muhimu sana. Alafu umesema kuwa principal awe mmoja, madeputy 2 3 wa kumassist. It is very good. Ndio hizo mambo ya wastes na nini tupate kuokoa pesa zetu. Alafu ningependa kusema namna hii kuambia Wakenya, by the way, Oka is no more. Kitu inaitwa Oka kama mnafikiria kuwa kuna Oka, hakuna, cause Wiper, KANU walisign kwa Azimio as individual parties, cause wakati Martha Karua walipo sign ile agreement yao na ya kina Jirongo hawaku deposit hiyo agreement kwa registrar of political parties. So hiyo sasa kitu yenye inaitwa Oka sahau, ile kitu yenye iko ni Azimio kutoka sasa hivi. Alafu jambo lingine, hata mimi I want to agree with Alex. Wakati niliwaambia kuwa jana ilibidi the whole day vile nilitoka hapa tu kwa Mtembei nikaenda kulala, nilianza kufuatilia, so si kulala hata niliuliza wa jamaa nilale nisilale, jamaa wakaniambia hapana, usilale, fuatilia hii maneno. So hata mimi ilifika mahali nikaanza kuruka from station moja kwenda station nyingine, cause nilifikiria ni kama nimeachwa ama iko namna gani. Na yani in fact Kalonzo alitufanya maneno, by the way alitufanya maneno, but hii imekuwa ni funzo. Next round maybe 2027 before agreement sikuwe signed, itengewe siku yao tu special, au watu wang'ang'ane kutoka asubuhi mpaka usiku wa manane, wakati sasa wakati coalition inapoenda kumtangaza mgombea urais, iwe tu maybe ni kuonyeshana certificate ile yenye ama zile forms zenye wamesign kuwa through SGs. Mr. Themba, you have not muted, Yeah. So ile kitu watafanya ni kutuonyesha ni kwenda tu kama ni KICC ama Kasarani, kutuonyesha kuwa yesterday all parties ambao wako affiliated to such a coalition walisign, then kutoka hapo wapate kuunveil their presidential candidate, alafu apewe nafasi ya kupeana vote of thanks, alafu waende kwa umma. Lakini mambo ya kunini ya kufanya ya kusign agreement alafu ndio muende kwa watu ianze kuleta sarakazi kama hizi zenye Kalonzo alitutendea. In fact hii ni funzo kabisa. Mimi hiyo ndio kitu nawaambia kuwa agreement sisainiwe mapema, ndio wakati maybe ni final LDC iwe namna hiyo. So lastly, I want to tell Baba, look down what you have conquered and appreciate what God has brought you through. Kindly serve the people of God. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Themba.
Thank you. Wale ambao mnaingia kwa studio saizi, we are not admitting people. Mnataka muambiwe namna gani? Hata tumechelewa. Sasa wacheni hasira.
But Tom alikuwa huko nyuma for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean najua. We are not admitting. Hata watu wakitoka ndata ni vizuri zaidi. Kuja mapema, kuja before the last 1 hour, tunabaki na wale watu wako studio. Kwa sababu unaona hata hawa wako hapo kiwaambia peana summary kufunga na chukua enough time. So we want to close. Alex, ulikuwa shatoa your last comment. So wacha nilete Ziana.
Mimi sijatoa, ile ilikuwa rebuttal.
So naona ile shida na mnataka tuongeze watu, mnataka tukae hapa mpaka jioni tena watu waamke Kenya wapate debate inaendelea. Wanashangaa kwa Katu aliamka the other day anapata debate inaendelea, anashangaa. Okay. Haya, okay, ninyi ambao mmebaki tafadhali, can you make it 2 minutes so that we finish? Ziana.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Asante wenzangu wengine wote. Bwana Themba, mimi kwanza ni kukusomea kidogo, kwa sababu mimi umeniona hapa kama kigogo, umenipita mara 2, mara 3, mara 4. Niliingia hapa kitambo, lakini hata kunipa nafasi hata kidogo, hata kusalimia tu watu, hukunipa hata nafasi ya kusalimia watu, ila hali saa zile nilikuwa nimezungumza, nikasema tu kana kwamba saa zile Sara alikuwa amezungumza. Hiyo tu ndio nilizungumza. Kwa hivyo sawa, lakini ya ndwele sipite.
Nisamee Ziana. Mimi hata nilikuwa nafikiri ulikuwa ushatoa your submissions. Nilikupata hapa. Sasa unajua mimi
hukunipata. Ulipokuwa unaingia ndipo na mimi naye nilikuwa naingia. Na hata ni wewe uliniingiza ndani. Ya kwanza nilikuwa nimeingizwa, alafu nilikuwa nimeingia na simu, alafu ndio ukaniingiza wewe mwenyewe.
Ya nilipata umeingia, sasa mimi nikafikia wewe ulikuwa hapa kutoka kitambo.
Tuliingia pamoja.
Lakini radi tafadhali.
Sawa, ya ndwele sipite.
Ya ndwele sipite. Alivyosema kwa Vinyandeti.
Nilisikia Julia akiisema vizuri, lakini mimi nitaisema tu vile sasa tulipewa msemo, ya ndwele sipite. Mimi nitaanza na Martha Karua. Sitaki kuzungumza kuhusu Kalonzo. Nataka kuzungumza kuhusu Martha Karua na Ruto. Hayo ndio maneno nataka kuzungumza kuhusu. Martha Karua hawezi kuja kwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Hata kwa nini? Hata liwe nini? Hawezi kuja kwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Martha Karua ana hasira ya 2007. Kwa sababu alifikiria vile alikuwa headliner, atakuwa yeye ndiye alikuwa anaona atapewa deputy prime minister na hakupewa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni hasira ile Martha Karua ako nayo. Ilipofika mwaka huo mwingine alipokuwa anagombania kiti cha kuwa governor, Ruto alimuingiza Waiguru. Ruto kumuingiza Waiguru, akaona Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta amekubali tu Waiguru anaingizwa akiona, ila hali hawezi msaidia. Bado hiyo inamfanya tu chuki inazidi. Tukienda upande wa Ruto hawezi enda upande wa Ruto kwa sababu wao wote wawili walikuwa hardliners. Naye Ruto alisikia vibaya Mudavadi alipoingizwa pale, na ni yeye alikuwa anajua yeye ndiye atakuwa deputy prime minister na hakukuwa. Kwa hivyo hawa wawili, Martha Karua kwa Ruto hawezi kwenda ng'o, na kwa Uhuru Muigai hawezi enda. Kwa hivyo Martha Karua atasimama peke yake, hata ingawaje alikuwa akizungumza Kikuyu kila, yani watu wanaielewa. Alizungumza mengi, alikuwa akijifanya kana kwamba anajua, basi nikizungumza hivi watanielewa kuliko Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Anashindana na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Hiyo ndiye namsumbua Martha Karua. Anataka ampige Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta iwe ni kama 10-0, lakini haitawezekana. Yule mtu inasemekana, kuna msemo ambao unasemekana, yule mtu amekushinda, hata ufanye nini, alitangulia kukushinda, atakushinda tu. Kama vile Temba amenishinda hapa, mimi nimekubali, amenishinda, atanishinda tu. Julia, mambo yako ya maneno ya shule mimi huwa naipenda sana. Maneno ya shule mimi hupenda education sana sana, mpaka mahali natoka saa zingine wanasema ungekuwa tu yani upewe hiyo education part iwe yako, kwa sababu naipenda sana. Napenda watoto wakisoma katika ile mazingira nzuri, ile ndio watoto wenyewe hata unafurahia, ukitoka pale unafurahia kama masomo vile ilivyo. Wakenya, mimi sasa maneno ya Kalonzo sitaki kuzungumza. Niliwaambia hata tangu kitambo niliwaambia maneno ya Kalonzo mimi sitaki kuzungumza kwa sababu neno la Kalonzo, lakini wacha niguzie tu kidogo, kwa sababu Kalonzo, history repeats itself. Kalonzo kila wakati anaingianga dakika za mwisho. Mkiangalia kila wakati Kalonzo anapenda aingie dakika za mwisho, dakika za lala salama. Kwa hivyo yeye hata msijali, hata angekuwa bado angerudi kuwa mdogo. Sasa hivi mambo imeisha, hakuna next year ati Kalonzo ni mdogo. Hiyo after 5 years ingekuwa ati kuna kile kiti anaweza kugombania, Kalonzo angerudia tu ile, kwa sababu hakuna kile kitu anasoma mpya. Mambo yake ni ile. Unasikia tumenaswa, sisi tulikuwa tunafikiria tuko wapi tu, lakini sisi ndio tulikuja kunaswa. Tuliingia kwenye NASA na tukanaswa. Anakuja anamwambia anataka sasa hii itwe nini, Azimio One Kenya, alafu anaondoa ile alliance, ile Azimio One Kenya, lakini hana bahati. Barua nasikia wengine wanasema ilishaandikwa na haiwezi vutwa. Kwa hivyo kiliandikwa kikawa sealed. Kwa hivyo Kalonzo tumemkaribisha kwa moyo. Nini Temba, nimalizie kwa moyo?
Kwa moyo mkunjufu.
Bas, tumemkaribisha.
Lakini mbona moyo unakunjika?
Asanteni. Mimi kile naomba tukienda kwenye kupiga kura, tupige na amani, umoja na upendo. Wenzangu, ugatuzi ulikuja, kwa hivyo tuangalie ugatuzi, tuwachague wale watu watatufanyia kazi. Asante sana Bwana Temba, lakini usije ukanisahau.
Hasta kusahau, unajua wewe umezoea kufunga studio, so mara nyingine unasahaulika. Hiyo ndio inakuanga, watu wa nyumbani wanakuwa served last. Usijali. Baba anaenda UK, mtaona ile makaribisho atapewa akirudi. Wacha hii jamaa alienda aka sneak back to the country. Baba anaenda UK next week. Wakati atarudi mtaona ile makaribisho baba atapokea. Sara,
Nitamalizia using a short story. Not a
kuja kwa kamera, kwa nini unakata?
Pole. Nitamalizia using a very short anecdote. And I won't explain the anecdote. I just want people to read between the lines. So there was a revolutionary of Venezuela called Simon Bolivar. He fought alongside General Francisco de Miranda for independence from Spain. They both believed in the independence for Latin America, and they were both fighting for the same cause, and they helped to make Venezuela a republic. However, after they made Venezuela a republic, Bolivar turned Miranda over to the Spanish, who let the general die miserably in a cell. I finished the anecdote. You can read between the lines.
Yeah, that is a Machiavellian principle. You win with someone, you don't rule with them. You finish them. That is what Uhuru did with Ruto.
That is what Kalonzo will do with Baba.
You are giving Kalonzo headache now.
And Kalonzo will be finished. That is. I mean, it needs to be told. Uhuru is teaching Baba being Machiavellian. You know, Machiavellian in The Prince, you win as a prince, and when the prince has captured the power, you need to read The Prince by Machiavelli, Niccolo Machiavelli. If you prince want to rule, you have to make sure that you don't rule with the same people that you captured the power with. Because number one, they know you, so they're likely to rise against you. That's what they did against Uhuru. Now Uhuru is Machiavellian. So what did he do? He made Ruto do the dirty job of giving the promises. So we are suffering the consequence of promises undelivered. It's Ruto. And then he gave the good ones. Give the story. If you read the story of this guy, Borgia. Borgia want to rule this particular territory. Now, before he does that, he sends one of his generals to go to that place, and that general goes there and does so many atrocities, kills people, does so much bad things. So the people in that place don't like him. What does Borgia do? Imagine Borgia is the one who has sent him to do that. That Borgia comes because people are crying. His intention is to win that place. So he sends this guy, he goes and he kills, he does very bad things to the citizens. Then the people are crying, and they're crying because of this general. So what does Borgia do? He comes, takes this general, cuts him into pieces, and parades him in the city center. And people see that, wow, this is the guy who is our savior. So he has done two things. He's loved by the people, he has conquered the press, and he has eliminated the person who came and did the bad. So people love him. And of course, they also fear him. That is actually, he can do this. He's a really ruthless guy. And that's where he says that there are two things. It's good to be loved, and it's good to be feared as a leader. But if you have to choose between the two, it's better to be feared than be loved. That's what Machiavelli says. And that is what Uhuru is trying to teach Baba. My friend, if you continue, Baba was so much, his politics was not so much Machiavellian. Machiavellian is think about power, the rest will come. Just power first. That's what Uhuru has done for all this time. Now, right now, he's being told, my friend, this thing, Baba, has that heart. He says, now, you need to be loved. If people don't get into leadership by that. Machiavellian principle. But not everybody is Machiavellian, so let's appreciate that's a story there. Alex, your last words so that we close. Msitoke kwa studio, mtuache hapa na Ziana. Alex, dakika mbili tafadhali.
Mimi si nilimaliza.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know you finished. I want to finish with a story. There's a
Themba,
yeah.
kabla hujamaliza, wacha nikwambie, nyinyi mnaongea kuhusu Kalonzo. Kalonzo ameisha tayari. Sasa hata kuna Kalonzo mwenyewe amemalizwa tayari. Yeye mwenyewe ameenda pale kama amekwisha. Sasa ni nini tena mnafikiria baada atamalizwa nayo? Kalonzo ameisha.
Aye. Now there's a story that has been exemplified in today. There's a sociologist called Margaret Mead. So she was asked by someone to describe what is civilization, and then she gave a story. She said, if you go to the bush or to the forest, and you find an animal that has a leg that has been healed, then you know that is civilization. What does that mean? Animals that have legs that have injury hardly survive because, as it were, in the animal kingdom, you have to keep running, either to get food or away from danger from being eaten. You have to keep running because if you don't run, you won't eat. And if you don't run, you'll be eaten. So if you can see an animal that has lived long enough to have its leg survive, it means that someone took care of it. So similarly to a society, civilization and development is seen by how we take care of the weak, how we think about others. Today, Kalonzo did not exemplify taking care about others, but selfish needs. And that is how I'm going to close this for today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience and staying with us up to this time. Indeed, it's always a pleasure to have us stay from the time we started up to this late. The panelists, Julia, Alex, Harun, Princess, and Sarah, and many others who had come here earlier, we thank you so much. This place is always a place for us to come and learn, us to come and express ourselves. And someone actually added, for others, it's a place for therapy. Sometimes therapy is just talking. So there are people who have this place as a therapy. Place. It is. They call it cathartic. It brings catharsis. You're able to take whatever is inside of your heart out, which is a good thing. And in fact, to some people, you see, this provides that place where, like women chama, where you just come and talk. So it helps us to exhale. And we really thank you for coming on and exchanging ideas with us. Motembe TV provides for you that platform for you to come and share and learn. As I always say, you need 4 things. You need a phone or a gadget that is working. You need the connection. You need something to share and a willingness to learn. With those 4, you are covered when you come here. As always, when you come in, the platform only takes about 10 people at any time. So if you find the studio full, just wait behind the curtain, and as soon as someone drops off, you can always come on. We try as much as possible to remain civil and respectful to anyone. Express ourselves freely, but also appreciate that the concern of the country comes first. Let me at least mention 1 or 2, 3 people from the comment section: Dominic Liza Santen, Nathan Dusi, Peter Nash, and Sahara Lady 1, and of course George Gakure. Now Baba Wajuku. Sorry for those people who came in within the last 1 hour, because that time we just remain with people in the studio so that we can start. We have been doing our finalizing for the last 1 hour. Can you imagine? We were just doing our finalization for 1 hour. So you can imagine if we had more people, the studio would close. Thank you so much. Kindly remember to subscribe to Motembe TV. Remember to subscribe to Motembe TV. And we are on our journey to 300,000 so that we can take this message to as many people, grow the channel, and make it the place of choice for anybody looking for concise, insightful, and precise political discourse within and outside the country. We really appreciate the concern that you guys have for your country, Kenya. Thank you so much. Yes,
Member,
Sarah, what else? Yes.
I wanted to say for a certain period of time, I won't be here. I'm traveling, so unfortunately sitakuwa nikifunga show, but Ziana atafunga show on my behalf.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Wish you well in your journey, and wherever you are, maybe you want to be closing, but you can come in earlier. Usalimie wale wa Kenya wale wanakuja mapema. Sasa sisi tuta
Nimestoa watu, acha nipe watu
Niece.
kidogo.
Niece.
Wasiniogope.
Niece.
Yes.
My niece.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sawa.
Okay, we wish you well in your travels and hope to see you soon again kwa watu wa Kufunga Studio. Asante sana. You've been very great addition to the watu wa jioni kama akina Harun, Ziana, Alex, Julia na mimi. Sisi ni watu wa jioni.
Sema hujaona huko Alex amesema naenda kumtembelea.
No, it's okay. Wacha waende wakatembeleane. I mean, we have no control over what you do after tumefunga studio, so tuko tu sawa. Now, I want to also say that as we close, we normally say our national anthem in Kiswahili. And today I want to invite, I think since Sarah is traveling and she won't be here with us for the longest, I don't know. How long, Sarah, will it be?
I'm going to, I think it's around a month. I'm going to, my profession requires me to travel for a little while for, it's sort of a project. I'm a respiratory therapist by profession, so I'm going to another country for health travel purposes to see the areas. We are learning at the same time, so yeah.
So a month, okay. So okay, now you can close for us with our normal prayer today, so that at least Alex, what is it?
Alex amedanganyana, ile ng'ombe Sara alisema hakuna. Sasa anatudanganya ati Sara anaenda kwake na ng'ombe ilirudishwa. Alex
Sara, tupatie ombi la mwisho ndio.
Umesikia Sara ni therapist, ukasikia vibaya, nakuja kupewa therapy na unakataa.
Let's pray. E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amen. Thank you so much, Sarah. Wish you a they say bon voyage.
Bon voyage.
Yeah, bon voyage. Safiri salama.
Merci.
Yeah. Inshallah. Now, wengine wote tuonane baadaye, wacha tufunge studio, tuonane tena leo. Sijui baba, unajua anachukua break kesho. Hii nini ya leo anapumzika kidogo, ajiprepare kwa safari yake ya kwenda London. Alafu sasa team inawekwa pamoja. Saizi ile team ya Azimio, unajua sasa Azimio imekuwa farmed up, so the structure is being set when Baba is away. Now everything is being put now in place because the shape has come now. Before, things were all over. We didn't know who is going to come in and who is not going to come in. So the team is now going to be put firmly now because we have a presidential candidate. Baba goes to UK. When Baba comes back now, we now get into the hitting the ground proper. The things that Alex was saying, things like mambo ya PA system, mambo ya nini, who is going to speak, sasa hizo zote zinawekwa pamoja. So kesho kutakuwa labda kwa Azimio hautasikia nini mingi sana, so mnaweza mkachukua break kesho, lakini studio haitafungwa. Ukitaka kuja tu, tutaongea mambo yale ambayo yatakuwa yametendeka. In the meantime, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, there's storm in paradise. Already Malala amesema kwamba wasipopewa deputy president as ANC, they are taking nothing less than the deputy president in ANC. So the deputy president should not go to Mount Kenya. They came as a party and they deserve the deputy president. UDA haezi chukua president na ichukue deputy president. So those are the demands that Malala alitoa leo. So let's see how that pans out. Other than that, see you later. God bless you.